This incredibly mysterious story begins in a harmless amusement park where ordinary people come to relax.
There are numerous attractions here, and the whole park resembles a huge Disneyland, only even bigger.
People stroll calmly through the park and talk about how much they enjoy the local attractions and the ice cream that is sold there. However, among all these visitors, there is one girl who complains that her legs are already falling off. Her friend replies that if they had bought an unlimited ticket right away, then this problem definitely wouldn't have arisen, and they could go wherever they wanted. She then wonders irritably how much longer they can wait, since they spent a whole hour on just one attraction. After this, she asks her friend what happened, and she replies that for some reason her whole body has been itching badly for several hours. A friend notices that she was petting animals, and even the calmest of them managed to bite her, so she most likely developed an allergy. The girl says that she has a very strange stomach cramp and asks if they have to ride this strange attraction. The blonde friend replies that she must definitely go there, assuming that she is simply scared and trying to find an excuse. Finally, it's their turn, and they board a roller coaster that is truly magically decorated. The girl says that she is going to go crazy, and her friend asks if she is really scared of this attraction. However, the girl replies that she cannot move, and the itching all over her body has become several times stronger, and this is incredibly irritating to her. Her friend turns away and says that everything will start very soon and they will have a great time on this attraction. At this moment, the air is filled with the loud roar of the mechanisms that launch the carts forward. People looking down say that everything seems incredibly small from there, but the climb continues higher and higher. One of the girls notes that she doesn't regret coming here, and it would be even better if her loved one were nearby. After this, she turns around and looks at her friend, who suddenly starts twitching as if she was having a seizure. Gradually, it starts to look really unhealthy, because the bones in her body make strange crunching sounds as if they are breaking. A frightened girl asks her friend what happened to her and why she is behaving so strangely. She then warns her to be careful, as these cramps have already torn all her stockings. However, the girl continues to shake hysterically from side to side, completely ignoring her friend's words. This begins to really scare the unfortunate girl, and she asks if her friend really decided to play a joke on her like this. However, she does not react in any way, and continues to behave as if she is experiencing unbearable pain. The convulsions become more and more intense with each passing second, causing more and more terror to her friend, who has absolutely no idea what to do. Finally, she tries to grab her hands to stop her at least for a moment and find out what is going on. However, the sight that unfolds before her is incredibly terrifying, as her friend appears to have rotted alive. The people sitting in the back have absolutely no idea what danger they are all in, and don't even realize it. Then the infected girl attacks her friend, who tries to fight back, causing confusion among the other passengers. Meanwhile, the cars gradually approach the giant descent, after which the most exciting part of the attraction begins. People start squealing with joy, preparing for their adrenaline to skyrocket to incredible levels. They think that this trip will end simply unforgettable, while in the front seat a real nightmare continues to unfold. The infected girl completely loses her mind, opens her mouth full of sharp teeth, and strange marks on her tongue become visible. Her friend looks at this creepy creature in horror and tries to understand what to do in this hopeless situation. Meanwhile, the rest of the visitors continue to happily enjoy other attractions and are unaware of the danger that surrounds them. The story then flashes back 2 days to introduce us to the main character of the story. This man is not someone outstanding and does not have either large savings or impressive military training. Our hero is a completely ordinary young man who also carries many traumas from the past. He walks through the crowd, notices the large number of people, and looking down, thinks intensely about something. If you listen closely, you can hear strange sounds coming from him, although he himself does not utter a word. The thing is that these sounds come from his pocket, where he keeps an unusual thing. He constantly tugs on a small thread that has come loose from the seam of his pocket, and periodically pulls it tighter and tighter. At some point, he wraps this thread around his finger, and at the same time, hears a car honking nearby. Our hero's name is Kim Seong-hyun, and he lives in the United States of America on a temporary visa that will soon expire. He has serious problems because he used to work in a slaughterhouse and tried to earn a living through hard work. He was an ordinary worker who never managed to achieve serious success in his career. At one point, his boss told him that workers from Asia were no longer needed because they had been replaced by machines. Thoughts of losing his job haunt him, and he continues to tug at the thread in his pocket, trying to figure out what to do next. He tried to get a job in other places, but the conditions there were far from the best, and he was often bullied. His whole life seems to be a series of missed opportunities and the subsequent depression that inevitably followed. Because he was an immigrant, the locals treated him extremely badly and saw him as just another parasite. They constantly pestered him and found it amusing that he could do nothing to counter them because he was not a citizen of the country. Kim Sung-hyun continues to pull the string, then takes out his phone to contact his friend. When he gets an answering machine, he reports that the lawyer he was recommended is no longer answering his calls. Kim Sun-hyun then complains about his life to his friend, after which he realizes that he needs to quickly get to the point so as not to distract him. He also says that his temporary visa is rapidly expiring and asks a friend to help him. In addition, he asks him to hurry up and be sure to call back, since this is extremely important for him because he wants to stay here. After hanging up, he reflects on what other Koreans had told him, that this man always had a lot of orders, but something must have happened. Passing by passers-by, he continues walking, realizing that he needs to make one more call, and this also makes him anxious. Looking at his phone, he realizes that now he needs to call his wife, with whom he has been divorced for a long time. He reflects on how she told him she didn't like being called while she was working, but that she might still want to hear from him. After thinking for a bit, he decides to dial this number to talk to his ex-wife. He reassures himself that if everything goes quickly, nothing bad will happen and the conversation will end normally. However, before he can press the call button, his phone starts vibrating as another person is calling him. Kim Sung-hoon is stunned for a few seconds, trying to figure out what just happened before answering the call. His beloved daughter Sammy calls him, and he asks if she has finished school. Sammy replies that that's exactly it, and Kim Sung-hoon tells her to come to the house since he's already on his way home. After this, he continues to walk forward, talking to his daughter and asking her about her day. This conversation is nothing special, but it is very important for Kim Sun-hyun to maintain contact with his daughter. At least these conversations help him somehow cope with the situation he finds himself in. This world seems incredibly huge and not at all friendly to him, while he tries to survive and not be crushed by circumstances. After a while, he comes home, and Sammy is already talking on the phone with someone else. Kim Seung-hyun watches the television, where they are advertising yet another product that the locals seem to be delighted with. The woman on the screen says that there will be no problems with this product, and that everyone should definitely try it. Sammy doesn't seem too interested in the conversation, but continues to engage in it out of politeness. However, her face noticeably changes, and Kim Sung-hoon realizes that the topic of conversation has shifted to something more important. Kim Sun-hyun decides to turn down the volume on the TV to find out what exactly his daughter is talking about. Sammy asks when the woman will arrive, and Kim Sung-hyun immediately guesses who she is talking to. He understands that his daughter is communicating with her mother, despite the fact that she told him that she would be talking to a friend. Kim Sun-hyun is finally convinced of this when she hears that her daughter has started speaking Korean instead of English. Sammy asks her mother what she picked at the farm today, while Kim Sun-hyun looks at family photos. Then he freezes for a while, continuing to listen to the details of their conversation, which do not explain anything to him. He also looks down at his leg, which still hasn't healed from a serious injury he suffered many years ago. Sammy continues to talk to her mother, and it becomes obvious that she misses her very much and wants to spend more time with her. Kim Sung-hyun picks up the phone lying on the small table and tries to figure out what to do next. Then he closes the door and goes into another room to call his friend who promised to help him. When he turns on the tap, he feels incredible pain that shoots through his knees and still doesn't go away without pills. He says irritably that he should have realized right away that something was wrong with this lawyer, and that this damned man turned out to be a common swindler. Meanwhile, television reports indicate that, despite all the rumors, the opening of the new amusement park will proceed without any problems. Sammy asks his mother if she is coming next week and adds that he really wants to see her. However, she soon learns something that immediately makes her noticeably sadder. She asks if she will have to wait another 2 months before they can finally see each other. She then reminds her mother that she had promised to come next week, But now she has suddenly changed the dates. Kim Sun-hyun comes closer to his daughter and asks her not to hang up, but to hand the phone to her dad so that he can talk to her mom. Sammy immediately says that he is not talking to his mother at all, but to a friend, hoping that this lie will sound convincing. Kim Sung-han realizes that this is a completely unconvincing excuse that only a child who hasn't yet learned how to lie could come up with. He quickly takes the phone and says that dad needs to talk to mom, and for now, she should go watch TV. He then gently leads her out of the room and asks her to wait a little, as this conversation will not be easy. He asks his ex-wife what they were talking about, and she replies that she wanted to tell him earlier, but something unexpected happened. Kim Sun-hyun asks what exactly happened, and she replies that certain events occurred that are difficult for her to talk about. Kim Sun-hyun tells his wife that without her, everything is going wrong and he can't find a job. He then asks her to explain what happened, and she explains that the former restaurant owner helped her get a new job. Kim Sung-han loses his composure and asks if she seriously thinks this isn't just another excuse not to come. Immediately after these words, he realizes that he made a big mistake because his daughter heard him lose his temper. Then he asks his ex-wife to tell him the address of the farm, saying that he will come the day after tomorrow, and they will definitely discuss everything in person. However, now his wife is starting to get irritated and asks if he is really serious about this. She accuses him of not understanding her because she is there for their visa, while he has been messing around all this time. She also reminds him that he promised to solve the problems through acquaintances, but there is still no news from them. He claims that he can handle everything on his own, but she openly doubts that he is truly capable of it. After a while, she abruptly declares that they will talk later, after which she immediately hangs up. Kim Sung-hoon looks at the phone in surprise and wonders if she really decided to end the conversation with him. He tries to call back, but the answering machine informs him that the subscriber's phone is switched off and it is impossible to contact him. He understands that everything did not go as he planned, and now he will have to somehow explain himself to his daughter. The weather outside is rapidly deteriorating, and by evening a real downpour begins, which only intensifies the general feeling of melancholy. The TV continues to show yet another children's show in which some senseless fuss is going on. Kim Sun-hyun sits down on the sofa next to her daughter, who is sitting at a small table and thinking hard about something. Kim Sung-han is barely aware of what is being shown on TV, as it has no meaning to him at the moment. He hears the tense sound of a fork scraping against a ceramic plate, and realizes that his daughter is not touching her food at all. She looks like her mind is on completely different things, and it is obvious that she is very worried about her parents' quarrel. Kim Sun-hyun understands that he is about to have a very difficult conversation, and decides to clear his throat properly beforehand. He asked his daughter what she thought about moving to South Korea for school, where it would be easier for her. Kim Sung-han said that there were many children like her studying there, so she would definitely be able to make friends. Sammy didn't even turn in his direction and sadly asked if her mother would go with them. Kim Sung-hyun squeezed his legs together tensely and tried to figure out how to tell his daughter that things weren't going well with her mother. However, before he could respond, Sammy herself said that she did not want to go to school in Korea. After a short pause, she added that she couldn't even write Korean properly, but Kim Sung-hoon promised to teach her everything. Sammy immediately refused, declaring that she was not going to go anywhere unless her beloved mother went there. Meanwhile, on TV, they showed a naughty child who refused to eat some strange dish. Kim Sung-han quickly glanced at the screen and realized that the girl and his daughter had quite a lot in common. After that, he asked Sammy with a heavy heart who she preferred to live with, knowing that he would hardly like the answer. Sammy didn't answer and continued to stare at her plate, trying to find the right words. She then said that she was told that if her mother and father divorced, the daughter should stay with her mother. Kim Sung-hyun looked at her in surprise and asked who told her such things. Sammy didn't have time to give a specific answer, and he immediately said that he wasn't angry and just wanted to know the truth. Sammy began to stutter, trying to remember who exactly said it, and Kim Sung-hyun gradually began to lose patience. However, he immediately apologized and said that he did not mean to raise his voice at her. He then assured his daughter that he was not trying to scold her, and asked why she thought that her parents would definitely get divorced. He promised that his mother would be back soon, and asked her not to worry and not to pay attention if any of her classmates said such things. After that, he asked her if she understood him, and asked her to answer. Sammy said in a plaintive voice that she understood everything, And at that moment, an advertisement for an amusement park started showing on TV. The advertisement said that this was a fantastic place to relax and have an unforgettable experience. It was also reported that the park contained a magical new world, including a zoo. The presenter added that there is also a botanical garden here, known as a small jungle, full of all sorts of adventures. Kim Sung-hoon changed the channel because the commercial was getting on his nerves. He thought he had been seeing advertisements for this amusement park too often lately. As he continued to flip through the channels, he noticed that Sammy was very unhappy about it. He looked at her, but she quickly looked down and continued picking at her plate. He then asked if she wanted him to switch it back, but Sammy immediately replied that there was no need. After a short pause, she said that Rachel from her class was also planning to go to this amusement park. Kim Sung-hyun asked her where she got such a friend, but Sammy replied that Rachel was not her friend, but just a braggart. Kim Sung-hyun thought that children grow up very quickly and already start bragging about whether they have a boyfriend. He then asked himself if her mother knew that their daughter was already interested in such things. Looking at his leg, he remembered that his wife had disappeared for several months, and he was already tired of counting the days until her return. Then he looked at his daughter and realized that he needed to take a break at least a little bit, because everything in his life was not going according to plan. He suddenly asked Sammy if she wanted to go to that amusement park, since he had nothing to do anyway. Sammy turned sharply to face him, and their eyes met, followed by an awkward silence for a few seconds. She asked if he really wanted to go there with her. Kim Sung-hyun replied that he had no reason to deceive her since it would not cause him any serious inconvenience. He immediately noticed how her face lit up with happiness, as if she still couldn't believe that this was actually happening. Sammy jumped up and down happily, and Kim Sung-hyun asked if she really wanted to go there that badly. After that, she jumped onto the sofa and looked at her father, not hiding her sincere smile. Kim Sung-hyun thought that he hadn't expected such a reaction, as he was sure that she would only want to go there with her mother. Meanwhile, the advertisement stated that the park had prepared a variety of events and a very extensive entertainment program. Kim Sung-hyun was glad that he had managed to solve at least one problem for a short time and make his daughter happy. Despite this, the woman on TV looked rather sinister, but neither he nor Sammy paid any attention to it. After a while, they headed towards the bus that was heading straight to this amusement park. Kim Sung-hyun easily reached the right stop and prepared to board the bus. After that, they had a rather long road ahead of them to the park, located several states away. They had plenty of time to enjoy the stunning views of the endless expanses. Kim Seung-hyun didn't share Sammy's enthusiasm, which was understandable considering all the problems he had to deal with. Nevertheless, this sunny day allowed him to at least briefly take a break and hope for the best. After a while, the driver announced that they had arrived at the destination, while Sammy had already fallen asleep. Kim Sung-hyun gently woke her up and told her that they had already arrived, hinting that otherwise she would miss all the fun. The bus creaked as it slowed down and gradually stopped near the parking lot. The passengers exiting the plane joyfully said that they had finally arrived, although their backs were very sore after the long journey. Someone loudly announced that everyone who wanted to buy tickets to the amusement park should follow him. Kim Sung-hyun and Sammy walked on, looking around and feeling that the place was filled with positive energy. There were a lot of people around, making noise and enjoying being there on such a beautiful sunny day. Sammy took a few steps forward and felt incredible admiration at what she saw. Something truly gigantic appeared before her eyes, and she raised her head to fully enjoy the sight. This amusement park featured giant walls styled to resemble the walls of an incredibly beautiful castle. Kim Seung-hyun was also very impressed by the overall appearance of the place and realized that he had never seen anything like it before. Gradually, they came closer and closer to the giant gates, which looked even more massive. All around, there was a constant noise of happy children, who were also very happy to have come here today. Kim Sung-hyun and Sammy walked further and further, rushing forward and looking at everything that caught their eye. Sammy noticed the beautiful flowers that were planted specifically to attract more children. Also, near the entrance, there was a giant figure, somewhat reminiscent of a beautiful hare. Sammy pulled her father along with her and said that they needed to get further as quickly as possible to see everything. Kim Sung-hyun, lost in thought, looked around and noticed a variety of different animators. The place looked like a small town, and he thought that if something happened, it would be possible to survive here for a long time. The crowd grew larger and larger as they moved further, and the noise grew even louder. Kim Sung-hyun said that the advertisement was indeed true, and that the place was incredibly popular. Kim Sung-hyun then asked his daughter if she had decided which ride she wanted to go on, and Sammy looked at the map. At that moment, Kim Sung-han turned around abruptly, hearing a strange baby cry, and tried to understand what had happened. The woman reassured the little girl, saying that the man in the suit was just joking, so there was no need to worry. Kim Sung-hyun shifted his gaze slightly to the side and carefully examined the people behind the couple. The man and woman were happily spending time together, enjoying each other's company. Kim Sung-han realized that he had once sat like this with his wife on a bench, but now that was a thing of the past. However, his sad thoughts were interrupted by a strange figure that suddenly appeared nearby and blocked his view. The man in the clown costume asked if he was scared by such an unexpected appearance, and Kim Sung-hyun took a step back. Smiling slightly, he asked the clown to move away and tried to understand why he had come so close. However, this strange worker continued to stare into his eyes, although the eyes themselves were not visible because of the mask. Sammy happily hugged her father and said that it was just a clown, so they should run on. Kim Sung-hyun didn't quite understand the connection, but the girl pulled him along, and he had no choice but to follow her. After that, they headed to one of the giant queues leading to some kind of attraction. Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy had a great time together. Even though Kim Sung-hoon was constantly deep in thought, he really had to walk a lot, and it was a serious test for his bad leg. Together, they visited an attraction with special cars, in which one of the passengers had to drive the vehicle. They also visited a special carousel, which provided a truly extreme experience. They also visited the water attraction, where Kim Sung-hyun protected his daughter from splashes of water with a jacket. The park featured a variety of different attractions that amazed with their creativity and uniqueness. Sammy continued to call for her father to follow her, as if her energy had not diminished at all despite the long day. Gradually, they reached a special area in honor of Halloween, which was called the Scream Zone. Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy walked through a haunted house, and it gave them an unforgettable experience. Kim Sung-hyun took everything more seriously, so he found this place quite creepy. However, at a certain point, his health problems began to make themselves felt more and more. He thought that despite the medication they had taken, the pain had returned because they had been walking for too long. Kim Sung-han wondered if his daughter would be offended if he said it was time for them to go home. He approached Sammy carefully, trying to figure out how best to begin this difficult conversation. He said they should ride this ride one more time and then start packing up, and she asked if that was all. Kim Sung-hyun thought that this answer was quite predictable, while Sammy said that she wanted to try many more things. Then Kim Sung-han asked if they could rest for a while because he was very tired, but Sammy replied that he could rest alone. Suddenly, two people walked past them, unceremoniously pushing their way out of line. Kim Sung-han looked at the two of them in surprise, trying to understand why they had decided to behave so dishonestly. He soon realized that the young man was trying to impress his girlfriend, who, apparently, really liked this behavior. After a few moments, they began whispering to each other, and one could only guess what exactly they were talking about. Sammy looked at them in surprise and said that they were standing first, and these people went ahead without asking. Kim Sung-hyun said he wanted to tell them something, but he felt uncomfortable making a scene in front of his daughter. Kim Sung-han then took a few steps towards the couple and tried to speak to them in broken English. They mockingly asked if this man was really trying to speak English, since, according to them, they did not understand anything. Suddenly, the guy decided to come closer to show how cool and brave he was. He told Kim Sung-hoon that if he came here, he should speak their language normally. Pointing his finger at him, he added that otherwise his daughter would learn the same nonsense. Kim Sung-han was extremely stunned by such impudence and tried to figure out how he should respond. Looking at him, he realized that in front of him were ordinary students who had not yet encountered serious problems. He put his hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down, but it turned out to be a big mistake. The bully immediately pushed him aside and ordered him not to touch him unless he wanted to get into serious trouble. Immediately after that, he pushed Kim Sung-hoon again, causing him to lose his balance and fall onto the metal floor. Kim Sung-hyun, of course, immediately fell down, since it was very difficult to stay upright with his injured legs. He cleared his throat and realized that he was in the most unfortunate position possible. The girl told her boyfriend to calm down because they didn't need any extra trouble at this amusement park. After that, they moved on, leaving Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy alone with the rest of the crowd who were waiting for them to pass. Sammy looked at her father for a moment, realizing how humiliating a position he had just found himself in. Immediately after that, she turned around and ran away, diving under one of the fences, after which Kim Sung-hun tried to follow her. He called her name, but she walked away in annoyance, paying no attention to him at all. He asked her where she was going, but the girl just shook her head in irritation and continued walking away. At one point, she asked him why he was limping again, and demanded that he stop immediately. Kim Seong-hyun said that if they didn't go on the ride now, they would have to go to the back of the line. Sammy said she wouldn't ride and loudly declared that she hated him and wanted to go back to her mom. Kim Seong-hyun stopped and froze when he heard these very unpleasant words, but he had nothing to say. Sammy, meanwhile, began to cry out of a completely understandable and sincere feeling of irritation with her parents. Kim Sung-han looked down, realizing that he was truly a pathetic person who couldn't even defend himself. However, he also understood that he needed to somehow make amends and improve his relationship with his daughter. He admitted that he was very much at fault and invited her to sit down nearby to rest a little. He told her that he would be back soon and asked her to wait for him here for just a little while and not to go anywhere. Immediately after that, he turned around and went off in an unknown direction to do something. Sammy continued to sit on the small concrete structure, directly behind which was a flower bed. The noise around her did not subside, but on the contrary, only increased due to the fact that more and more people were arriving here. Gradually, this atmosphere began to seem more and more tense to her, rather than entertaining or pleasant. She began to look around cautiously, and the music became more and more ominous in her childish ears. The animators, dressed in bright and beautiful costumes, began to seem much more frightening to her. Other parents who were walking near their children also began to cause her serious concern for some reason. She heard the little girl say that the princess waved at her and asked her parents if they had seen it. The parents replied that they had seen everything, since princesses notice each other from afar, and then hugged the child. Sammy began rubbing her hands and worrying about where her father was, hoping that he would return soon. She carefully descended to the ground and looked around in search of her father, who had mysteriously disappeared somewhere. She looked around her, seeing only a huge crowd that was going somewhere about its business. Another ride train was speeding past her, filling everything around with loud screams and the sounds of metal. For a moment, people began to seem to her like very creepy creatures who were about to pounce on her. Sammy suddenly felt very sad, and tears came to her eyes again as she called out for her mother. Kim Sung-hyun suddenly appeared in front of her and handed her an ice cream, asking what happened and why she was crying. After catching his breath, he said that he had brought her favorite chocolate ice cream, which she always asked him for. Kim Sung-han asked her if she wanted that ice cream, reminding her that she always asked for that particular ice cream when she was a child. Sammy didn't come to her senses right away and looked at her father for a while with a frightened and anxious look. Kim Sung-hoon asked her if he had remembered wrongly, and then suggested that perhaps she liked strawberry. Sammy rubbed her eyes, then took the ice cream from him and said that she really liked chocolate too. Kim Sung-hoon breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was already afraid that he had once again misremembered her favorite flavor. After that, he said that while he was going to get ice cream, he saw an even cooler attraction and suggested going there together. Sammy said abruptly that she wanted to go home, and this surprised him greatly. Sammy explained that she didn't want to stand in line and that her dad's leg hurt, so it would be better to go home after ice cream. Kim Seong-hyun said that the guy did not push him in line, but he tripped due to a serious leg injury. Kim Sung-hyun slapped his leg several times and said that he was a pretty strong person, so there was no need to worry. He asked her again if she wanted to go for a ride, but she continued shaking her head and eating ice cream. Kim Sung-hyun understood that the child was actually just pretending to avoid upsetting him, although she really wanted to stay. Suddenly, another powerful roller coaster train passed overhead, deafening them with its sounds. Kim Seong-hyun looked up and said that the gusts of wind from this attraction were really impressive. He said that this was exactly the ride he had told her about, emphasizing that it was much cooler than anything they had already tried. Sammy looked at the ride with excitement and realized that she really wanted to ride it at least once. Sammy agreed and they headed forward, periodically looking around and noticing the different entertainers. They found the entrance to this attraction quite quickly, but the queue to it was truly colossal. Kim Sung-han felt himself getting very hot, but Sammy remained incredibly enthusiastic despite everything. She started counting the number of people being launched at one time to figure out one very important thing. She tensely counted all the people, and then spent some time adding up these numbers in her head. She happily told her dad that if her calculations were correct, they would finally be able to ride in the front row of this attraction. Kim Sung-hyun asked her if this was really the case, and then said that it was very nice. The line moved rather slowly, as each ride lasted several minutes, but they were inexorably approaching boarding. The staff loudly announced that passengers leaving the attraction should not forget their belongings. Sammy looked closely at the passing passengers and realized that she had seriously miscalculated. After that, she looked away and sadly looked at the floor, and then looked up at the attraction again. The employee said that the current lineup only had seats at the very back. Sammy said sadly that she had made a mistake and that it looked like they would have to ride in the very last seat. People gradually began to occupy the remaining seats and talk to each other in English. Suddenly, Kim Sung-hong heard a voice directed specifically at him, and he looked up. A small couple said they wanted to give up their seats so they could sit in the front. Kim Sung-hyun thanked them sincerely in English, and they admitted that they were afraid to sit in the front seat. Kim Soon-hyun and Sammy sat in the front seats, after which the staff announced that the seatbelts had been lowered. Sammy and Kim Sung-hyun looked at each other happily, realizing that everything would definitely be fine now. The staff asked if everyone was ready for the ride, and then announced that it was time to go. The ride began to make a loud metallic creaking sound, and Kim Sung-hyun and Sammy joyfully stretched out their hands. However, suddenly, not far from the place where they were gradually climbing up, a couple appeared, talking about something to each other. Kim Seung-hyun heard them talking in Korean about how the ride wasn't as scary as they thought. The girl walking next to the man said that she hadn't digested the burger yet, so it would be better to come back another time. Kim Seung-hyun turned around out of pure curiosity to see what kind of Koreans had come here to relax. However, he immediately noticed that the girl walking next to the man was wearing a very familiar hair clip. Kim Sung-han decided to take a closer look to find out if everything was really as he initially thought. Looking more closely, he learned with horror that this girl was his wife, who for some reason ended up here. A memory immediately came to his mind of how she had once said that she really wanted this particular hairpin. Kim Sung-hyun gave her this piece of jewelry for their wedding anniversary, and his wife was very pleasantly surprised at the time. She put on this hairpin almost immediately so as never to forget her beloved husband. Kim Sung-hyun briefly recalled how she had asked him how he looked with that new hair clip. Kim Sung-hyun told her that she was beautiful, and now he saw his wife again in the company of another man. This hairpin was like a red rag to a bull for him, and he couldn't stop looking at these people. Doubts gradually dissipated, and he realized that in front of him was indeed his wife, who for some reason ended up here. The man asked her how she was feeling, and she replied with slight irritation that she was fine. Kim Sung-hyun was still trying to understand how this was even possible and what was going on here. Looking at the man next to his wife, he remembered that he had already raised this topic in a conversation with her, but she had refused. She said that they were all like family in the restaurant and claimed that the man with glasses was the owner of the restaurant. Kim Sung-han couldn't believe what was happening and began to get more and more nervous. He started shouting loudly that he wanted to get down, but people did not understand him because he spoke in Korean. He tried to struggle out of his seat and said that he needed to get down and that they should listen to him. However, no one paid any attention to him, while his wife and her new man walked off in an unknown direction. Kim Sung-hyun began to fidget in place and asked everyone else to wait while he sorted something out. Sammy looked at him in fear and asked what was wrong, while he said that no one could hear him. The people in the back rows said that he should be quieter, since they had not yet reached the point where they needed to shout. Sammy looked at her angry father and asked why he was twitching like that, assuming he was scared. Kim Sung-hyun asked himself why everything was happening this way, and how it had even gotten to such a terrible point. He briefly recalled the moments when they had just started becoming parents and their daughter was born. However, even then, doubts could be seen in the woman's eyes as to whether she really wanted to be a mother. Kim Sung-hyun reassured himself that it was simply not true, and that he had probably only imagined it. Kim Sung-hyun took out his phone to call his wife, hoping that this misunderstanding could be easily resolved. His heart started pounding wildly, and he silently prayed that she would pick up the phone and that this would all be just a dream. Meanwhile, the people behind him were saying that the descent would begin very soon, so they should be prepared to rejoice. The locomotive gradually approached the steep descent, and people began to raise their hands in anticipation. Kim Sung-hyun heard the answering machine informing him that the subscriber was not answering, and that he could leave a message after the tone. A few moments later, the locomotive suddenly began to brake, causing Kim Sung-hyun to lose his balance. His hands were thrown forward by inertia, and the phone began to fall down onto the floor of the trailer. People started asking what had happened and why they had stopped abruptly if there had been no reason for it yet. Kim Sung-hoon let out a tense breath as his phone gave the distinctive beep that signaled the end of the call. Some people said that this was probably how it was supposed to be, since the stop was needed to increase tension. However, the people at the top quickly realized that the other rides had also suddenly stopped. Sammy began to feel a little uneasy about being suspended at a great height from which she could fall. There was a slight noise, but it died down rather quickly, and no one paid much attention to it. People were saying that it was all very strange and that something seemed to be broken in the ride, and it was starting to irritate them. Their conversations were briefly silenced by a loud and lively melody playing through the built-in speaker. An unknown voice announced that this was an emergency announcement from the Wizarding New World regarding the current situation. The voice apologized to all visitors for the inconvenience caused and announced that an important announcement was about to be made. He added that an unknown substance had been discovered in the park and that, by order of health authorities, the park had been temporarily closed. The voice warned that after listening to this announcement, one should not return to the entrance, as this would be a mistake. The voice also said that gathering in one place was extremely risky and that social distancing was necessary. He asked visitors not to leave the park grounds, as doing so would be extremely unsafe and reckless. The voice added that otherwise the administration would not be able to take responsibility for their safety. Kim Sung-han didn't understand what was happening and why everything suddenly started to sound so apocalyptic and scary. The voice became more ominous and thanked everyone for their attention and understanding in this delicate matter. People still on the ride gradually began to talk among themselves after the announcement ended. They wondered what it all meant, assuming it was some kind of Halloween production and part of a show. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han was completely confused by what he had just seen, so he had no time for it. He was still trying to figure out what to do with his wife, who might have cheated on him with another man. Sammy turned to him and asked if he was okay, after which he finally came to his senses and turned to his daughter. He looked around and asked what was going on, causing the girl to puff out her cheeks in irritation. People said they were standing there too long for a regular show and assumed there would be some kind of surprise announcement soon. The wheels began to creak a little, and people thought that the ride would now start moving again. However, after a few moments, they heard several signals that immediately attracted their attention. The girl said that everyone heard the announcement and added that the seatbelts were going up, so they needed to be careful. The visitors asked if this was a joke, and the girl replied that everything was really happening and they needed to go down the stairs. The irritated passengers asked how they were going to compensate them for this, to which the girl replied that she didn't know. She also said that she only received this information and that she could only apologize. Sammy sadly climbed out while Kim Sung-hoon continued to tug at the seatbelt with all his might. Sammy said that it looked like everything was broken, so it would be better if they just went home. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun continued to tug at the seatbelt and tried to figure out why it wouldn't lift. Sammy asked him what was wrong, and he responded by asking her to call a coworker. Sammy quietly apologized to the girl to get her attention, but Kim Sung-han asked her to speak louder. Sammy called out loudly to the employee and raised her hand to make herself more visible. The girl approached the front seat and said that they needed to get out immediately, and Kim Sung-hoon started mumbling in response. After that, she realized that the problem was with the seatbelt and tried to find out what caused the malfunction. She carefully examined the design of the seat, after which she apologized for any inconvenience. Kim Sung-hyun turned his head to the side so as not to arouse his daughter's suspicions. Without figuring out the problem, the girl ran away, saying that she would quickly bring a technician and they would fix everything. Some time passed, but no one came to him to help in this difficult situation. Kim Sung-hyun looked around anxiously, hoping that the ride wouldn't suddenly move on without his knowledge. Sammy, meanwhile, looked down with genuine fear and alarm, trying to figure out what was going on the other rides. Sammy heard a loud crash from below that reached all the way up, and Kim Sung-han called out to her and asked her to be careful. Kim Sung-han said that it was very dangerous and that she should go down, but Sammy replied that everything would be fine. Kim Sung-han stated that it was not up for discussion, after which she repeated again that everything was fine and that she would be right back. Kim Sung-hyun watched her go, and then realized that he still had to deal with what had happened at the very beginning of the trip. An incredible sadness tormented him because he had just seen how his marriage might have come to a tragic end. However, he still consoled himself with hope, saying that it was certainly some kind of mistake. He assumed that perhaps he had made a mistake because she couldn't be here, She should have been at the farm, and she hadn't answered the call because of work. Time passed, and at such a height, disturbing gusts of wind continued to blow, which did not inspire peace at all. Kim Seung-hyun gradually began to tremble due to natural fear and mounting tension. Kim Seung-kan said he was afraid to be at such a height, and that the technician they promised to call had not yet arrived. An additional problem was that he really needed to go to the toilet, but he still couldn't get out of this trap. Kim Seung-hyun looked around and said that from here it was completely impossible to see what was happening below, and this worried him. Sammy said that the girl who was supposed to call the technician had not returned yet, and she didn't know what to do. Kim Seung-hyun asked her why she came up here again since it was dangerous, to which she replied that she was bored. Kim Seung-hyun said that something must have happened since the person who was supposed to help them had not yet come to them. Sammy said she needed to go and call someone because otherwise they would never get a technician. Kim Seung-hyun told her that she couldn't go anywhere because he wouldn't be able to look after her, and she didn't speak English well. After that, he realized that even if she told him what the real problem was, it would be quite difficult to explain. Then he realized that he couldn't take it anymore and thought with irritation that he was acting like a child. After a short pause, he told her to go downstairs and buy a drink from the vending machine. Sammy said she could call people, but he replied that she just needed to get him a small drink. He also said that she should not talk to other people, especially if they seemed strange to her, because she could be kidnapped. Sammy looked down guiltily, then said that she understood everything perfectly and would try to help him. Kim Seung-hyun took her hand and told her that she should only buy a soda and come back to him immediately. Finally, he asked her to buy a drink in a plastic bottle with a lid and advised her to descend carefully. Sammy didn't answer, and Kim Seung-hyun asked if she understood him. But there was no answer. Sammy walked down the stairs in annoyance, saying that they had come here in vain and that she was left completely disappointed. She also said that this is how things always end with her father, and she shouldn't have any illusions. She said angrily that it would have been much better if she and her mother had come here, since then such a problem would not have arisen. As she was leaving the ride, she said she really wanted to go home and expressed hope that she would see her mother soon. Surprisingly, she hardly met any other people, as if everyone had disappeared somewhere. Although just a minute ago, it had been lively here. Soon, she came across lonely vending machines, one of which had just the bottle she needed. Sammy quickly bent down to pick up the bottle and carry it to her father. However, the abruptly changed atmosphere did not allow her to return calmly, and she decided to look around a little. She said it had become incredibly quiet in the amusement park, and wondered where everyone had suddenly disappeared to. Gradually, she began to hear people's voices and moved in that direction to find out what was going on there. She peered carefully around the corner and felt the voices becoming clearer and clearer. People gathered around the small stage where the musicians were supposed to perform. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hyun continued to try to unfasten his seatbelt, but it was completely unyielding. Kim Seung-hyun wondered if Sammy would be able to buy everything he needed and whether he would call someone else. Meanwhile, Sammy tried unsuccessfully to find help, but the adults were too busy with their wives and children. Some tourists spoke very little English at all, as they came here from completely different countries. Sammy wondered what she should do and tried to find at least someone who spoke Korean. At some point, it seemed to her that the man standing nearby spoke excellent Korean. She tugged at his sleeve and tried to explain the situation, saying that her father was stuck and she needed help as quickly as possible. However, the man turned away almost immediately without answering, as he had much more serious problems. Sammy overheard his conversation and realized that he really spoke excellent Korean and was worried about being late for his flight. People loudly wondered how the administration was going to compensate for what had happened and demanded that the chief be called. The employees said that there was no need to crowd because there were too many people at the entrance and this could lead to problems. Sammy listened to the cries of people demanding that they stop talking nonsense and just bring someone from the administration here. Sammy thought with fear that there was real chaos all around, and she urgently needed to find someone who could help her father. Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere and approached her and asked if she was okay. He asked why she was alone and quickly realized that she didn't understand English very well. Sammy asked for help in broken English, explaining that her father was in trouble, and the man roughly understood what she meant. Sammy pointed to the roller coaster, and the man said that it looked like something had happened and her father was stuck somewhere at the top. After this, he happily extended his hand to her and said that he would be very happy to help her. Sammy trustingly extended her hand to him, despite her father's orders not to talk to strangers. Of course, other people had no desire whatsoever to follow other people's problems, and therefore did not attach any importance to this. So this very strange man gradually led Sammy further and further away from the crowd. He tried to calm her down and said that he understood perfectly well the situation she was in and sincerely sympathized with her. He blamed other people for their inaction because the little girl asked for help, and they simply ignored her. Then he asked where her mother was, because he was very curious about where this beautiful girl's mother had gone. Sammy carefully said that she had only come here with her dad, and the man replied that everything was clear now. He asked again where her mother had gone, and then, after a short pause, suggested that perhaps he had asked too personal a question. Sammy looked down, making it clear that she didn't really want to discuss this painful topic for her. Suddenly, the man told that his parents had divorced. He stayed to live with his father, and he remembered almost nothing about his mother. He then said that separation from parents is very unpleasant, after which he decided to get to the point. He said that she would cope just fine without her mother, just like him. And these words were already beginning to really scare her. Sammy said in Korean that her mom and dad weren't getting divorced, but the man replied that he didn't understand her. After that, he squeezed her hand hard, and it started to cause her serious discomfort. So she tried to find out what was going on. She looked up at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him and why he was acting so strange. The man gave her a creepy look and asked what happened and why she suddenly became so scared. With a nasty smile, he said that he must have something on his face. Otherwise, he wouldn't understand why she was acting like that. Sammy said they were going in the wrong direction and her father was not where he was taking her. However, instead of reacting to her words in any way, he simply continued to pull her further and further. Somewhere in the park, an unknown man decided to listen to music and turned the volume up to maximum. This young man was wearing very strange headphones that looked more like a hearing aid. The music was playing so loudly that it could be heard even several meters away from him. It was along this very road that same vile criminal walked, still holding Sammy tightly by the hand. At first, the young man paid no attention to the people passing by, as one of his headphones was firmly inserted into his ear. However, at some point, he decided to look up to see who was passing by him. The first thing he saw was an extremely frightened girl who looked into his eyes and desperately tried to show that she needed help. After that, she continued to look at him with genuine concern, and the young man tried to understand what all this meant. After a few moments, he realized that something was clearly wrong here and began to make a decision about what to do. Sammy, meanwhile, tried to reach out to this man, hoping to somehow beg him for help. She asked where they were going and explained that her dad was in a completely different place. The man abruptly pulled her towards him and said that she should calmly follow him if she didn't want problems. The bottle fell out of her hands, fell to the ground and rolled to the side, but no one even tried to pick it up. The scoundrel asked if she really wanted to never see her dad again, making it clear that he could easily arrange that. Sammy realized that what her father had warned her about had happened, and that she had been wrong to disobey him when he sent her out for a drink. Kim Sung-han began screaming loudly, saying that she wanted to leave and deal with all the problems on her own. The criminal asked her if she had been in that mirror maze, claiming that everyone became more beautiful in it. Sammy tried to escape from the clutches of this scoundrel, but she failed because she was too weak. As a gesture of desperation, she even tried to bite him to somehow force him to open his hand. However, this vile criminal only turned around, and the same vile smile appeared on his face. A few moments later, he heard the serious voice of a young man asking for a moment of his attention. The voice asked them if there was any problem, and Sammy realized that this might be her chance to save herself. The young man looked closely at the couple, while holding in his hand the bottle that the unfortunate Sammy had dropped. The scoundrel said that there were no problems, but the young man stated that, apparently, this girl was very uncomfortable. The man said that the Asian girl was lost and he was helping her, and her parents were probably worried, so there was nothing to worry about. The young man didn't fall for such bluffs and said that it all looked like he was trying to kidnap her. The strange men looked at him for a while, realizing that his criminal and terrible intentions were hidden. After that, he didn't pay any extra attention and simply turned around as if this conversation had never happened. He took her away and told her that they should go look for her parents again, but she continued to resist. The next second, a plastic bottle flew at his head, which immediately opened and doused the scoundrel with water. Irritated, he turned around to see if someone had really just thrown a bottle at him. He looked at the calm boy and asked him how he dared to throw that pathetic piece of trash at his head. He called him a nasty boy and wondered how anyone could talk to adults like that. Coming closer to him, he finally let go of Sammy and demanded that someone apologize so as not to get into trouble. However, despite the fact that he came almost right up to him, the boy did not utter a single word and only glared at him. After this, the scoundrel decided to knock the cap off his head with a sharp blow and asked him if he really didn't want to do it the easy way. After that, he grabbed him by the collar and said that it was time to leave good memories of the amusement park. The impact caused the young man's hearing aid to fall to the ground and make a dull thud. But no one paid any attention. Meanwhile, the young man continued to look sternly at his opponent and called him a vile pedophile, continuing the provocation. The scoundrel said she was teaching him manners. If his parents hadn't forgotten what it was like to raise children properly, the boy closed his eyes, realizing that he better prepare himself for a serious beating, because this man was serious. However, suddenly another, colder and harsher voice was heard in the air, asking what was going on here. A man turned to his son Reggie and asked him if he didn't know the meaning of the word wait. He added that his patience was far from infinite, after which he froze, wondering what was going on here. The vile criminal realized that everything turned out completely differently than he wanted, and now he would have to justify himself. Reggie's father came closer to them and spoke rudely to the man who had grabbed his son by the clothes. The man asked them if they could explain what was going on and why they were frozen in that position. Sammy walked closer to them and felt her heart start to beat incredibly fast with all its might. Reggie's father said he had no idea what was going on, but it would be better if he let her go. The criminal approached the man and asked if the boy was his son, and he confirmed it. The criminal said that his son owed him an apology because he had thrown a bottle of water at him. The father ordered his son to apologize immediately, but Reggie loudly asked him if he understood what he was saying. His father said that he didn't care because he was speaking too loudly and that he should tone it down, but he continued to resist. Dad let out a tense breath and said he'd see if Reggie could scream like that when they got home. After this, he turned to the criminal and asked him to let him go, saying that he was still a child. He was stunned, so his father slapped his hand away, telling him to stop pulling his son's collar. Immediately after this, he turned to Reggie and asked him if he needed attention or if he had lost something. The criminal abruptly placed his hand on the man's shoulder and demanded that he immediately apologize to him for the inconvenience. However, Reggie's father Jerry grabbed him by the shoulders and delivered a powerful blow right to his weakest point. The frightened criminal looked down, feeling that he had not received any serious injuries. And this was strange. Jerry stopped the movement of his leg a second before the impact and asked him if he wanted it decided right then and there. He also asked him in a stern voice if he too was demanding an apology from him for such things. Immediately after this, he let him go and asked him if he wanted this to continue, or if he would leave on good terms. The criminal realized that he had to take advantage of the opportunity while he still had it, and immediately turned around. Reggie bent down to pick up his hearing aid and cap while Jerry watched the villain go. He turned towards his son, and he had already turned around and left, as if nothing had happened. He finally turned his gaze to Sammy, who had not said a single word the entire time and was only trembling with fear. He asked her if her parents hadn't taught her that she shouldn't go somewhere with strangers. Jerry said with sadness in his voice that she, apparently, was also greatly upsetting her parents with such behavior. He advised going to a place where there were a lot of people because it was unsafe, after which Kim Sung-hun began to cry. After that, she said loudly that she was trying to help her father, while he didn't even know anything about it. Jerry tried to understand what the girl was talking about and said that he only understood English. While staring at the roller coaster, he asked her if she wanted to ride it, but quickly realized that she didn't. He assumed that her parents were there and wondered if they were there and why they had climbed to such a height. After a few moments, it dawned on him that they were probably left there because of some kind of malfunction. Meanwhile, we are transported to the very height where all this time Kim Sung-hun was desperately waiting for help. Kim Sung-hun was still trying to suppress his body's natural urges, and his body began to tremble more and more. He tugged at the thread with all his might to at least somehow weaken his urges and switch his attention. However, due to severe stress, he somehow began to feel very lethargic, and gradually his eyes began to close. He gradually came to his senses after hearing an unfamiliar voice, which stated that they had actually closed the entrance to the park. He began to imagine that the wheels of the train he was still in were beginning to creak and move forward. Opening his eyes, he began to feel as if he was falling down and no one had come to rescue him from this deadly trap. Closing his eyes, he began to scream loudly in horror and talked about falling. But this was only a hallucination. Jerry grabbed his head tightly and pushed him aside, telling him that he needed to behave more calmly here so that there would be no problems. Kim Sung-hong gradually came to his senses and wondered if the person who was supposed to help had really come here. Jerry said irritably that there were no professionals here at all, since the man was trapped and they did not help him. Kim Seung-hyun asked him in broken English if he was an employee, but Jerry did not respond. Kim Sung-hoon tried to keep the conversation going and asked him in Korean if he could hear him at all. Jerry suddenly took one of the metal bars and pushed it between the parts of the seatbelt. He also advised him to tilt his head to the other side to avoid injury to his face. Kim Sung-han asked what he was doing to try to resolve the issue, but they simply didn't listen to him. Jerry spun around and prepared to deliver a powerful kick to the metal structure. Kim Seung-hyun immediately pressed himself into his seat and tried to move his head away from the metal bar. Jerry continued to hit the metal bar as hard as he could to loosen the seatbelt. Kim Sung-hyun suddenly called out to him again, asking him to listen and stop doing such things. Jerry immediately tilted him to the side again so that he wouldn't accidentally get seriously injured. Jerry decided that Kim Sung-han didn't understand English anyway, so there was no point in explaining. After a while, his tactics bore serious fruit, and the lock opened with a loud creak. Jerry said that he could overcome such a gap on his own, so he would not do anything further. Kim Seung-hyun carefully lowered himself down, realizing that he actually had more space. In broken English, he addressed his savior and thanked him for his help. Jerry didn't answer and continued to go about his business, ignoring the thanks. Kim Seung-hyun assumed that it was the technician the staff were supposed to call, but he left very quickly. He carefully walked down to the landing and prepared to go down, looking around periodically. Sammy quickly walked up the steps and asked him if he was okay, running happily towards him. Kim Seung-hyun said that the man she brought here had helped him a lot, and now he had escaped from the trap. He noticed tears on her face and asked what had happened, but she replied that nothing serious had happened. She also took his hand and said that she wanted to go home quickly, and Kim Sung-han agreed. After that, they went down and started looking around the amusement park, surprised that there was no one there. Kim Seung-hyun looked around, wondering where everyone had gone and why he hadn't met anyone yet. Sammy tried to leave very quickly and said that they should not waste time, but Kim Sung-han asked her to wait. After a short pause, he asked her about the drink she was supposed to buy. Sammy began to look around absent-mindedly, and Kim Sung-han began to ask why she was walking for so long. Sammy said sharply that nothing had happened, then added that she needed to go to the bathroom. Kim Sung-han tried to find out the reason for the rush, but she said that now was not the time for that. Kim Sung-han tried to stop her, but she continued running to the restroom, ignoring him. Kim Sung-han said that they needed to have a serious talk when she came out of the restroom, but she didn't respond. He heard sounds from the other booth and assumed that someone was already there, so it was better not to shout. He immediately felt unwell when suddenly his stomach began to rumble loudly. Kim Sung-han said that he would also go to the toilet, and as soon as she finished, she should leave immediately and not waste time. After that, he carefully walked into the men's section, which looked much darker than the women's. Looking around, he realized that the lights were simply not working for some unknown reason, and he tried to figure out what was going on. He assumed that someone had simply turned off the lights, and that all he had to do was find the switch to make everything work normally. Having found the switch, he clicked the button several times, but this did not change the lighting situation in any way. Kim Seung-hyun assumed it was a normal malfunction, as the men's restroom usually always had lights on. After looking around a little, he suddenly discovered that somewhere in the distance there was a man who was intensely busy with something. Kim Seung-hyun noted that it was quite creepy, and at first he didn't even notice that there was anyone else there. After that, he went to the urinal to finally relieve himself. During this process, he was thinking because his head began to spin strangely, as if he was very tired. He supposed that perhaps he was overtired and had a cold, which was why his head was buzzing and splitting. However, his attention began to be drawn to very strange sounds coming from this man. Kim Seung-hyun decided to slowly turn his head in his direction to find out what was wrong with this man. From the outside, it might have seemed that this man was behaving very strangely, because he was making sounds as if he was in pain. Kim Seung-hyun took a closer look at him and realized that the man's skin was very red. He was thinking that maybe his zipper was stuck and he couldn't get it free, which was causing him a lot of pain. Meanwhile, this man continued to make strange sounds that began to resemble some kind of rumbling. Kim Seung-hyun wondered what this man was doing in the children's area, and why he wasn't using the restroom if he was feeling sick. He assumed that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, when suddenly the light turned on and began to flash several times. As soon as the light turned on, the man suddenly turned his head and began to stare at Kim Sung-hyun. A few moments later, he greeted him rather loudly but strangely, which attracted Kim Sung-hyun's attention. Part of his face was still hidden, but he continued to repeat the words of greeting as if they were very important to him. Kim Sung-hyun didn't understand why the man was standing there staring at him, but he decided to greet him out of politeness. However, after a few moments, he noticed one very suspicious detail that immediately made him wary. Next to the urinal where this strange man was standing, human legs were still visible, which in theory should not have been there. Kim Sung-hyun looked up at the suspicious man again to find out what this all meant. However, a truly horrific sight appeared before him, as the man's face began to mutate in a hideous manner. Kim Sung-hyun wondered what was wrong with his face, and whether it was real blood that couldn't have come out of nowhere. This creepy monster began to slowly approach him, continuing to repeat the words of greeting. Kim Sung-hyun took a few steps back as the strange creature approached, continuing to greet him. Kim Sung-hyun shouted at him to stay away, but he only repeated his words as if he was hearing them for the first time. Suddenly, his bones began to creak, and his movements became faster and more epileptic, as if he were having a seizure. The strange creature fell to the ground because his pants, which were pulled down too low, prevented him from moving normally. However, this did not end there, and he continued to twitch from side to side as if he was having a seizure. Kim Sung-hyun looked at this sight in horror, unable to simply turn around and run away due to the incredible shock. The monster's face gradually began to transform and drool at an incredible speed. A few moments later, the belt that had been holding those pants tightly together all this time fell at his feet. Kim Sung-hyun looked at the belt carefully, trying to figure out what it all meant, and his breathing became labored. After that, he looked up sharply and realized that the real problem was right in front of him, and it wasn't the belt. This strange creature began to grab the pants that were in its way with its hands and teeth, and successfully got one leg. Kim Sung-hyun realized that he needed to escape from here as quickly as possible and not interact with this abnormal creature. However, the biggest problem now was that his daughter was still in the girls' restroom and needed to be picked up. Kim Sung-hyun glanced sharply from his daughter to the creature still fiddling with his pants, and stopped, turning his head. It turned its whole body, after which it began to slowly rise and gradually crawl closer and closer. Kim Sung-hyun realized that he needed to run away from here quickly, because this creature would now rush right after him. Sammy said that she would come out of the toilet now, but he immediately ordered her to stay there no matter what. He quickly ran out of the men's room as the creature jumped to its feet and prepared to give chase. Sammy washed her hands in irritation, after which she said that she understood him and would stay there for a while longer. Kim Sung-hyun suddenly ran up to her and wondered what he was doing here, since men weren't allowed in here. Kim Sung-hyun grabbed her sharply, trying not to slow down, since in this situation, any delay was mortally dangerous. Kim Sung-hyun immediately ran to a free stall where they could hide and close the door so that they wouldn't be reached. Before the creature could run into the women's restroom after them, it closed and clicked the special lock. After that, they sat in a booth while Sammy asked him why he had barged in so abruptly and taken her here. Kim Sung-hyun immediately interrupted her to keep quiet for a moment and said that they needed to be quiet for now. After that, he continued to catch his breath, realizing that if anything happened, they would have to run away with their daughter. For several seconds, nothing happened, and this confused him, because this creature should have been chasing them. However, a few moments later, their hope of ending the chase was destroyed, as there was a knock at the door. This strange creature began to pound on the door with its head, hoping to break it down. Kim Sung-hyun tried to figure out what to do as the creature continued to bang against the door with all its might. Kim Sung-hyun asked what all this meant and what this creature wanted, still hoping that it was an ordinary person. Sammy clung to her father as she became very scared due to the appearance of this terrible monster. Kim Sung-hyun threatened to call the police, after which silence reigned. But this only increased the fear. Sammy looked down cautiously as she heard strange slapping sounds coming from underneath the stall. She turned to her father and said that there was a hand below that was desperately trying to feel for something. Kim Sung-hyun took a few steps back as the hand gradually crept further and further from under the booth. Kim Sung-hyun was surprised by the resourcefulness of this strange creature and wondered what it all meant. The hand began to rise higher and higher, scratching the wood, as if desperately trying to find something. Kim Seong-hyun took a few steps back and quietly addressed his daughter, advising her to stay behind him. Kim Seong-hyun realized that the creature was groping around with its hand, suggesting that perhaps it was searching for them by touch or something like that. Suddenly, the hand began to act in a much more organized manner, as if the rudiments of intelligence were still preserved in this creature. Kim Seong-hyun realized that the monster was actually trying to grab something from above to open the door. Of course, we were talking about the door handle, which was locked, preventing the monster from getting inside. Kim Seong-hyun realized that there was nothing to worry about, since the creature would not be able to reach her because she was too high up. Looking at the width of the doorway, he realized that there was nothing to worry about, since it was too narrow. Nevertheless, this creature continued to twitch epileptically, hoping to somehow open this damned door. This creature had no sense of self-preservation, so it could easily assume positions that were painful. Sammy said in horror that the creature was trying to open the door and pointed to its attempts. Kim Seong-hyun froze in horror and was still trying to figure out what he should do in this dangerous situation. He tried to calm her down, saying that the arm was too short, so there was no way this creature would be able to open the door. Sammy became increasingly nervous as the creature climbed higher, but Kim Seong-hyun remained calm. Gradually, those fingers almost reached the handle, and Sammy's nerves gave out, so she realized that something had to be done. She rushed forward, saying that she could not allow such a horror to happen. But Kim Seong-hyun did not have time to stop her. She immediately grabbed her purse to hit it on the hand and fight off the creature's attack. But it turned out to be a mistake. Hearing the potential victim approaching, the creature quickly grabbed her by the leg to knock her off balance. Sammy didn't have time to react in time, so Kim Seong-hyun immediately realized that he had to act quickly. He pressed the soles of his boots down on the hand with all his might, trying to break the fingers of the vile creature. Sammy immediately crawled to the side where there was at least some safe place to examine herself. This strange creature only managed to take a small boot that had flown off Sammy's foot, but otherwise everything went fine. After this, the monster began to say Sammy's name, but it sounded as if he could barely speak. He repeated the words Kim Seong-hyun had spoken to her syllable by syllable, but it was obvious the monster did not understand their meaning. Kim Seong-hyun and Sammy looked at the front door in fear and heard strange sounds that resembled the behavior of a dog. Kim Seong-hyun wondered what kind of creature it was, assuming it was a criminal who had gotten into the amusement park. He also noticed a man bleeding in the toilet, which meant that this lunatic probably had a weapon. Kim Seong-hyun carefully climbed onto the closed toilet to check all the options for exiting this eerie place. He carefully leaned against the entrance door of the stall to look down and see what was going on. The strange mutant continued to make vile sounds and uttered the last words he heard from the two of them. After this, he suddenly raised his head, once again revealing his ugly and seriously mutated face. Kim Seong-hyun managed to quickly hide before the creature realized that someone was watching it closely. Kim Seong-hyun realized that this monster was standing right in front of the door, and in this state, they wouldn't be able to escape together. He also realized that the door only opened inward, so there was no way to knock it down. A few seconds later, they heard sounds from the neighboring stall, indicating that someone was flushing the toilet. Kim Seong-hyun wondered if there was some kind of leak or if it was something else entirely. He guessed that there was someone in the other booth, and perhaps they could get out of there together. He shifted cautiously on the toilet to look into the other stall and try to negotiate with the person there. He didn't ask himself why this man hadn't reacted or made a single sound all this time. However, in this situation, when stress was shaking the nervous system, there was simply no time to ask such questions. However, he quickly realized that he would hardly be able to unite with the person from the other booth due to the terrible picture. The woman in this stall placed her hand on the flush button, but her body also appeared mutated. Somehow she managed to stuff her head into the toilet and close the lid, flushing it periodically. However, even from under this lid, strange sounds could be heard from this woman, and they were clearly not friendly. Thus, the heroes found themselves in a very eerie situation, which still remained just as mysterious. The amusement park itself now looked more like a symbol of senseless and gruesome carnage than a kind place. Despite all the horror of what was happening, the park itself remained deserted, as if the people had simply disappeared. However, we returned to this creepy toilet, in which there was another mutant or infected. Kim Seong-hyun didn't understand what these people could be called, although it was a stretch to call them human. But that didn't matter now, because he needed to figure out how not to attract the attention of this mutant as well. The creature continued to make strange sounds, but its head was still turned towards the water, as if its senses had become dulled. Kim Seung-hyun felt himself becoming sick from the overabundance of terrible events and disgusting images. He began to tremble a little while Sammy kept a close eye on the door to make sure it wasn't opened suddenly. Kim Seung-hyun's anxious thoughts were quickly interrupted by the loud sounds of the creature in front of the booth. She continued to pound on the door, hoping that the force of the blow would cause the door to open on its own. These primal instincts were not unfounded, since no wooden door could withstand such a long time. Kim Seung-hyun fell onto the toilet while Sammy immediately jumped towards him and asked him to protect her. Kim Seung-hyun realized that they couldn't stay here any longer, so they needed to come up with an escape plan as quickly as possible. He suddenly remembered that when he ran here, he saw one booth that was clearly not being used by anyone. There was a sign on this booth that advised visitors to use other booths instead. Kim Seung-hyun turned to his daughter and asked her if she had ever climbed the jungle gym on the playground. Sammy asked what it all meant, and Kim Seung-hyun said that he would stand as a bridge and she would have to cross. Deciding not to explain his plan further, he decided it would be better to simply show her visually what to do. After that, he carefully lifted her up so that she would stay on the wall of the booth and not attract attention. Sammy said she felt sick to her stomach, but she had no choice but to hold on. Kim Seung-hyun let her go, and Sammy initially began to complain about the awkward position. However, she immediately noticed the creepy mutant, who continued to sit senselessly with his head down in the toilet. Kim Seung-hyun gradually raised his hands onto the wall of the cabin and prepared to climb in there too and continue his escape. Sammy looked at him fearfully, hoping that he had some kind of foolproof plan to get out of here. Kim Seung-hyun hit the ceiling and prepared to carry out one of the riskiest plans of his life. However, the father's determination to save his daughter and his own life did not allow him to be a weakling like before. Of course, he was still scared, but he would have to overcome his animal fears in such an extreme situation. After that, he jumped sharply and grabbed the other wall, while leaving his feet on the first wall. He managed to maintain his balance without making any unnecessary noise. And now, all that was left was to do the little things. He turned to his daughter, but now she had developed a strong fear, which made it impossible for her to think clearly. Her gaze the whole time was fixed on the creepy woman, who continued to sit with her head down in the toilet. Kim Seung-hyun whispered to her and told her to crawl further along it. Kim Seung-hyun said that she should crawl along his leg to the other side and not rush so as not to fall down. Sammy felt herself getting very scared because she never thought she could see real monsters. She started to deny it, saying that her stomach hurt a lot, so she wouldn't be able to do it anyway, even if she wanted to. Kim Seung-hyun turned to his daughter again, but she shook her head sharply in protest at his decision. Kim Seung-hyun asked her if she didn't want to go home with her father, and then asked her to act as quickly as possible. Sammy refused, saying that she was very scared and therefore did not want to do it. Kim Seung-hyun realized it was time to take extreme measures and said that she would never see her mother again. Kim Seung-hyun understood that this was a very harsh manipulation, but he had no other choice, because his daughter's life was more important than her grievances. He immediately turned away so as not to look his daughter in the eyes, because he knew he couldn't stand it. Sammy looked at him with sad eyes for a while, and realized that she really wanted to see her mother. After that, she carefully began to crawl along her father's leg, hoping that she wouldn't fall down. However, she did not understand some of the nuances due to incredible stress, and this could have ended very badly. Due to her slight clumsiness, she accidentally kicked her father on his sore leg, and it sent a strong shock through his body. Kim Seung-hyun gritted his teeth in incredible pain and asked her to be careful, as he couldn't stand it for long. Sammy started to get scared and said that he was shaking all over and that it was making it very difficult for her to keep her balance. After that, she kicked him again, which made her very scared, and Kim Seung-hyun almost lost his footing. Sammy held onto his leg tightly and looked down in horror, hoping she wouldn't fall on the mutant woman. Kim Seung-hyun struggled to keep from dropping his daughter into the clutches of the terrifying monster that might awaken. However, he told her that she would have to come down for a second, but she replied that she did not want to do that. Kim Seung-hyun reassured her and said that everything was fine, and that he would immediately lift her back up as soon as he had a rest. Sammy realized he had no choice and carefully lowered herself down, trying not to step on anything loud. Kim Seung-hyun continued to slowly lower his leg to make the procedure safer for his daughter. Sammy slowly placed her foot on the floor,
While the infected woman did not react to her appearance, she immediately took a few steps back so as not to accidentally touch the creature and attract its attention. However, due to severe stress, she did not notice in time the crushed can on the floor, which made a loud sound. Sammy stepped on the can even harder in fear, and it made an even louder rustling sound. The infected woman twitched, but it did nothing but cause great fear for little Sammy. She was shaking violently, but found the strength within herself not to make any unnecessary sounds and not to attract other creatures. However, her clumsiness again caused her to accidentally kick the Coke can, which rolled to the side. Sammy looked down and saw the jar rolling towards the door. She was about to roll over the long bandages that were lying on the floor in large quantities. Sammy realized that as soon as this can touched the door, it would immediately attract the attention of both mutants. Sammy closed her eyes, hoping that somehow something would save them, and the monsters wouldn't notice the sound. After a few seconds, nothing happened. She carefully opened her eyes to see what had happened. To her great happiness, the jar hit the bandages and took them with it, which significantly muffled the sound of the impact. Kim Sung-hyun gently whispered to her to give him her hand so that he could help her. Sammy hesitated a little. He asked her what was wrong, after which she quickly offered him her hand to grab. After she grabbed his hand, he told her that on the count of 3, she should jump really hard so that he would pick her up. Sammy agreed, after which he lifted her up sharply, hoping that it would work on the first try. However, his strength was not enough to hold her in that position for long and lift her higher. Kim Sung-han made a few more attempts to pull it higher, but his arm began to hurt badly. His body also began to shake, which again called into question the plan to escape from this terrible place. After a while, he lowered her down to at least rest a little and figure out what to do next. Kim Sung-hong asked himself what to do next, since she had become heavier and he couldn't lift her with one hand. Gradually looking around, he tried to understand what to do in this terrible situation. At some point, the craziest idea at first glance came to him. But there was no other way out. Kim Seung-hyun told her that she should slowly turn around and look behind her, as that was where the key to salvation lay. He suggested climbing onto the table next to the lever, but Sammy said he was too tall to handle it. Kim Sung-hyun extended his hand to her again, telling her that he would lift her up so she could jump like last time. Sammy tried to follow his instructions, and at first it actually looked like they were going to succeed. Sammy landed carefully on the very post he had asked her to stand on, but it was an unstable position. Her leg began to shake as she felt uneasy distributing her entire body weight on the obstacle. Sammy tried to hold on, but she knew that in a few more seconds she would simply fall down. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hong told her that everything was fine and that he needed to jump again so that she could grab the edge. Kim Sung-han tried to hold her hand tighter, but the tension made her palms sweat and she began to slip. Sammy realized too late that she would not be able to grab on without additional help, but she did not have time to say so. Her legs began to shake again and she spun around without bothering to keep her balance. Because of this, her foot simply slid down, and now the worst-case scenario began to unfold. Kim Seung-hyun pulled his hand towards himself, but it also slipped away, blocking his chance to get out of there normally. Sammy landed hard on the mutant woman, crushing her head even further with the toilet lid. An incredibly eerie silence fell as the monster took its time reacting to what had just happened. Kim Sung-hun felt his heart sink, but he had to pull himself together quickly. Sammy was also very scared, but the situation was made even more terrifying by the fact that the monster did not seem to react. After a few moments, he suddenly began to twitch and started the process of draining the water again. The monster also began to make strange sounds, reminiscent of the guttural gurgling of water. Sammy gradually loosened her grip, which turned out to be a big mistake, as the monster slowly began to raise its head. At first, his hideous head became visible, with much less hair left on it due to strange mutations. After this, a terrible mutated face appeared, reminiscent of the face of some strange animal. Sammy froze in horror, because she had never seen such a terrible creature up close and did not know what to do. The monster gradually rose higher and higher, making guttural sounds that only intensified the feeling of horror. It was simply unbearable to watch this, because these creatures behaved strangely, as if they had difficulty coordinating their movements. However, the creature finally came to its senses and brought its face closer to the frightened Sammy. After this, she opened her mouth, and inside appeared a strange, sharp mass that resembled teeth. Kim Seung-hyun realized he had to act now and jumped down, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's head to knock it out. Immediately after this, he began to trample her with his feet, not paying attention to the pain, because he needed to knock her out for sure. Sammy jumped back in fear as he continued to punch her, hoping it would help. Immediately after that, he grabbed her hand and they tried to get out of the booth without attracting the attention of the other creature. As luck would have it, there was a tin bucket right at the exit, which fell down with a crash and made a loud sound. The terrifying creature that had been watching them near the other booth all this time turned around and attacked them. Kim Seung-hyun felt an incredible rush of adrenaline and pushed his daughter aside to protect her from harm. Sammy crawled to the side, and he told her to get up and get out of here immediately, while there was still time. After that, under the influence of adrenaline, he grabbed a tin bucket. He immediately delivered a powerful blow directly to the creature's head, in order to disorient it at least for a short while. After that, he turned around, hoping to escape while the creature was coming to its senses. However, after a few moments, the bag he had been carrying on his shoulder all this time tightened and pulled him back. Kim Seung-kan realized that he was about to fall, but in this situation, that was unacceptable. He understood that if he fell like last time, it would end in something completely different than just humiliation. He understood that if he fell now, he would never see his daughters back again. And this could not be allowed. His inner strength again told him what to do, and he grabbed the pipe to keep his balance. He quickly turned around to engage the creature without taking any serious damage. However, the terrible monster rushed straight at him, hoping to grab hold of his body. Kim Seung-hyun quickly intercepted him and tried to push him aside, but the pressure grew stronger. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for him, since the creature possessed truly terrifying power. However, the mutated monster from the toilet gradually came to its senses and was now preparing to jump out of there. Kim Seung-hyun felt his strength gradually waning as the monster drew ever closer to his face. At the last moment, the mutated woman jumped out of the toilet through the door and landed right on top of the infected. Kim Seung-hyun decided to take advantage of this moment to leave this place as quickly as possible. Finally, he turned around to see if they were going to follow him or if he could take a little rest. One of the monsters used its sharp claws to try and attack and hit another infected in the eye. Kim Seung-hyun realized that there was nothing to be gained here, and that he needed to run to another place as quickly as possible. Meeting his daughter at the exit from the toilet, he immediately grabbed her hand and told her that she needed to run urgently. He wondered what was going on here, assuming it was murderers or terrorists, but they were unlikely to be here. However, he understood that now was not the time to try to solve this mystery, and that he needed to get out of here quickly. A sign next to them indicated the direction to take to the exit. They ran for quite a long time, completely ignoring the pain in their legs and fatigue. Kim Seung-hyun was surprised that they had been running for so long and still hadn't met a single living person. He also thought that he heard something on the radio, but it was in English, so he didn't understand anything. Kim Seung-hyun tried to understand why the broadcast was only in English, as it was dangerous for those who did not understand it. Kim Seung-hyun continued to be lost in intense thoughts when suddenly his daughter called out to him, and he came to his senses. Listening carefully, he realized that they were approaching the source of the animated cries that signaled the presence of people. As they got closer, they discovered a crowd of people gathered at the entrance, seemingly unsuspecting. Children complained of pain in their legs after a long walk, and some complained of missed flights. Kim Seung-hyun was glad that there were a lot of people there, which meant it should be safe. But he still decided to hide in the crowd. After this, he pushed aside several people, apologized, and, realizing the importance of the situation, tried to hide among them. Sammy is scared of large crowds and holds on tightly to his father's hand to avoid getting lost again. Kim Seung-hyun wonders why all these people don't leave the park, even though it has now been declared closed. Kim Sun-hyun also understands that none of these people probably have any idea what happened to them in that toilet. Finally reaching a more open space, he realizes that these people had realized this several hours ago. The main problem is that the entrance to this park was closed, which means that everyone who is here is now locked in. A park employee asks them to calm down a bit and says that there will be an announcement soon and that they need to keep their distance. People are starting to rebel and say that they will not tolerate being told what they should and should not do. The employee apologizes for the inconvenience and says that he knows no more than ordinary people. He also states that he is trying to contact his superiors and that once the investigation is completed, the entrance will be opened. In conclusion, he says that he asks them to be patient for a little while and keep their distance,
but another person approaches him. He angrily grabs the loudspeaker from his hands and loudly tells him to get off the stage as quickly as possible. He loudly asks him how he can be so useless and chases him off the stage. After this, he begins to stir up the crowd, saying that this is the first time they have encountered such an attitude, and no one should tolerate it. He says that more than 2 hours have passed. There has still been no announcement, and besides, they are not prisoners to be treated like this. They note that it is imperative to look into this and demand serious compensation from the administration. The crowd warmly supports his demands, after which he jumps off the podium and heads towards the large doors. With very commendable, if somewhat naive, enthusiasm, he takes a powerful kick at that goal, and nothing happens. After this, he loudly addresses the others and asks them why they became a pillar. Because together, they can open them. Other people say that there is no need to worry so much, because the door will open soon anyway and everything will be fine. This daring fighter says that this is a violation of human rights, and they don't know when it will happen next. He immediately turns to the other men and asks them if they are going to come out and fight. They wonder what he means, while Kim Sung-hun tries to figure out where this is all leading. One of them grabs him and takes him to the door and says that these doors are huge and they don't need to open them very much. He adds that there are so many people here that if everyone tries to do at least something, they will definitely succeed. He starts testing these people and asking them if they really think he is wrong and that he really has no chance. Some of them start talking loudly and saying that they can get out if they all try and they just need to put in the effort. After several volunteers have also approached this door, the leader tries to recruit even more volunteers. After that, he grabs Kim Seung-hyun and says that he will also help them in order to get out of here. Kim Sung-hun immediately turns to his daughter and asks her not to worry and just wait for him, as this will be over soon. People are putting a lot of effort into pushing on these doors, but they are not successful. However, they still try, because if they put in enough effort, it might make a difference. Kim Seung-hyun pushes on these doors with all his might, but his injury makes itself felt almost immediately in this situation. Kim Sung-hyun hangs his head helplessly, but continues to at least pretend that he is trying to open the door. Meanwhile, bloggers who are nearby decide to record this on video in order to get a lot of views. They ask them if they really think they can move such a giant door. After a while, a figure in a giant bear costume begins to emerge from the crowd. He pushes others aside, and people ask him why he is blocking the camera's view and should move away. After this, he is also advised to help these people, because he is big and strong, which means he can tip the scales in their favor. They push him forward and tell him that this overgrown Winnie the Pooh must do something to avoid being useless. The little bear doesn't answer, but he actually approaches the door and tries to make a lot of effort. Kim Seung-hyun and the others here are preparing to make another push for a chance at freedom. They start pushing with all their might, but this is unlikely to quickly bring them the desired result in this situation. However, the gates begin to creak a little, and the leader says that they need to push even harder. Suddenly, the leader notices a bear that has suddenly approached them and does not immediately understand who it is. Kim Seung-hyun slowly shifts his gaze as the leader says that with such a strong man, they will succeed. After this, he decides to push harder and gives a special report so that everyone makes an effort at the same time. The bear is also getting ready to start pushing and shows everyone his incredibly pumped up and strong arms. All the other people watch indifferently, unwilling to join in, despite the fact that this is their chance to escape. At the moment, the leader says that the time has come to make maximum efforts to push forward. Upon further inspection, it becomes clear that the figure in this bear costume looks a little odd. Kim Sun-hyun continues to try to help the others get out of there, when suddenly he hears strange sounds from other people. He turns around to find out who is crying, as someone might need urgent help. However, the staff at this amusement park are questioning why these people are trying to escape and are being ignored. Meanwhile, the man in the bear costume begins to behave even more strangely, as if he is seriously ill with something. He turns around abruptly and starts rubbing his back against the door, saying that he wants to eat and sleep. He begins to twitch intensely from side to side in order to scratch his back, as if he were a real bear. Kim Sun-hyun tries to figure out what this nonsense is, and assumes that the man decided to make a joke at the most inopportune moment. Meanwhile, the monster's muscles begin to swell more and more, and the suit gradually cracks under their pressure. Suddenly, Kim Seung-hyun is grabbed by the leader of this impromptu park rescue brigade. He demands more effort from him and asks him why he pretends to push without putting in any real effort. Kim Seung-hyun thought to himself that it would be better for this person to pay attention to this lazy bear. After that, they try to continue pushing this gate, and suddenly strange growling sounds are heard. Kim Seung-hyun hears loud screams and wonders if they were able to move the gate that far and everyone was happy. Turning back slightly, he sees that Sammy is also screaming very loudly, as if she saw something strange. Kim Seung-hyun assumes that she was very happy and says that she needs to wait a little bit and they will be able to go out. After this, he feels something red drip onto his face and tries to figure out what it is by turning to the side. Meanwhile, the man in the bear costume becomes infected and immediately attacks one of the people nearby. This man turns out to be the leader of this construction crew, and half of his face is bitten off. The rest of the people look at this terrible picture with horror and try to understand what it all means and how to explain it. Other people start to run away, saying that this is some kind of nightmare, and a strange person attacked his own kind. Kim Seung-hyun falls to the ground and realizes that this is no joke, but a monster that needs to be dealt with to prevent it from killing the others. Several people immediately try to beat him up, but he doesn't react and continues to eat the other person. These attempts to hit him only attract his attention and distract him from the gruesome meal. This monster greedily grabs one of the people who is closest to it and pulls them towards itself with its paws. Kim Seung-hyun doesn't even try to save him, because he understands that his life now must be directed towards saving his daughter. There is a terrible crunch, and the monster begins to break the head of the unfortunate man with terrible force, who can do nothing. After that, he simply breaks it into several small pieces and relieves this person from suffering forever. Blood flies for many meters, smearing across the brick floor, causing everyone else to take a few steps back. For a couple of seconds, they remain in wild horror from what is happening, but they quickly realize that this is not a joke. They immediately start screaming loudly and running in different directions to find better shelter. Kim Seung-hyun is trying to find her daughter in this gigantic crowd so that, God forbid, she doesn't get lost. He also runs away with everyone else so that he and his daughter are not crushed by the stunned crowd. He quickly finds her in this crowd of people and grabs her hand so that, God forbid, she doesn't get lost. Suddenly, one of the passers-by accidentally kicks him on his sore leg, but he understands that he will have to endure this pain. Despite this, he cannot maintain a fast pace of escape for long and gradually slows down. Sammy also slows down a little to keep up with him and asks if he's okay. Kim Seung-hyun tells her to ignore him and keep running no matter what. Kim Seung-hyun hears loud breathing behind him and turns around, realizing that a very fat man is running next to him. There is a small scratch on his hand, but it is possible that he received it during a serious crush. They run at about the same speed, so they have the opportunity to talk a little while doing so. The fat man asks him if it was really he who pushed the gate just a few minutes ago. He also asks if he saw that horrible picture where a man ate another man for no reason. He also turns his attention to Sammy and tells Kim Seung-hyun that this girl is probably his daughter. Kim Seung-hyun asks him what he means, after which the man stops to catch his breath. He immediately grabs his hand and tells him that simply running is a pointless endeavor, because they won't get far that way. Kim Seung-hyun asks him what the hell he's doing, to which he states that you can't just go to the central square. He tells him that in this square there may be the same infected as the monster they met. He suggests it would be better to enter the building, block the entrance, and wait for help, which will definitely arrive soon. Kim Seung-hyun demands to let him go, but the young man says that they should go to the medical center, because it is safe there. Kim Seung-hyun continues to resist, but the man asks him how he is going to protect his daughter with such a leg. He also adds that the notice said to stay away from people and that going to the square was madness. He reminds him that it would be like sending his daughter to certain death, because she wouldn't be able to run for long. Kim Seung-hyun looks at her daughter and realizes that she still has one shoe left after the horrible incident in the toilet. After this, he agrees to the man's proposal and looks around for possible threats. After a short pause, he asks him in broken English where the very place he was talking about is. After some time, they reach this medical station, which is located near the exit but remains unnoticed. Kim Seung-hyun notes that this man didn't get lost without a map, meaning he's definitely been here before and knows the way. The man happily says that the toilet is clean and there is no one there, after which he suggests going into another room. He opens the door and wonders if there is anyone there,
but receives no answer. Looking around, he says that, "Thank God there is no one here, so they can settle here for a while." He immediately heads to the large bed and falls onto it, saying that he can finally rest. Stretching out on this bed, he suggests that they rest here until tomorrow, until help arrives, and then make a decision. Kim Sung-han looks at the iron doors and realizes that they are locked, which plays into their hands in this situation. Looking around, he discovers another door and tries to figure out where it leads by getting closer to it. After a little checking, he realizes that this door is a second entrance, which is needed just in case. After tugging it in different directions, he happily notes that it is also locked here, so no one will be able to get to them. Looking down, he realizes there is another keyhole that allows him to close it even tighter. Kim Sun-hyun suggests that perhaps they should lock the door they entered through to prevent anyone from breaking in. The fat man asks him to bring some wound treatment and bandages so that he can bandage himself. Kim Seung-hyun wonders if he was just sent to get disinfectant for such minor wounds. However, he understood that thanks to him they could rest here. So it was better to be grateful to this man. Kim Seung-hyun asked him where the remedy was, and he stated that it should have been somewhere nearby. The fat man turned to little Sammy and said that she too needed to have her wound treated so that it would not fester. Sammy remained on her bed, after which the fat man began to stare at the ceiling, catching his breath. Sammy asked Kim Sung-hoon if he had found the cure, after which he asked her to sit on another bed. He was pretty quick at creating some special disinfectant bandages and was saying that it would sting a little. Sammy asked him if he should have gone to that guy first, but he insisted it wasn't that important right now. Meanwhile, the fat man got out of bed and asked the protagonist if he had found a cure. As he got closer, he realized that Kim Sung-hong had been busy disinfecting his daughter's wounds the entire time. Kim Seung-hyun assumed that the man was now very angry because he was not given the medicine right away. Kim Sung-hyun apologized to him and said that he had found a cure, but he just wanted to cure his daughter right away. However, to everyone else's surprise, the man began to smile sharply, showing that he held no grudge. He stated that he didn't care who would be treated first, and said that the main thing was not to lose heart if there were chocolate. He noted that there was nothing here except sweets, but they would definitely help them feel better by showing them a chocolate bar. He claimed that if she ate it, Sammy would look just like him, and asked if she wanted to try it. After some time, they decided that they could close the entrance with a chair they found nearby, and that it would be a reliable barrier. In reality, it was difficult to say how optimal this was, as these monsters were quite powerful. They also decided to get to know each other, and the fat man said that his dog was also named Sammy. They also learned that the man's name was Peter, and they spent time talking and trying to be funny. Kim Sung-hong remembered that he had forgotten to give Peter the antiseptic and handed him the bottle, to which Peter chuckled. He claimed to have completely forgotten about it, and then said that people had stepped on him when the panic began. He failed to properly treat the wound, so he carelessly splashed antiseptic all over the room. Kim Sung-hong extended his hand to him, and he asked him if he really agreed to help him. Kim Sung-hyun said that there would be no problem with it, and Peter sincerely thanked him for his help. He also stated that he was very grateful to him for believing him, because otherwise he would not have been able to get here alone. Kim Seung-hyun realized that they might have found a suitable companion with whom they could continue to survive in this place. He thanked him in return and understood that if it weren't for him, he was afraid to imagine what could have happened to them. Peter, meanwhile, took out the TV remote and said that perhaps it would make sense to watch the news. However, it quickly became clear that the television only showed commercials, so they didn't learn anything new. Peter said that he was dead tired, so it would be better to rest a little, since all the problems would be solved by tomorrow. As the night progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly eerie, but only distant, frightening sounds could be heard around. The atmosphere in the room itself was very tense, as no one had yet figured out what these strange creatures were. Kim Sung-han and Sammy slept in a separate bed, and they used a screen to separate themselves from Peter for more privacy. Sammy slept very restlessly because she was very scared because of what she had experienced in that toilet. Her ear began to pick up suspicious sounds that were approaching the door at an alarmingly fast rate, and this was not a good sign. For a moment, it seemed to her that they would wake up and a giant creature would appear in front of them and attack them. Sammy continued to toss and turn restlessly as the terrifying nightmares that were gradually taking hold of her mind became more and more powerful. Finally, she realized that this could not go on any longer and immediately woke up,
feeling her heart pounding wildly. She realized that she hadn't imagined it at all, and felt a strange sound coming from the street, after which she decided to see what was there. Peering into the darkness, she saw two strange silhouettes moving slowly, and this filled her with even greater horror. Upon further examination, it became clear that a strange dog with a bloody muzzle had attacked a man and bit him. Sammy covered her mouth with her hands to keep from screaming and realized that the animals had apparently escaped from the park. She immediately turned to her father to wake him up in case the animal came closer to them. Kim Sung-han didn't wake up even though his daughter shook him vigorously, so she decided to shake him harder. A few moments later, she heard Peter's voice calling her name quietly, but his tone was incredibly serious. Sammy carefully pulled back the curtain and saw that Peter was awake, but he was acting very unnaturally, as if something was wrong. He turned sharply in her direction and tried with all his might to non-verbally prompt her to be quieter. Sammy assumed he had also looked out the window and tried to talk to him, but he immediately asked her to remain silent. Sammy didn't quite understand what he meant, so he quickly raised his finger to his mouth and told her to be quiet. Sammy immediately understood what he meant, but decided to remain silent and wait a little while for him to explain everything. At first, she thought it was just some boring jokes, but suddenly she heard a creepy voice calling her name. She realized that she had heard this voice before, after which she guessed that the same creature was somewhere nearby. The chair that was supposed to protect them from a sudden intrusion turned out to be a flimsy trinket and also fell. The screen began to rise in the draft, and an eerie silhouette slowly began to enter the room. Sammy heard a gurgling sound, and again the unnatural voice that imitated her words echoed through the air. The creature that had been stalking them before apparently found them by the scent of the boot it had been holding in its teeth the whole time. The creepy monster repeated the words that Kim Sung-han and Sammy said to each other while trying to get out of there. Peter found himself in the direct line of sight of this monster, but for some reason it was still behaving rather leisurely. It looked around as if it saw nothing and began to sniff loudly in search of its prey. Sammy grabbed her dad's clothes and shook him hard to get him to come to his senses and help her during the night. After some time, Kim Sung-han gradually began to open his eyes and emerge from deep sleep. He immediately turned to her and did not understand why she suddenly decided to wake him up in the middle of the night at such a quiet time. Sammy immediately covered his mouth with her hands so that he would not make any unnecessary sounds and attract the creature's attention. Kim Seung-hyun immediately became more focused, and now those eerie sounds began to reach him. The monster walked forward slowly, as if it was very unusual for it to be in this room, and it did not understand what to do. Kim Sung-hyun wondered in his mind how that toilet monster had managed to find them since they had run away from him. Looking closer at him, he realized that due to a serious eye injury, he had lost the ability to see and relied on smell. This situation was very difficult for Peter, since he was sweating a lot, which meant he smelled strongly. He understood this perfectly well himself, but now he had no opportunity to do anything in this situation. Kim Seung-hyun guessed that this monster was trying to find them by smell and was actively using its sense of smell. Peter tried to move on the bed, but due to his great weight, it creaked loudly. He immediately realized that he had made a serious mistake, since these sounds only attracted the attention of the creature. The vile creature immediately turned its head in the direction of the sound and froze for a moment, peering into the void. After that, it began to slowly approach Peter, following the sound and making an ominous chomping sound. A few moments later, his swollen, giant hand brushed against the spilled antiseptic, causing him to slip slightly. Immediately after this, he decided to use his sense of smell to find out where his prey was. Kim Seung-hyun tried to figure out what was going on and guessed that he couldn't find them yet and was trying to track them down again. He also suggested that they were suddenly helped by the very same alcohol that was accidentally spilled on the floor. Peter had completely disinfected his wound at that point, but they decided not to remove the alcohol, and now it has helped them a lot. From the side, the monster began to growl gutturally, after which it took in as much air as possible, preparing for something. To the surprise of everyone there, he let out a loud screech that was very hard on the ears. This screech spread for many meters and almost completely filled the entire space of the medical center. Kim Sung-han covered his ears, thinking that his eardrums would burst if this didn't stop. Peter mentally asked himself why this creature was here, since it would be better for it to go somewhere else. He also realized that it was only a matter of time before he was found,
so something had to be done urgently. He started groping around with his hands and quickly came across the TV remote control, which he had left on the nightstand. After that, he carefully examined the remote control and realized that perhaps this was his key to salvation in this situation. He slowly turned his gaze towards Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy, wondering if he should make this decision. The thing is, there was a TV behind them, which, if turned on, could attract the attention of this monster. Peter, almost without thinking, held out his hand with the remote control and prepared to turn on the TV. Kim Sung-hyun stretched out his hands and tried to gesture for him not to do this, as it would be a big mistake. He begged him not to do it in the hope that Peter would come to his senses and think of something else. He asked him to lower the remote control, realizing that this was complete madness that would put them in danger. Kim Sung-han continued to silently beg him not to do it, while his heart was beating at an incredible speed. Peter slowly lowered his hand with the remote control, and Kim Sung-hong was mentally glad that he had finally come to his senses. He sincerely thanked him for this, but decided not to express it out loud so as not to attract the monster's attention. Peter started saying something to him very quietly, and Kim Sung-hun tried to concentrate to understand it. After a few moments, he realized that Peter was trying to apologize to him for something. Kim Sung-han was not a stupid man and quickly realized that he had failed to convince him. Peter quietly apologized to him, after which his face took on a more menacing and creepy look. Kim Sung-han felt incredibly irritated and angry along with the tension, but he couldn't do anything. Peter raised his hand again and pressed the button on the TV remote to turn it on. Right behind them, a loud advertisement started playing, which was sure to attract the attention of this enraged monster. The reaction of this terrible creature was not long in coming, and it immediately turned in their direction and began to scream. Almost instantly, she broke into a run, hoping that this time no prey would be able to escape her. Kim Sung-han and Sammy didn't even have time to react to what was happening because they simply didn't have time. The monster crashed into the screen because it had no way of noticing it, which further limited its ability to bite. Kim Seung-hyun was too slow, so the monster crashed straight into him and knocked him down. He tried to open his mouth wider, but because of the screen that covered his face, he was unable to do so. Kim Seung-hyun tried to hold him in place so that he wouldn't use his claws and teeth. He turned to Peter to at least help him somehow, but he had no intention of doing so. Peter just watched in horror as what was happening, after which he realized that he needed to escape from there as quickly as possible. Kim Seung-hyun asked him where he was going, but no one answered him, because the only thing that mattered to Peter was his own life. Kim Sung-han demanded that he return immediately, but these pleas were addressed to the wrong person, who had already abandoned him. After a few moments, he saw that Peter began to slowly return, walking away with his back to him. He misinterpreted this and assumed that Peter had decided to return to help him. Kim Sung-han loudly asked him for help, hoping that this would somehow restore his feelings of mutual assistance. However, Peter looked ahead in fear and asked the creature in front of him to move aside. In front of him was an employee dressed as a giant dog, and judging by his movements, he too was already infected. Peter took a few steps back, then began to stagger due to his large excess weight. The infected employee took a few steps towards them, when suddenly he froze in place and tried to move further, but to no avail. The whole point was that he was stuck in a narrow passage, probably because his suit did not allow him to go further. Peter looked in horror at the creature, which was waving its arms and making harsh, guttural sounds that resembled a growl. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun continued to fight with this monster, which still could not remove the obstacle from itself. Kim Seung-hyun felt himself being pulled down by superior forces and leaned against the counter where the chemicals were kept. After this, he made a sharp jerk to the side, causing the monster to fly into bottles of various chemicals that fell on him. But for a while, he froze. But it was quite obvious that such substances could harm him. There were horrible slurping sounds as several bottles broke right on his head, spilling chemicals. Kim Seung-hyun took a few steps to the side, after which the giant creature jumped out of place and looked around. She began to sniff in order to find prey and get her bearings as to where she should go in search. She took a few steps towards Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy, continuing to sniff but not showing any confidence. At a certain point, she suddenly stopped and began looking around, as if she had lost something. A few moments later, she turned around and walked away in the other direction, continuing to sniff the air in search of prey. Kim Seung-hyun watched the scene in surprise and tried to understand how this monster had lost sight of them so suddenly. A simple thought occurred to him that these solutions had gotten on his face and now he couldn't smell them. Even though this made their situation easier, they still now had to find a way to somehow get out of here. He kept looking around to figure out what to do next while the television continued to play loudly. Taking a closer look at the small counter, he realized that there was only one escape route. But something still caught his attention. He discovered 2 keys that were in a special glass case near St. Petersburg. Kim Seung-hyun realized that there was another door here through which he could exit if necessary. He also realized that this door was locked, and among these 2 keys there had to be one that would fit. Kim Seung-han began to wave his arms softly to attract Peter's attention, who was still in a stupor. Peter slowly turned his gaze to him and was surprised that he still hadn't tried to punish him for betraying him. Kim Seung-hyun pointed to the door and quietly told him that they could pass through here if they found the key. Peter nodded quickly and began frantically looking around in search of keys that could open this door. Kim Seung-hyun gave him a hint and asked him to just look back to find those keys. Peter didn't immediately understand what this meant, so Kim Sung-hoon had to work hard to get the message across. Peter finally decided he just needed to look around, and pretty quickly his eyes fell on the 2 keys. Kim Sung-han said that this is exactly what he was trying to point out to him, in the hopes that he would take them off right away. Peter quietly said that there were 2 keys, so it was unclear which one would be suitable in this situation. After that, he swung his arm hard and said that he would throw the keys to him one by one. Kim Seung-hyun immediately asked him to stop before it was too late, fearing that he was acting too impulsively. Kim Seung-han could barely see his silhouette, so he wouldn't be able to catch the keys, and if he failed, it would attract the monsters. Kim Seung-han began to spin around to figure out what to do in this situation without making any noise. Afterwards, he discovered that next to the spilled chemicals, there was a small roll of special wipes that could come in handy. He very carefully and quietly took the roll, and then prepared it to send it forward. They paused for a moment to assess the next cycle of searching for prey using their sense of smell. After this, he sent the roll forward so that it rolled softly across the floor without making any unnecessary noise. He made a pretty good throw, which allowed him to instantly throw the roll to Peter. Peter picked it up in surprise and quietly asked why he needed toilet paper. Kim Seung-hyun gestured for him to wrap the key in paper so that he could pull it out easily. According to his plan, the key had to be wrapped in any paper, and the roll rolled so that it could be pulled further. Peter wondered if this risky plan was really any better than just throwing the key in there. He tried to wrap it and said the paper was wet and might tear easily, but it might work. Kim Seung-hyun was delighted that he had succeeded, and then suggested that he simply roll the roll instead of throwing it. Kim Seung-hyun waited until the creature began sniffing and said that now was the best time to try. Peter hoped he had enough dexterity to correctly direct this roll towards Kim Seung-hong. The roll rolled slowly across the floor, bouncing a few times, but not attracting the attention of the monsters. Kim Seung-hyun realized that he would be able to get this roll without any problems, and that all that remained was the simplest thing. Now all you had to do was simply twist the roll to pull the key towards you and try to open the door. Kim Seung-hyun slowly pulled the roll towards himself, hoping that he wouldn't make any sudden movements and tear it. He pulled it tighter and tighter, trying not to make any unnecessary sounds so as not to attract attention. Suddenly, the mutated creature turned around and stepped on the roll, jeopardizing the entire operation. Kim Seung-han and the others watched the scene and tried not to make any movements so as not to tear it. The creature, meanwhile, slowed down and began to sniff again, trying to find its prey by smell. Kim Seung-hong didn't make any sudden movements to avoid tearing the roll, but it was already too late. Due to too much pressure and moisture from sweaty hands, part of this roll simply tore, putting an end to this plan. Kim Seung-hyun looked at the torn roll in horror and tried to figure out what to do in this situation. Peter was also in despair because their plan was in jeopardy, and because that creature had stepped on the roll. Kim Seung-hyun decided not to lose heart and try to think of other ways to get this key. He makes several attempts to get a piece of the roll with his own hands, but cannot reach it. He understands that he won't be able to go any further, because if he moves forward, he will make a sound from the fragments. Peter in this situation also finds himself in a position in which he cannot move normally, but he decides to look around. Almost immediately, his eye falls on a pair of tweezers, which can be used to reach hard-to-reach areas. Peter decides to take a serious risk, realizing that if he moves further, the monster will definitely hear the rustle. He strains with all his might to keep from falling forward, and to reach the key lying in the middle with the tweezers. Kim Sung-hyun mentally says every prayer he knows for his comrade to succeed. Peter successfully retrieves the toilet paper-wrapped key and then steps back as quickly as possible. He feels that his arm hurts a lot because he leaned on it with all his strength. And now he needs time. Kim Seung-hyun realizes that Peter is telling him something and tries to figure out what his friend's plan is. Peter swings his arm sharply, and Kim Sung-hyun doesn't have time to warn him that this is a bad idea and that it's dangerous to do so. After a few moments, a piece of toilet paper with a key begins to cut through the air with a characteristic noise. Kim Seung-hyun puts his hands out in front of him, hoping that he will be able to catch the fast-flying piece by chance. However, to catch it, he has to make a sideways dash, and this can be dangerous because it makes noise. He manages to stop almost completely, but he hits the printer, which starts to creak. The mutant in the suit turns around to find out what that strange noise was. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun finds the power plug and abruptly pulls it out to ensure silence. Kim Sung-hyun guesses that he just pulled out the cable from the TV, and now it has become even quieter in here. Unable to find the printer's power button, he quickly pulls the cord to remove any sign of activity. The mutant begins to pick at the screen in which he is entangled and frees his ear to hear better. Kim Sun-hyun realizes that it was a very risky attempt to hand over the keys, and that they almost died because of it. However, fortunately, this creature did not find them, and Kim Sung-hyun understands that when the TV is turned off, you need to be as quiet as possible. Peter whispers to him to try using the key to finally open the door and run out of here. Kim Sun-hyun goes down to find out if they can really get out of here or if they will have to try again. To their great regret, the key turns out to be unsuitable, and now they will have to come up with something else. Peter gestures to see if this key is right for them, hinting that they should be clearer in their explanations. Sammy signals that the key doesn't work, and Peter realizes he now has to decide what to do next. It's not at all clear how they'll be able to hand over the remaining keys, since they've already used up quite a bit of toilet paper. He understands that if he were to use the old method again, the length of toilet paper would hardly be enough. Peter also says with horror that if the creature changes direction again like last time, then he is finished. After that, he starts to remove the bandages and says that he will try to throw the key again, and there should be no mistake. He adds that he doesn't know how sensible this is, but asks to try, since there are no other options. However, just as he is about to throw the key, he is distracted by a strange crunching sound coming from another creature. The force exerted by the mutant gradually becomes enough to squeeze through the area. With a distinctive sound, the creature begins to approach Peter, pursuing very specific intentions. However, it appears that the suit hinders the creature more than it helps, as it walks very clumsily. Peter can't figure out what to do in this situation, while the creepy mutant slowly approaches him. Peter covers his face in despair, hoping that the monster will at least somehow spare him. After this, he falls to the ground due to severe exhaustion. But the monster suddenly turns around and changes direction. Peter watches as the creature heads the other way, as if it has serious vision problems. Peter looks around and realizes that these changes have dramatically increased his chances of survival. The thing is that now the front door is not blocked by anyone, and he can simply leave from here. Kim Sung-hyun turns to Peter and asks if everything is okay, trying to look past the mutants. Kim Seung-hyun tries to figure out how to catch the wrapped key, since it's more difficult now with two creatures. Peter tries to attract attention to himself with shaking hands and makes characteristic gestures, waving them. Kim Sung-hyun listens with all his might to understand what Peter is trying to say and why he is pointing to the door. Peter says he will go outside to open the door with a key and not attract the attention of the monsters. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that this is indeed the case, and now the door can be opened from the outside without any problem. Peter asks them to wait a little, and Kim Sung-hyun is glad that they have a chance to be saved. After this, he wonders where they should go next if they get out, since it is night now. He also wonders how these creatures ended up in the park and where the rest of the people went. He suggests that they should think about this later, once they get out, since now the door needs to be opened quietly. Some more time passes, but no one helps them, and only silence can be heard, interrupted by the sounds of mutants. Sammy cautiously approaches her father, and Kim Sun-hyun tells her to hold on tight because they'll get out soon. However, a few more minutes pass and nothing changes, as if something had happened to Peter or he had changed his mind. Kim Sung-hyun looks around and wonders why he has been doing nothing for so long, since the door is right next to him. After this, He takes a closer look at the shelf and understands why no one has saved them yet. On the shelf is Peter's bandage, which he used to wrap the key and throw it. Kim Sung-han guesses that no one took it, and that's why the door cannot be opened. The only chance for salvation is now a few meters away, but it is almost impossible to reach. Also, a second monster starts walking around this piece of bandages along with the key, making it difficult to access. Kim Sung-han and Sammy realize that they are once again in a deadly trap, from which they will now have to escape on their own. Kim Sung-hyun looks at that scrap of bandage again and wonders why he is acting so naive. He still doesn't understand why he trusted him again if this man betrayed him just a few minutes ago. He begins to reproach himself for having trusted this man twice, and thereby letting both himself and his daughter down. He begins to blame himself for being too stupid, and also for the fact that he has not changed, despite the terrible situation. Sammy is also gradually starting to panic more and more, as she clearly sees no way out of here. However, she decides that she can't give up and continues to look around, trying to think of at least some way. She quickly figures out that she can squeeze through some of the obstacles, but Kim Sung-hun asks her what she's doing. He tries to follow her, but steps on a small shard, after which he decides to freeze so as not to attract attention. He whispers to her that she absolutely cannot go there because it is too dangerous. Sammy points her finger at him in the direction she will move, and Kim Sung-hun tries to stop her from doing so. He asks her what she is going to do, after which he realizes that she wants to get to the key. He states that it is dangerous to do it alone, but Sammy decides not to listen to him, as she is already tired. Kim Sun-hyun continues to try to stop her, but she gradually crawls under the bed without attracting attention. Thanks to its miniature size, it manages to squeeze through where others simply couldn't. She makes a great effort not to make any unnecessary sounds, despite the handbag and clothes with zippers. With enough skill, it would be possible to move even with such a set of distractions, and she succeeds in doing so. However, after some time, a serious obstacle appears in front of her in the form of a bed partition. She understands that she simply won't be able to go any further. Since she won't be able to squeeze through such a gap, she wonders how to lift it, trying to remember what the fat man did to control the bed. Kim Sun-hyun looks closely at her daughter and realizes that she has reached the last bed without attracting the creature's attention. He hopes that she will just go back and stop doing something so dangerous and risky. Sammy turns to him and asks how he can raise the partition on this bed so that he can crawl through. Kim Sung-hyun understands that he should have stopped her, but in this situation, there is nothing he can do except help. He understands that such a fall protection bed most likely has a button at the bottom that he needs to find and press. He quietly explains to her that she should try to find the button and then press and hold it to unlock the mechanism. Sammy looks under the bed to find the button and squeezes his hand in an attempt to press it. After a while, she finds the button and gets ready to pull the fall protection mechanism. She presses the button hard, which makes a barely audible click and does not attract the attention of the mutants. After this, she begins to pull the mechanism towards herself, but she does not do it very well due to her weakness. Meanwhile, the mutant, who is prowling around the entire office, stumbles upon a fallen chair which prevents him from moving further. Due to the strong inertia of his movement, he is unable to stay on his feet and falls to the ground right next to the frightened Sammy. Sammy doesn't have time to realize that she has already managed to push the mechanism away, causing her to lose her balance. The monster immediately turns towards her upon hearing the suspicious sound, but its nose is still blocked. He begins to slowly crawl towards her, sniffing as hard as he can and continuing to repeat the sounds he heard earlier. Kim Sun-hyun realizes he must act decisively and disregard his own safety, so he grabs the bottle. Taking careful aim, he throws the bottle at the stained glass window next to him, and the glass shatters. The monster immediately turns around in irritation and begins to prepare to lunge. At full speed, he flies his disgusting face straight into a box of chemicals, which spill on him again. Sammy immediately decides to take advantage of the noise and dives under the bed so that no one will notice her. Kim Seong-hyun continues to watch what is happening and remains motionless so as not to give any more signals. Despite the presence of a monster nearby, he still tries to look towards his daughter to coordinate her. He happily praises her, realizing that they just need to run the other way to open the door with the key. Kim Sung-han reassures her that everything will be fine, and that she should run out without looking back and he will follow her. Sammy grabs the key and carefully runs out the open door, looking back periodically to avoid being trapped. Meanwhile, the second monster begins to patrol the room more actively and heads straight towards Kim Seong-hyun. The disgusting shuffling sounds, accompanied by eerie breathing, make Kim Seong-hyun press himself against the wall in the hope of saving himself. However, he accidentally bumps into the switches that are supposed to turn on the lights in the medical room and attract even more attention. The monster stops abruptly a few steps away from him and begins to sniff, but does nothing. The thing is that the suit blocks normal vision, so the monster doesn't understand who is in front of it. A few moments later, the monster turns around and Kim Seong-hyun feels like it's his second birthday. However, he understands that he cannot leave this place now, because the monster knows that he is here. Kim Seong-hyun concludes that the scent of the medicine is hiding his location, but the monster will smell him if he tries to escape. However, after a few moments, he sees a small child's hand appear next to the door through which he must escape. Kim Seong-hyun realizes that this is the silhouette of his daughter, who decided not to run away, but to help him open the door. Kim Seong-hyun is in despair because he asked her to run away, but now she risks her life for him. He reaches out to touch her, hoping that they can somehow get out. Sammy, meanwhile, slowly descends to feel for the keyhole that needs to be opened. She holds a small key in her hands and feels that her hands are shaking. But she has no right to make a mistake in this situation. She slowly inserted it into the keyhole and tried to turn it, glad that it finally fit. However, as soon as she did this, a characteristic sound was heard, which immediately attracted attention. Kim Seong-hyun saw that the monster, which had been relying on its sense of smell all this time, had managed to make a fairly large hole in the pillowcase. Now his sense of smell was completely unblocked, and no chemicals could block his main sense anymore. Kim Seong-hyun heard a guttural growl, and fear began to fill his entire body at an incredible speed, restricting his movements. Sammy, meanwhile, turned the keys again, and there was a loud click, which meant that she had opened the door. Kim Seong-hyun immediately jumped to the side, dodging the monster that was attacking him, and thus saving his life. Sammy fell to the ground because Kim Seong-hyun accidentally bumped into her. But at that moment, there was no time to worry about it. Kim Seong-hyun immediately closed the door and tried to block it with his own body weight. The monster began to hinder itself in its attempts to get out through the door to get to its desired prey. Kim Seong-hyun blocked the door, hoping that they wouldn't have the strength to push him aside for a while. He felt his legs begin to shake from the excessive strain, and now he needed to ask his daughter for quick help. He told her to turn the key as quickly as possible so that the door would be locked again. Sammy quickly crawled to the keyhole, turned the key a few times, and closed the door. Kim Seong-hyun carefully lowered himself to the ground to catch his breath and regain some strength after such a strain. Through the slightly tinted glass, they saw creepy monsters who kept trying to get out, but didn't know where to go. Sammy managed to grab the boot that was lying on the floor, so now it's unlikely that they'll be able to track them by scent, as was the case before. Because of this, eerie sounds continued to come from the medical center, so Kim Seong-hyun and Sammy decided to escape from there as quickly as possible. They moved along the paths of this amusement park, realizing that just a few hours ago it had been busy. No one was chasing them, but they still decided to run further, since the monsters could be absolutely anywhere. Kim Seong-hyun and Sammy did not spare themselves and continued to run at all costs. But this greatly affected Kim Seong-hyun's health. He felt that it would be completely impossible for him to walk anymore, so he decided to open the package of pills. He took medication almost immediately to at least somehow relieve the pain, but it had a side effect. This drug caused a decrease in activity and made the person more lethargic for a period of time at the cost of suppressing pain. Sammy walked up to her father and asked if he was okay as he tried to cough and regain his strength. At this time, characteristic sounds typical of the activity of people who were still conscious reached little Sammy's ear. Sammy started to jerk her head from side to side to make sure she wasn't imagining it. She actually heard the sounds of a human voice, which were definitely not like the creepy imitations produced by mutants. Sammy said that there seemed to be a person nearby as she heard someone's voice, and Kim Seong-hyun asked her where he was. Sammy pointed out the direction and said that they needed to run there as quickly as possible to unite. Gradually, she said that this voice was getting louder, which meant they were already close to the supposed place. After they had almost reached the source of the voice, they decided to take a short rest and looked around carefully. The voice belonged to an ordinary girl who was pounding on the door with all her might, trying to attract attention. Sammy slowly approached the place,
hoping that it was really a person and not another mutant. The girl really turned out to be an ordinary conscious person who was shouting something loudly in Arabic. Sammy, however, continued to watch carefully, so as not to fall into a trap if it turned out to be a monster. After making sure that it was an ordinary woman, she asked if everything was okay, which caused the girl to immediately turn around. She started saying something loudly in her own language, but Sammy didn't understand a word of what she heard. Sammy asked regretfully if she could speak English so they could communicate. The girl said in broken English that there were a lot of people in this place who were not letting her in. However, after a few moments, she turned her gaze to Kim Sung-hong, who was slowly approaching and was not feeling well. He suddenly lost consciousness due to the excessive amount of energy expended over the past 24 hours and fell to the ground. Sammy and the girl started banging on the door with all their might, demanding that it be opened immediately, this time in English. Sammy screamed loudly for the people inside to at least somehow react and open the door for them. An unfamiliar voice told them to shut up. Otherwise, they would attract all the monsters nearby. The girl told him to go to hell in broken English and kick the door to make more noise. After that, she started screaming loudly that if there were monsters here, they should come here. A few moments later, one of those inside suddenly opened the door and grabbed her hand to stop her pounding. He ordered her to stop immediately. Otherwise, they would all die here, which is what they wanted to avoid. Sammy immediately looked inside to see what was going on and how many people were there. At a quick glance, she counted at least 8 people, including women, children, and one grandmother. She said there were too many people here and asked how many there were and whether they were infected. Sammy asked what he meant, to which he replied that infection occurs if you are bitten by one of these creatures. After this, the man asked whether the unconscious man was their comrade, or whether he had come there alone. Looking at Kim Sung-hong, he said that he looked too ill to be allowed inside. Sammy said he was definitely not infected, and the man asked if they could prove it. Sammy looked closely at the people and spotted the same girl she had seen before. She recalled that this particular employee had previously tried to help her father, but abandoned him and did not call the technicians. Sammy suddenly lunged forward, and the man didn't have time to stop her. Wondering what had happened to her, Sammy began to sharply complain to the girl and asked why she hadn't come back for him. She says that while she was on the roller coaster, she didn't help her father and ended up leaving without calling anyone for help. The girl is immediately asked if she knows this little girl, but she nervously states that she sees her for the first time. Sammy realizes that she hasn't thought this plan through, and if this man lies, she won't be able to prove that they know each other. Jerry asks the man how much longer he plans to keep the door open, and recommends that he decide quickly. Sammy takes a closer look at this man and realizes that this is the same man who saved her from the vile pervert earlier. She immediately asks him if this is the same uncle who helped her dad, in the hope that he will help now too. Jerry asks if he knows this girl, trying to figure out how she knows several people at once. Sammy looks at him with a very pitiful look, hoping that he will help her and just let her father inside. Reggie is there too and says that they ran into this girl by chance and that she seems normal. They ask what this all means, and Reggie says that they need to let her go because she won't just stay like that. They tell him that he has no say in what happens here, as she could be infected and soon turn into a monster. Reggie says that they really don't know what's going on with her now, but that's no reason to abandon her to her fate. Reggie also says that if her father is infected, he can turn others into monsters, so it's better to tie him up. They realize it will be a disaster and decide it's best to detain him so he doesn't do anything stupid. Thus, Kim Sung-han received protection from other people, albeit under very peculiar circumstances. They gradually take him and drag him inside in order to close the door as quickly as possible before other creatures come running. The man who is carrying him hopes that he is not infected and assumes that it is just a cold that caused him to pass out. Jerry asks him if that's all, and the man asks what he means when he makes a claim. Jerry says he can't be left like this, and his interlocutor says he needs to be locked in the control room. Jerry says that you can't leave it in the control room because it's made of glass and can be easily broken if you want to. Looking around, he says that they can lock him in one of these seats, since then he won't be able to get out. An employee at the amusement park says that this sounds quite secure, since these seats can't just be removed. He is asked if he has fastened his seatbelt all the way, and the man replies that he does not understand how to do this. Jerry moves closer and presses harder on the seatbelt until he hears a distinctive click. Sammy watches this with undisguised anger and realizes that they are going too far in treating her father like this. After all the preparations are complete, the area becomes silent for a while. However, some people begin to complain, saying that they are very hungry and that they have more hungry mouths to feed. Grandma says it was a mistake to let them in because she's already nervous. And now this guy could turn into a monster. She is told that they had no choice because if they did nothing, they would continue to be attacked. A little boy suddenly runs past an Arab-looking girl who has just been let in and looks at her carefully. Sammy, meanwhile, looks at the medicine from the infirmary that she managed to take, hoping to find something that will help her dad. She understands that everything here is written in English, and she doesn't understand anything. And she's a little afraid to ask others. After a while, a little boy runs up to her, asks what she is doing, and is surprised by the number of plasters. He asks her name, and upon learning her name, he says his name is Kevin, and asks her for one Band-Aid. Sammy asks if he's hurt, to which the boy immediately replies with a smile that he's fine. Sammy says he won't give him the patch because it's not a toy, but he states that he doesn't need the patch. He points at the girl he lets in and says that she appears to have been injured and needs a bandage. Sammy turns around in surprise to see which person he is talking about. We are talking about the same girl who spoke Arabic and is now sitting at a distance from the rest of the people. All this time she felt unwell, as if she had contracted some serious illness. In fact, she is constantly scratching the wound that she received from an unknown source, and this is a very bad sign. Meanwhile, an unimaginable scandal is brewing in the world due to the incident that took place in this park. Now the news reports that there were about 50,000 visitors in this park, and none of them left its territory. It is also said that people are concerned about what happened inside the park. But this is not the main issue. There are also numerous rumors, panic, and conspiracy theories spreading on social media about what happened. The authorities are being asked not to jump to conclusions, but people simply want their loved ones back. Some people contacted the park's founder, Theo Fallon, for comment on the situation. The government is conducting an investigation and has declared the situation a national emergency of the highest priority. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, one of the doctors comes to his colleague, asking if their patient has calmed down. They look at one of the infected and say that there is only one viral sample, so it is quite difficult to work with. His colleague says the creature screams so loudly that he had to be gagged to muffle the sound. The doctor says that when he was transported, everything was calm, and apparently, the virus has an incubation period. They note that after further investigation, it was discovered that the man worked as a wolf trainer. They also understand that the blood around his mouth, according to DNA analysis, belongs to another person, which means he bit someone. They assume it is something like rabies, as the symptoms are very similar. The doctor says he came to report on the composition of the virus and to find out whether it could have changed during transportation. His colleague claims that this is impossible, but he replies that the park should not contain the substances identified by the tests. A colleague says they strictly adhere to transportation rules, which leads them to believe the tests are incorrect. The scientists pause for a moment to take stock of the situation and come to a rather disappointing conclusion. He also discovers that this monster has suddenly paid attention, although he had never looked here before. After this, he asked to get a sample of the virus again to check it again and determine the nature of the infection. He noted that if the result is the same, then they may have incorrectly identified the cause of this virus. Meanwhile, they return to the amusement park, which now looks like a lifeless wasteland. Only in a few places could one find the horrific, tortured bodies of unfortunate people who did not manage to escape in time. Of greatest interest was the very building in which the heroes had safely taken refuge to wait out the day. They were still in the water section where they could set out on a boat ride and did not dare change location. One of the children here started shouting loudly to his mother that he was hungry and very bored. At the same time, an amusement park employee tried to contact her comrades using a radio, but without success. People said there was a loud bang in the zoo, like a balloon popping, and then the nightmare began. They also reported being nearby and seeing smoke rising from the strange fire. Jerry said he was at the zoo too, and was asked if he heard a loud bang. Jerry replied that he saw smoke from afar that rose and dissipated almost immediately, and it did not look like a fire. He was asked if there could have been any other smoke besides the fire, as he also smelled something burning. The girl said it didn't matter and added that there were a lot of bad rumors circulating about the founders of this place. When asked about the rumors, she said that the site was allegedly used for experiments with biochemical weapons. She also noted that no matter how much people are outraged if some singer or blogger advertises this place, they will still come here. Another girl approached a woman named Rosetta
and asked if she was a member of an environmental organization. Rosetta asked what she meant, and she showed her a thermos in her bag, which was the organization's merchandise. She noted that there was nothing wrong with this, since she saw many people with such merch walking around the park. Rosetta said it was just a similar design and asked why she was even touching other people's things. Meanwhile, Sammy continued to keep watch next to Kim Sung-hoon, hoping that he would soon feel better and come to his senses. Sammy thought that she needed to wait a little while, and then they would come for them, and she would see her mother, and her father would get better. Suddenly, a nasty boy approached her and rudely asked if her father was a monster. Sammy didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so JB suggested that her father was just turning into a monster. He started poking Kim Sung-hoon's body with a stick, saying that he needed to provoke this monster into a fit. Sammy ordered him to stop immediately, while he simply told her to go to hell, saying that she was annoying him. Sammy grabbed the stick, and he then yanked it sharply towards himself to throw her off balance. He promised with a menacing face that as soon as her father became a monster, he would immediately stab him with a knife, so that she would not cry. Kevin told him that Sammy's father was not a monster, but a good man, and that Sammy herself had brought a lot of bandages here. JBB immediately ordered the boy to get out before he got angry at his disgusting behavior. Kevin looked at JB with irritation and called him a nasty pig for insulting everyone and behaving disgustingly. JB hit him over the head with a stick and told him to go away and stop smelling like his diapers. Rosetta immediately threatened her son's offender, saying that he would get into big trouble for such behavior. She also reached out to JB's mother and told her to keep an eye on her son because he was behaving disgustingly. The woman cautiously addressed her son and told him that he shouldn't behave like that. But that was the end of her intervention. Rosetta was surprised by such indulgence of the child and could not understand why he behaved so disgustingly. Kevin's father also stood up for his son and asked the woman how she was raising a child, further escalating the situation. Meanwhile, the amusement park employee was trying to get a response from the person who was supposed to contact her. Sammy continued to stand guard next to her father, hoping that no one would attempt on his life. Several more hours passed in this tense and anxious atmosphere, and another night arrived that had to be survived. The atmosphere inside the building was dark and tense, given how much the people inside disliked each other. Nevertheless, they decided that it was time to sleep in order to somehow restore their strength. There was no sign of a proper bed here, so everyone had to sleep on uncomfortable, hard boards. However, for lack of anything better, they had to make do with what they had and use their clothes as bedding. At least this time, there was confidence that no infected person from outside would be able to get inside. However, as often happens in such shelters, the main problem was far from outside. One of the girls was already noticed scratching the wound, which indicated a possible bite. After a while, she suddenly jumped up from her seat, as if some force had forced her to move forward. The grandmother, who was nearby, slept peacefully, unaware of the serious danger she was in. Gradually, she felt something slimy and wet fall on her face, causing her to quickly wake up. She tried to understand what it meant and began to rub the strange wet substance over her face. However, when her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw the eerie silhouette of a swollen face right above her. Apparently, the infection process was complete, and this unfortunate girl had turned into a monster. The grandmother tried to scream, but the monster suddenly shoved his hand into her mouth, preventing her from screaming. The monster continued to press with all its might, trying to break the victim's neck and bared its terrible teeth. Kim Sung-hoon gradually woke up after hearing strange sounds, like intense blows on wood. He looked around and realized that they had been let inside, which meant he had a chance to escape. He tried to understand why he found himself in this structure again, and noticed that everyone was asleep, which meant no one would free him. After that, he looked at the woman's silhouette and realized that someone was not sleeping, which meant he needed to ask for help. Kim Sung-hoon called out to the girl several times, not fully understanding what was really going on. Kim Sung-hoon tried to shout, but couldn't this girl hear him? While she continued to slurp disgustingly, chewing blood, Kim Sung-hoon addressed her in broken English, hoping that she would definitely hear him now, but suddenly realized who it was. Hearing a guttural growl that he had heard several times before, he realized with horror that this girl was infected. In a fit of sudden panic, he began to jerk violently, trying to remove his seatbelt. But it was all pointless. This loud shaking also woke up other people, who were trying to understand what was happening and where this strange noise was coming from. Kevin's father said he didn't understand why everyone was making so much noise when everyone was tired and sleeping. He turned his attention back to the girl nearby and suddenly realized that she was infected when he saw her creepy face. He also realized that a murder had just occurred, as this girl had killed her sleeping grandmother in cold blood. He began to loudly wake everyone up, saying that there was an infected person here and they needed to react as quickly as possible. Kim Seung-hyun continued to try to remove his seatbelt, but he was unable to do so, and his panic only grew. Everyone jumped to their feet and watched the infected woman closely, trying to figure out what to do with her. They wondered if there was anything sharp they could hit the creature with to finish it off. Suddenly, the infected froze and looked carefully at her next prey, while the others tried to figure out what to do. This caused her to chase them like a mad dog, so Rosetta and her family turned and ran. In a gesture of despair, they rushed forward and fell into the water. But the monster was in no hurry to follow them. As soon as the water touched her body, she immediately jumped to the side, as if it were a dangerous poison for her. After that, she tried to stretch out her hand to reach the victim, but the distance turned out to be too great. The employees said that the creature seemed to be afraid of water, and this could be used to deal with it. Rosetta and her family made it to the other side and remained relatively safe. The rest of the people watched closely what was happening and realized that the girl in the hijab had been infected all this time and was hiding it. After this, the survivors tried to figure out if there was any sharp object and what to do to deal with it. Jerry heard the idea that it would be better to lock this creature in some place so that it would not bite anyone. He turned back to the control room and realized that no one was going to lure this creature in and lock it up. He also tried to figure out if there was a way to block it without hiding in the fragile control room. Almost immediately, he noticed the seatbelt that had previously been used to restrain Kim Sun-kan. The vile creature, meanwhile, looked attentively at the people it had just been chasing and did not move. Jerry turned to Rosetta's husband and told him that he needed to calm down and help him deal with this creature. Jerry added that they could manage it, but he would need his help to do it, and he began to get nervous. Jerry told his son and the others to run to the control room to avoid attracting the creature's attention. The employee grabbed Sammy and told her that she would not harm her and was simply evacuating her to safety. They asked him what they were going to do, hoping he had a plan to destroy the creature. Jerry said that Rosetta's husband should lure the creature out, and Rosetta immediately shifted the responsibility to him. Because he was a fireman, Jerry ordered him to attract as much attention as possible and lead her to the ride so that she could get on it. Someone replied that this was stupid, because you can't let the creature move there. Otherwise, it will kill everyone. Jerry ignored the protest and recommended making loud noises to attract her. The man tried to contact Jerry again, but he stated that the creature was targeting only him and was not responding to others. He was told that if he wanted to survive until tomorrow, he would have to take a risk and lure her. Meanwhile, the mutant girl continued to look at him intently, showing off her ugly face. Jerry gave commands while Kim Sung-han came to his senses and realized that this man was familiar to him. He realized that it was this man who had been on a roller coaster ride today and had helped him get out of the situation. However, he still didn't understand what Jerry's plan was and what exactly he was going to do. Meanwhile, Rosetta's husband was trying to gather the strength to risk his life in the face of the terrible monster. After that, he raised his hands to get the monster's attention, and it immediately responded. The people watching him realized that the creature had indeed targeted him and was following him. He slowly began to move forward, and the monster mirrored his movements. The people watching understood that this was a serious danger, since the monster was distinguished by its fast movements. They also said that one careless step and the creature would catch up with him and eat him alive. The man understood that there was almost no time left, but he still took a step forward. He began waving his arms, beckoning the monster and ordering it to come closer. The monster rushed forward with a vile growl and stretched out its arms. Within moments, he had cleared the row of seats and was ready to sink his teeth into his prey. However, at the most opportune moment, Jerry came to the rescue and blocked the creature between the seats. He quickly pulled the seatbelt down, pinning her and preventing her from moving her arms normally. The monster tried to get rid of the sharp restriction, but did not understand how to do it. Primitive instincts clouded the mind and completely prevented rational thinking. Jerry realized he needed to lower another seat to block her ability to move her legs. In this way, he completely neutralized the monster, depriving it of the opportunity to obtain food for itself. After that, he released all the seatbelts,
leaving the monster to twitch in a fit. Kevin's father asked Jerry how he came up with such a brilliant but risky plan. Sammy and the other survivors ran out of the control room, happy that they had managed to catch the monster and could now breathe a sigh of relief. Sammy immediately ran to her father and asked him if everything was okay, but they were immediately told that it was not the time to rejoice. Someone said in a threatening manner that they all needed to leave here and quickly pack their things before it was too late. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hong realized that he couldn't lower the thing, and no one was in a hurry to help him with this matter. Meanwhile, the grandmother's body, which had been brutally torn apart by the rabid mutant, began to twitch violently. Kevin noticed these movements and immediately turned to his mother, but she stated that now was not the time to be distracted. Kevin said loudly that they needed to look at that aunt, who apparently had managed to recover. Rosetta turned around and saw a terrible picture, realizing that now this grandmother was also under the influence of the virus. An amusement park employee approached the grandmother and asked her if she was okay and how she was feeling. Jerry realized that things were getting tough and immediately turned to everyone to ensure they didn't make any mistakes. He advised them to move as quietly as possible so as not to make noise and attract the creature's attention. Rosetta felt an incredible fear that penetrated her body as she stood next to the infected mutant. A shudder ran through her body, causing her to sway from side to side, unable to control herself. She also didn't notice that the special mug that was in her bag was gradually falling out of there. When you try to pick up this icon, it falls to the floor and then begins to slowly roll towards the mutant. Over the next few seconds, the mug slowly rolls towards the mutant and collides with her body. At first, the creepy monster doesn't react to the fact that something foreign has touched it and continues to stare into space. However, after a few moments, she suddenly turns to the side, revealing a swollen face and an angry grimace. She puts her arms out to the side, preparing to make a sharp leap towards them, despite her advanced age. At first, she takes a few steps and begins to growl gutturally, like all the other mutants that we have met before. Unlike other mutants, her teeth look surprisingly normal, making it look like some kind of anomaly. Rosetta's husband asks her to cross here carefully so as not to provoke this mad creature. Rosetta is gripped by incredible terror, so she cannot move and continues to stand there, trembling. The monster, meanwhile, decides to take advantage of its chance and immediately rushes forward, emitting vile, guttural creaks. Rosetta stretches her arms forward in horror, hoping that she will be able to stop the approaching monster. However, fortunately, her husband comes to her aid in time to push this monster aside and prevent something irreparable. Rosetta jumps back in fear, causing her to lose contact with her child and let go of his hand. Kevin falls into the water almost immediately, and you can only be happy for him, because now the monster won't be able to grab him. Rosetta rushes to the side, but her husband immediately pulls her back, telling her that she should understand what she is doing. Rosetta runs away under pressure from her husband, after which she continues to scream her son's name in order to find out where he is. They quickly jump to the other side, after which this angry mutant continues to follow them. They get into the control room and tell the others to shut the doors quickly before it's too late. Jerry helps an amusement park employee named Maxine close the door and tries to keep the mutant away. However, it turns out that this grandmother has quite a lot of strength, and it is with difficulty that an adult woman and a strong man can hold her back. Gradually, this creature pushes its creepy face further and further, in the hope that it will manage to bite someone. Jerry realizes that if he waits a little longer, she will simply open the door and destroy all these defenseless people. His wits tell him that he just needs to grab the keys and deliver a powerful blow to the creature's mouth. This is enough to at least briefly disable this monster and force it to loosen its grip. Maxine immediately closes the door completely and switches the door handle so that it cannot be opened without permission. After a short pause, the monster suddenly approaches the glass and begins to stare terrifyingly at all the survivors on the other side. This monster focuses its attention on one specific person from the whole crowd, not paying attention to the others. Her eyes look very menacing as they constantly twitch from side to side and become bloodshot. Rosetta wonders why this grandmother is looking at her in particular, since she hasn't done anything specific. The infected grandmother tries to hit the thick glass several more times, but she can't break through anything. A few moments later, she hears loud calls for help and immediately turns around in search of her victim. Rosetta understands that it is her dear son screaming, and she doesn't even understand what she should do to save him. Kevin continues to splash in the water and try to get out after he made it to the boat on his own. He screams loudly that his leg is bleeding and that it hurts a lot, so he wants to get out of here. He asks where his mother is, and Kim Sung-hun hopes that this little one will behave more quietly. He hears a rapid rustling sound, turns around and understands that this creature will certainly now show interest in him. In front of his face appears the creepy and swollen face of a mutant, which is preparing to bite into him with all its might. Sammy doesn't understand what to do in this situation, since she won't have time to save her father due to lack of strength. Meanwhile, the mutated grandmother attacks Kim Sun-hyun, and now no one can help him in this situation. This spectacle is truly very eerie, and from a distance it seems as if our hero has come to a terrible end. Sammy screams in fear to his dad, hoping that he can somehow deal with this creepy mutant. Kim Sung-hyun twitches in fear as the monster tries to bite off his neck with its sharp teeth. From the outside, it looks like his hands are shaking and will soon weaken, since he won't be able to hold out for long. The remaining survivors realize that another person has now become a victim of these mutants, and they are trying to figure out what to do. Jerry watches this with genuine horror, realizing that he has a son to look after. However, after some time, he discovers a strange detail that completely changes his attitude towards what is happening. He sees a strange thing that has an interesting color, as if it is a part of some person's body. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun tried to push the monster away from him, while blood dripped down his face. The woman tried to bite into his neck with all her might, and he loudly screamed at her to let him go and get the hell out. After that, she tried her best to bite his fingers to leave even more bloody marks. Kim Sung-hyun noted that the sensation was incredibly strange for him, as it was painful, but not as much as he was used to. Looking closer, he realized that his grandmother had no teeth, so she could not have caused him any injury. Jerry came to his aid in time and grabbed her from behind, trying to strangle her and loosen her grip. She tried to twitch, but she was unable to cope with such a strong man due to the latter's advantageous position. Maxine reached the protagonist and said that there was a pedal here that would lock the safety belt. Kim Sung-hyun asked her what it all meant, but the girl began to press her with all her might to release him. This did not lead to any success, and he began to wonder why all the equipment in this place was so useless. Jerry urged them on because they didn't have much time, and other mutants could come running very soon. Jerry decided to follow her advice, and very soon Kim Sung-hong heard a strange clicking sound from the mechanism. He realized that the belt had only opened a little, but it was enough to get him out of there. Jerry declared that he had the creature and advised them to run while they still had the chance. Meanwhile, Rosetta was wondering where her own son had gone, unable to find him in all the chaos. Meanwhile, other people were trying to clear away the rubble that was blocking the door so that no one could break in. Jerry received a signal that they had cleared the rubble, but the monster tried to bite him with its gums. Jerry felt a little scared because for a second it seemed to him that now he too would become infected. He immediately turned her towards the water and realized that he needed to get rid of this threat once and for all. He, irritated, pushed the mutant forward so that he would not have a single chance of landing anywhere but water. Jerry also advised the main character not to yawn and run away from there while they still had time. Rosetta became hysterical, saying that she had lost her dear son, and her husband asked her where he was. Rosetta pointed towards the catamaran and said that her son was left there and she couldn't find him. Jerry told them to close the doors and didn't understand why they stood there and did nothing. Meanwhile, Maxine's radio began to hiss loudly, as if it had picked up a signal after a long silence. An unknown voice addressed her and asked if she could hear it, which immediately made the girl become agitated. She turned to her friend and asked where he was, adding that she was currently at a pirate auction. She was told that they were at a burger joint next to this place, a few minutes walk away. He also said there were food supplies and other survivors there, and then asked if she could get there. Maxine said she would be there soon, while Jerry asked the others why they were taking so long. Rosetta's husband said that he would bring his son and that she should go with the others, but she refused and said that she would stay here. The man said that he couldn't protect her from this monster, so she had to follow the others. After that, he closed the door, and the other women reassured her, telling her that her son would be okay. Rosetta immediately began to cry, unable to bear such a tragedy because her son meant so much to her. Maxine, meanwhile, said that if you run straight ahead, there will be a wall ahead that will serve as a landmark. She also said that her friend is now in the burger place, and she is not far from this wall. The survivors gradually sped up to keep the creature from catching up with them, even if it screamed. Gradually, they reached the wall and carefully climbed over it one by one, helping each other. Kim Sung-hyun helped his little daughter climb over the giant wall,
and Reggie also helped him. While the others were climbing over the fence, he told his daughter that they needed to keep up with these people and move on. They quickly came across a giant wall in the park that prevented them from getting out into the normal world. Kim Sung-hyun squeezed his daughter's hand tighter and said that there was no turning back now, so they would have to act decisively. Together with her, he followed the group of survivors, hoping that with them they would have a better chance of survival. Maxine was picking up radio signals, and her friend said they didn't need to go through the burger joint to get to the entrance. He added that they had barricaded the main glass entrance, so entry was only possible through the rear iron door. A few moments later, their progress was temporarily interrupted by the appearance of a monster that was prowling the area in search of prey. Jerry advised everyone to hold their breath until the monster left so as not to attract its attention. After the monster left these lands, they decided to move on, being careful and quiet. Gradually, they moved away to a sufficient distance, and their journey reached their next destination. Maxine said it was the perfect place to move on, as they would be able to climb up and find the entrance. Kim Sung-hyun looked up and saw the giant burger that served as a landmark on their journey. Maxine pointed at him and said that they needed to move on and climb this small mountain. It was time to climb the stone steps, and they decided to act as carefully as possible so as not to fall. Rosetta was still preoccupied with thoughts of her son, who was unknown where, and this prevented her from thinking clearly. She became less attentive, and because of this, she slipped on a stone ledge. Kim Sung-hyun managed to catch her to prevent her from falling and told her that she needed to be careful. Rosetta jerked her hand away, showing with her whole appearance that she did not appreciate the help he had given her. Kim Sung-hyun continued to climb up on his own, making sure his daughter was also safe. Jerry and Reggie were the first to reach the top, and now they had to wait for the others. Jerry extended his hand to his son and told him to grab it so he could get up faster. Reggie ignored his helping hand and stood up on his own to prove to him that he was no longer a child. Jerry said no one even showed up to the meeting, so this girl would have to call them on the radio. Reggie looked down carefully and found that the other survivors were having trouble climbing higher. After that, he carefully climbed down to help them, responding with irritation to his father's obvious question. Jerry said that these stones are difficult to use as steps, so they will all rise on their own, and there is no point in doing anything stupid. Reggie pointedly ignored his warning and continued helping other people get up faster. At a certain point, it was Sammy's turn, for whom this type of rock climbing was the most difficult due to her age. Jerry extended his helping hand to her and encouraged her to grab it to make it easier to climb higher. Sammy did not refuse the help and thanked him for being so generous and noble towards a stranger. Jerry clicked his tongue in annoyance as he watched his son ignore his direct orders, but he couldn't do anything about it. After that, he heard a loud click of a lock behind him and realized that a person was about to come out here. A young man appeared from behind the door, turned to Maxine, asked where she was, and then suddenly froze. He looked at Jerry in surprise and asked who he was, to which he answered with a counter-question. Maxine tried to climb up and asked her friend Shrade to give her a hand. Shrade immediately complied with her request and grabbed her, asking why she didn't tell him she wouldn't come here alone. He looked closely at the other survivors and realized that they were in deep trouble, as they now had even more problems. He accused her of saying she would come alone, and Maxine reminded him that she had never said anything like that. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun accepted Reggie's help and thanked him, while the two continued to argue loudly. Shrade said that there were more than 1 or 2 people here, so the people he was friends with would definitely refuse. He was also surprised that there were children there, and JB told him to go to hell, saying that there were always children at an amusement park. Maxine asked him if they should go back, reminding him that they no longer had the strength to go anywhere. Shrade walked inside irritably and said that at this rate they wouldn't get out of here on their own, but something had to be done. As they entered the burger joint, they heard the loud conversations of other people trying to figure out what to do. Shrade carefully tried to find a topic of conversation and said that plans had changed slightly. He said in a trembling voice that the friends he had talked about earlier had finally arrived here. He noted that they had had a hard time and now they should rest here, but this only increased the tense silence. One of them asked if he thought they were idiots and if he understood where all this would lead. They reminded him that he had only spoken about one friend, but a whole group of other people had come there. Shrade said he didn't know about it either, and his comrade said that these people needed to be thrown out. Maxine asked if that was too cruel, since everyone should stay alive, but her proposal was not supported. Jerry asked without hesitation how much food they had left,
noting that he had heard about it before. These people looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by this, noting that it sounded suspicious. Meanwhile, one of them began to look suspiciously towards Kim Seung-hong and took a few steps towards him. Kim Seung-hyun was surprised that the man came so close to him, as if he recognized him. He realized that he was seeing this man for the first time, so he was probably mistaken in thinking that he was familiar. However, the young man pointed behind Kim Seung-hyun and said that he definitely recognized the girl. Kim Seung-hyun tried to understand what he was talking about and turned around slightly to find out who he was referring to. The conversation was about a girl whom these guys called the singer Kiara. Noting that she played the role of the Silver Girl in a recent film, Kiara thanked them for recognizing her, even though she wasn't in her best shape right now. They also remembered that this girl was an advertising model for this theme park and was promoting this place. Other people watching her realized that they too felt as if they had seen her before. Kiara said it had been very difficult for them to get here, and she knew it was rude of her to ask for more. After this, she stated that it would be easier for them if she stayed nearby, and asked permission to stay here. After a short pause, she asked them what they would do, hoping for their favor. These irritated people began to whisper, trying to decide what decision would be right for everyone. After a short meeting, they unanimously agreed that the singer Kiara could stay, but the rest had to leave the place. Maxine immediately became indignant, but was told that as soon as their clothes were dry, they should leave. Maxine immediately approached Kiara and asked if she could talk to these people to convince them to leave. Kim Seung-hong wondered in his mind if they really couldn't stay here no matter what. He looked at what was happening and tried to figure out what they should do now, but no answer came to mind. After a while, he and the other survivors sat down on the floor to catch their breath. Sammy said she was very hungry, and Kim Seung-han hoped that they would get at least some food. Maxine, meanwhile, said irritably that they were completely unlucky, and now they would have to survive on their own. Trade assured them that this girl had persuaded them and even gotten some food, so they should take advantage of the opportunity. Kim Seung-hyun carefully shook out the pills that were supposed to help him cope with the severe pain in his leg after a long walk. He carefully placed the pill in his mouth and prepared to swallow it. But this time, an unpleasant incident occurred. He felt the pill stuck in his throat and coughed, unable to swallow it because of its stickiness. He tried to figure out what he could take the pill with and noticed a small bottle of water. He took the bottle and took a few greedy sips, which helped him swallow the pill. Rosetta asked him if he was feeling better, after which he immediately apologized to her in English. Rosetta suddenly asked him if there was any reason for them to continue living in this terrible world. Kim Seung-han didn't quite understand what she meant, so Rosetta asked him why they had come here in the first place. She also asked who he was going to hurt first, and immediately offered to bite her to get rid of the suffering. She abruptly extended her hand to him and told him not to stand on ceremony and to bite her right away. Kim Seung-han was trying to figure out why she was acting so strange when she suddenly splashed water right in his face. Sammy woke up and asked irritably what happened, while Rosetta blamed him for what happened. Maxine said that if he continued to behave like this, he would simply be kicked out, and that Kim Seung-han was not to blame for what happened. Rosetta continued to be hysterical, saying that several hours had already passed, but her husband and child still had not returned. She sat down on the chair and started to whine loudly, while JB came in and looked around. He asked his mother if he had any wet wipes, and when asked where he had gone, she only snapped and did not answer. The girl noticed a very unpleasant smell coming from her son and asked him what was on his face. One of the survivors who had been here before started sniffing and said that the smell seemed familiar to him. They quickly ran to the refrigerator and said that it smelled exactly the same as the common room had smelled recently. After that, they went out into the common room and said that someone had opened the refrigerator and they needed to find out who did it. The refrigerator started leaking seriously because someone had left the doors open for a while and not closed them properly. The survivors opened both refrigerator doors and realized that the meat had begun to spoil, which was a very bad sign. They noted that almost all the remaining ice in the refrigerator had melted, and now all the meat could spoil. Jerry suddenly asked them why they didn't just eat it all while it was still fresh and they had the chance. Maxine said it was just a stupid joke, because in such conditions they could easily get poisoned, and there was nowhere to turn for help. Schrade stated that there was no electricity here, so there was no way they could cook the meat even if they wanted to. Jerry said that the ice had not all melted yet, so they had about half a day, and then asked what they would do. In response to their blank looks, he stated that if they found means for frying,
they could divide the meat in half. He was immediately accused of being a pathetic thief, noting that the meat did not belong to him and that he was appropriating it for himself. Jerry said that by tomorrow the meat would already be rotten, so they wouldn't be able to cook it. One of the survivors turned to his comrade and said that they had no choice and that the meat had to be eaten now. After this, they decided to go out into the common room to discuss this with the other survivors and make a decision. JB wiped his face with napkins in irritation and said that he smelled all over like that pathetic freezer. Schrade addressed the other survivors and said that the time had come to make a very important announcement. He said that they have enough space to feed absolutely everyone who is here. He also stated that a serious problem had arisen that they would have to resolve as soon as possible. He said that there was no electricity here and they had no equipment that could help fry this meat. Maxine said they have food, but they can't cook it, which leads to a difficult decision. Schrade said the situation was indeed bad, but they had no choice but to try to come up with something. He said he promised to give them half if they found the equipment to cook meat. Maxine asked if they really had to go outside and risk their lives for this. Schrade said he didn't want to suggest it, but they didn't know when rescuers would arrive and time was short. Jerry said that, to be more specific, those who do not help will not get their share of the meat. He noted that this applies to both women and men, and even people with serious disabilities. Jerry wasn't particularly thrilled about the situation they found themselves in, but he had no choice. Schrade said there are too many adults and children right now, so they need to split into teams. Schrade also said that their water supply was cut off, so they would have to find something to drink. He stated that he and Jerry would go to the vending machine to buy drinks and bring them to the others. After that, he marked a special fusion restaurant on the map to find a grill and solid fuel for meat there. He was asked how sure he was that everything he needed was there, and he showed a diagram where these items were marked. Jerry turned to Reggie and asked him to stay and watch the kids so they wouldn't do anything stupid. Reggie replied that he could help, but Jerry immediately forbade him to do so, saying that he had to listen to him. Reggie replied that even in this situation, he continues to decide for everyone what to do, and his patience is running out. Jerry said it would be hard to protect him outside because he had ear problems and would become a burden. He asked him if he could hear what his father was saying and if he relied on his hearing aid. Reggie said that he could hear just fine and that he would still go with them and help. Kiara suddenly interrupted their conversation, apologized, and said that she could look after the children without any problem. She also said that Reggie was too young to look after children and was unlikely to cope. Jerry asked her what she was even talking about and said that she should go too because there weren't enough people. Kiara looked away in surprise and asked if he was seriously going to do this to an innocent girl. She asked if he was serious about this, since it was thanks to her help that they were able to stay. Jerry glared at her and asked if she really wanted to be his hater if she continued to behave like that. Jerry said he didn't even know her name and noted that it was an honor for him to be considered her hater. Kim Seung-hyun checked on Sammy's condition while the others prepared to move on. Rosetta was constantly throwing barbs at him, but Kim Sung-hun tried to understand why she treated him like that. Schrade abruptly approached the protagonist and addressed him in order to attract his attention, at least for a minute. He notes that the others told him that Kim Sung-hun is Korean, and that makes their situation much easier. He remembers that in Korea, all adults go to the army, so he will definitely be able to take care of them. Schrade also tells them that there is vegetable oil here, but it might not be enough, so they need to bring more. He also recommends bringing solid fuel and a gas lighter so you can grill meat. He also asks him to get some salt because this will make the meat spoil more slowly, and this will help them a lot. He also hands him a map, saying that it will clearly not hinder him in orienting himself in the area. Kim Seung-hyun tries to talk to them, but they suddenly stop and ask him if there is a problem. Kim Seung-hyun begins to hesitantly try to say something in English, but nothing comes out. He also notices the irritated looks of others who assume he is about to desert. Sammy tries to calm him down, then looks at him worriedly, hoping that he will say something. Kim Seung-hyun realizes that he simply cannot afford to be weak because he needs to save his daughter. After a short pause, he turns to other people and says that there will be no problems with this and that he will do everything. After this, he begins to slowly get ready, while Schrade and Jerry discuss what they need to do next. Schrade states that if they want to save themselves with food, they need to go to the designated place, although most likely everything there has already been taken apart. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han tightens his bandage to reduce the pain in his leg. Maxine approaches Schrade and asks him why he gave the wounded man the map, since he won't be able to lead the squad. She asks him why put someone in charge if they can't even have a normal conversation because of this barrier. Shrade states that he means that she doesn't have to take on everything just because she works here and knows the area. Sammy asks him when they can go home, assuming that his mother is probably worried about them. Kim Sun-hyun touches her knee, feeling intense pain, and then decides to have a serious talk with her daughter. He advises her to stop worrying about her mother, reminding her that she is no longer a little child and should understand what happened. She states that until the doors open or they are rescued, all they can do is keep up with the others and survive. He advises her to think only about herself and listen to him, so as not to run away and do various stupid things. After that, he heads towards the exit along with everyone else, feeling that his legs are still shaking from severe pain. The first team consists of Jerry, Shrade, and Reggie, a rather uneven distribution, although in this situation there is nothing to be done. Kim Sung-hyun was sent on another mission along with the remaining women of the team, except for Kiara, who remained in the role of nanny. Shrade calls Kim Sung-hyun a soldier and hopes that he can take care of their women and protect them. Jerry advises him not to shift unnecessary responsibility onto this man, since he is already seriously injured. The remaining survivors advise them to hurry, saying that if the meat spoils, they will simply be thrown out. Jerry is thinking that this meat doesn't even belong to him, but he acts like he's the boss here. After this, he carelessly opens the door, looking out into the street in the hope that there will be no monsters nearby. The surviving children who remain here watch them go, after which the expedition group declares that there is no one around. Kim Sung-hyun doesn't even turn around to look at his daughter, as he understands that he better be strong for her sake now. They split up almost instantly and head off in different directions, hoping to return safe and sound. After some time, they manage to descend quite successfully without attracting the attention of the prowling creatures. Maxine stares at Kim Sung-hyun, and the presence of the card in his hands begins to gradually irritate her. Her face becomes more and more gloomy, and she understands that this situation definitely does not suit her. She takes a few quick steps and snatches the card right out of his hands without asking anything first. Kim Sun-hyun tries to ask what's going on, but she rudely replies that she knows this place better than him. She also says that she doesn't understand why Shrade relies on him, and assures him that there won't be any problems. She asks if anyone is against this, and Rosetta immediately supports her, saying that she does not trust him. Kim Sung-hyun looks down in irritation and realizes that he's unlikely to make a good team with these women. After this, he calmly walks on, looking around and not paying attention to the objections of others. Jerry and Shrade don't get along very well either, as they can't agree on where to go first. Jerry says that the priority goal will be to find water, as that is the most important thing in such situations. Shrade suggests that they also need to find food, but Jerry says that won't be as effective. Shrade shows them a map and says that it would be more efficient to first stop for snacks and then pick up water on the way back. Jerry says it's easier to go twice than to waste time on snacks if there's water nearby. Shrade asks him if he doesn't think about his son, but Reggie asks him not to drag him into this conflict. Shrade says he just wanted to tell him because his dad is not calming down, and Jerry is starting to get angry. He adds that he works here, so he knows how everything works, but if they get into danger, it will be bad. He immediately warns that in such a situation, the three of them will definitely not get along under the same roof, and he will take revenge for this. Shrade understands that this is a very unpleasant person with whom he has to build a relationship, but there is no other choice. They get to food trucks quite quickly thanks to their very high navigation skills. They look around and realize that there are no monsters here yet, but food supplies are also low. Shrade looks around irritably and says that this is not at all what he expected. He immediately justifies himself and says that he expected something like this, but what is happening here is a disaster. Afterwards, he notes that this is not surprising given the number of visitors, but something definitely had to remain here. Jerry asks him if he means the trash on the floor, which is definitely not suitable for eating. Shrade suddenly shows them the ice cream cones he found, adding that they are pure flour that could come in handy. He asks him if he found anything, reminding him that if he doesn't help, he will get absolutely nothing. Reggie comes closer to Shrade and asks him if they need sugar, and he replies that sugar is quite important. He asks him where he got the sugar, and Reggie tells him he found it in the cotton candy corner. Meanwhile, Jerry finds a small jar of coffee beans, which could also come in handy during these difficult times. He also says that he's going to go to the churro section and see if they have sugar, and Reggie should stay here. After this, he quickly rushes in the right direction so as not to expose his son to unnecessary danger. Shrade points out that Jerry is being stubborn and advises Reggie not to put all those bottles in his backpack. He reminds him that if they are suddenly attacked on the way, they will have to throw away the bag so that it does not interfere with their escape. Shrade also states that coffee is a bad idea because it will actually cause water to leave the body. Reggie ignores his warning and starts putting away the bottles just in case they might come in handy. After a short excursion around this area, it is time to take stock of this foray and continue on. Shrade says Jerry found a lot more than he initially thought, and it's a pretty good haul. Jerry states that with so many people, all this goodness will disappear in just one day, so it's too early to rejoice. Shrade shares his pessimism and says it will last at least 2 days if you portion it out properly. Jerry says it doesn't really matter because they should stop wasting time and try to get water. After some time, they head to a place where there should be a lot of water, but decide to do it carefully. Hiding in the bushes, they carefully observe the surrounding area and try to understand whether there are signs of mutant activity here. Shrade points them to a building with a large red roof, which should now serve as their landmark in this area. He explains that the building houses a warehouse full of vending machine products, and that he hasn't told anyone else about it until now. He notes that the location is not on the map, so other people shouldn't know it's a liquor warehouse and won't be able to loot it. Jerry says that now he understands why he wanted to lighten the backpack so badly, and it all makes sense now. Shrade assures that he has foreseen all of this, and now there will be absolutely no need to worry until rescue and water. Approaching the door, he says that it is definitely locked, but the glass, unfortunately, was broken. He decides to check the locks and comes to a very unfortunate and sad conclusion about what happened. Giving the door a gentle push, he realizes that it was actually unlocked. So someone had definitely already been in this place. Looking inside, they discover empty boxes that were supposed to contain drinks all this time, but someone took them. Shrade is surprised that there is absolutely nothing here, because such a large warehouse cannot be dismantled so quickly. Shrade starts to get indignant and says that this is all he was hoping for, and now they will have to come up with a new plan. He finds one small can of soda and assumes that the villains left it as a taunt. Jerry points out that there are still traces of soda on the floor, which means that all this was collected quite recently. Shrade accuses Jerry of doing nothing either, and Jerry doesn't understand why he's mad at him. Their conversation is interrupted by loud gurgling sounds, signaling that there are monsters nearby. Jerry, Reggie, and Shrade immediately tense up and realize they'd better keep quiet to avoid attracting their attention. Jerry tells him to shut up, saying that they don't know if anyone was nearby or if other people were following them. Shrade appears to be at a loss as to what to do, noting that he hasn't had any water for 2 days and it's starting to bother him. After a short pause, he opens a can of soda and starts gulping it down to quench his thirst. Jerry asks him what the hell he's doing as he happily finishes his drink and exhales heavily. Jerry says that Shrade is just an incredibly stupid person, and Shrade says that he needs time to think. Reggie says he doesn't understand what there is to think about, since there are water sources everywhere. They ask him what he means, and Reggie states that he has seen a lot of vending machines. Shrade asks them how many vending machines they saw on the way here, and what the chances are of finding something there. Reggie states that he saw about 4, and there were signs that there was nothing left, but you can find some that are still full. Shrade begins to think hard, periodically talking to himself in an incomprehensible language in order to somehow calm down. After this, he asks why the water was suddenly turned off, because this means that something happened to the water supply. Meanwhile, Jerry carefully looks out of the warehouse windows to find out if the monsters have left and where they should go now. After this, he suddenly turns to Shrade and asks him where he escaped from when the monster massacre began. Shrade talks about how he ran away from the entrance and tries to understand why he is asking about it now. Jerry tries to get him to understand by saying that he ran away when the first monster appeared, just like everyone else. Shrade guesses that there is definitely a vending machine near the entrance to the amusement park, and it is probably full. However, he says that this is a very risky idea, because monsters can also come there for the smell of people. Jerry says he can't guarantee anything, but they definitely can't go back there without water. So they decide to go out on reconnaissance and carefully try to get to this vending machine. The area around the entrance to the amusement park looks rather abandoned, and there are no signs of monsters present. However, they try to move as quietly as possible so that a random glass does not attract anyone's attention. Finally, They reach the very gate where the first clash between people and the giant monster took place. Schrade immediately points his finger at the vending machines, trying to do it in a whisper for his own peace of mind. He notes that people don't really need the vending machines at the entrance, so there are probably still plenty left. Coming closer, he happily says that the light is on here, which means the machine is in working order. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that he does not have the appropriate key to open it. Schrade says that a key with a tubular hole is needed here, and he doesn't have such a key right now. Jerry pushes him aside, promising that he will solve everything now. After which, he slowly takes off his backpack, preparing to break the glass. Schrade stops him, saying that it's definitely a bad idea, and Jerry asks him why he's against it. Schrade states that they can't break the glass here because it's a huge area, and if they make noise, it will spread throughout the area. He also adds that if there are monsters nearby, they will hear the noise and will be unlikely to be able to escape from them in open areas. When asked what they should do in such a case, Schrade suggests putting money in there to get some water. He asks if they have any coins or paper money with them, noting that his coins were left in the staff room. Jerry says he only has a card, and Schrade replies that there was an ATM on the other side where he could withdraw money. Jerry looks at him sternly and asks if he's really suggesting that the three of them go there. Schrade asks why he's so angry, adding that it's better to be on the safe side and not get into serious danger. Jerry abruptly hands him his card and presses it against his body to make sure he takes it. Schrade looks at the credit card in surprise and realizes that it belongs to a rather wealthy person. Jerry recommends that he go to that damn ATM and withdraw at least a few $1,000s, but he must do it alone. Schrade asks what the plan is, and Jerry looks at him in surprise, trying to figure out if he didn't hear. Reggie immediately says he'll go with him, but Jerry sharply orders him to shut up and stay with them. He also states that he will no longer act according to his stupid plans, and now he must go alone and get everything. Jerry continues to look at his interlocutor and asks if he still doesn't understand something. Schrade frustratedly realizes he has no other option but to try to get the money himself. Finally, he asks if he could at least tell him the password for the card so that he could withdraw the money. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hong reaches the right place, which they had been carefully walking towards all this time together with the other survivors. Kim Seung-hyun speculates that if this is the restaurant the employee mentioned, it's closer than the map showed. He also notes that the building is quite large, at least 2 stories, and there is probably a lot of food inside. Maxine opens the door carefully, so as not to attract anyone around, and slowly peers inside, scanning the room. After a few seconds, she says that there appears to be absolutely nothing here, and it is unclear what was here before. Kim Seung-hyun goes inside with the others, constantly looking around to avoid being ambushed. Maxine herself says that it's total chaos here, after which they discover a door to the kitchen, where something could still be left. Maxine also notices a staircase to the 2nd floor and suggests checking it out first before going any further. She suggests that the others stay downstairs while she quickly checks the 2nd floor for any creatures. Kim Seung-hyun continues to scan the area, realizing that these creatures can remain very quiet until the last moment. Quickly getting up, she looks around and, not hearing any suspicious sounds, realizes that everything is clear. Coming down to the landing, she tells her comrades that everything is clean here, and they can relax a little. Immediately after this, they go into the kitchen, and Maxine says that, despite the relative safety, it is better not to linger. They begin to search the kitchen in search of at least some supplies or devices for cooking. Kim Seung-hyun also looks around the kitchen for supplies that might be useful to his daughter. Rosetta has been keeping an eye on him all this time and continues to follow him, although it would be better if she were doing something else. Kim Sun-hyun soon finds a bottle with a strange liquid and tries to figure out what it's for. After sniffing it a bit, he realizes that it is a sweet smell, and according to the label, it is apple concentrate or something similar. Rosetta suddenly approaches him and tries to push him away, saying that he is in the way and orders him not to collect nonsense. She snatches the bottle from him and says that if he doesn't know what to pack, then he should do the dishes. Kim Sung-han silently snatches the bottle back, tired of listening to her senseless complaints. Rosetta falls into hysterics again, continuing to make claims over every little thing. Maxine, meanwhile, says that Schrade mentioned a mini oven, but she doesn't understand where it might be. Rosetta declares that she will collect everything and take it away, after which she again makes claims against Kim Sung-han. Maxine looks around fearfully because the place seems creepy to her and she doesn't want to linger here. After some time, the search ends, and the time comes to take stock of what they have managed to find. He manages to obtain wine, solid fuel, olive oil, and salt, along with various spices that will come in handy. Rosetta returns to the kitchen and loudly says that her backpack is too heavy and asks everyone to make way. She shows 3 gas burners, noting that with them, the mini oven and solid fuel are no longer so important. They tell her that it is difficult, but Rosetta declares that for her it is a trifle, and the main thing is not to give things to others. They suggest she divide the burners into backpacks, but she says that in this case, everything could break. Before leaving, Rosetta decides to check Kim Sung-hong again and what he put in his backpack. She abruptly and unceremoniously reaches into his backpack to check the contents and yell at him again. She finds 2 bottles of apple concentrate and salt and starts scolding him loudly for it again. Snatching the bottle, she says that she forbade taking such things because they take up extra space. Kim Sun-hyun tries to return the bottle, and Rosetta demands that he not fill his bag with useless things. During the struggle, the bottle falls to the floor and breaks, making a loud sound, which is now extremely dangerous. Kim Sung-han asks what she's doing, and Rosetta throws a tantrum and accuses him of yelling. Kim Sun-hyun hears a suspicious sound while Rosetta continues to complain that her child is in trouble. Kim Sung-hyun falls silent, and Rosetta continues to rage, saying that she will not allow anyone to hit her. JB's mother Gia asks Rosetta if she doesn't understand that her son is unlikely to return. Rosetta immediately switches to her, declaring that her boy will definitely return, and the others simply do not understand anything. Kim Sung-hun suddenly raises his voice to calm down these hysterical women, realizing that their safety is now at stake. He orders them to shut up, and a few moments after they freeze, the loud, distinctive sound of the elevator opening is heard. The doors begin to open slowly, and one wonders who decided to use the elevator at such an hour, because it was quiet here. After the doors open, several infected restaurant employees who hurt other people are released. The thing is that a few moments ago, one of the monsters pressed his head on the door opening button. That is why they were able to get free, because otherwise they would not have been able to do anything. These creatures lack the cognitive abilities to interact with objects properly. But that doesn't matter now. The elevator doors can't close because the monster dropped a boot, which blocked the mechanism, and now the elevator will remain open. The infected cook immediately heads to the kitchen to investigate the area due to the noise and broken bottles he heard. He turns his head to look into the room, but the survivors immediately dive down to avoid being caught. Rosetta trembles with horror, realizing that there are now creatures here from which they will hardly be able to escape if they are noticed. Due to severe nervous tension, she loses control of her movements and accidentally touches the shards of a broken bottle with her foot. Hearing a suspicious rustling sound, the monster pushes its head even further, snorts irritably, and tries to find prey. Rosetta looks at the creature with eyes full of horror, realizing that if she lowers her head lower, she will definitely find them and kill them. The monster begins to scan the area, peering into the darkness with its creepy, swollen, fish-like eyes. Kim Seung-hyun watches closely what is happening and tries to figure out how to get out of this situation, because there are many monsters here. The monster gradually stretches its elongated neck further and further, and Rosetta understands that she will soon be discovered. She notices a broken bottle at her feet, which could be used as an improvised bladed weapon. She carefully takes the bottle fragment, her hands shaking from the intense stress. But she has no other choice. She slowly brings the shard to the creature's neck, preparing to strike and cut it. Maxine notices her ally's intention and realizes that she is unlikely to be able to kill the creature without getting hurt herself. She immediately tries to prevent this mistake and gestures to Rosetta not to do it. Kim Sun-hun also notices this and doesn't understand why she's acting as if she's completely lost her mind. Looking around, he wonders what to do next, because inaction will lead to disaster. Maxine still hopes that Rosetta has at least some common sense left, and that she won't make a mistake. Suddenly, she hears gurgling sounds and turns her head sharply to understand their source. A large amount of olive oil begins to spread across the kitchen floor and flows towards the ventilation. Kim Sung-han deliberately empties the bottle to make the floor as slippery and uncomfortable as possible for the monster. Rosetta watches this and tries to understand what he is doing and why he is doing this. After putting the bottle away, Kim Sung-hun realizes that he needs to move on to the next stage of his impromptu plan. He gently taps the floor to get the monster's attention and make it move forward. These sounds immediately produce results, and the monster switches to the source of the noise. He hears that there may be prey nearby, judging by the sounds. Wounded and vulnerable, he rushes forward, ignoring the oil, and almost immediately loses his balance. He falls to the floor and begins to twitch, smearing oil over his body and the surface. The oil prevents him from moving properly, giving the survivors time to escape. Kim Sung-han quickly stands up and orders everyone to leave because there is almost no time left. Rosetta doesn't immediately understand what's happening because she's under a lot of stress. Only when other monsters start to crawl into the kitchen, attracted by the noise, do they finally flee. Kim Sung-han and the others run out into the main hall, realizing that they need to leave immediately. At first, they try to run to the entrance, hoping that the slippery oil will slow down the monsters. However, they quickly realize that there is another creature there that cannot be avoided. Maxine suggests turning around sharply and heading for the elevator, which is still open. After they enter the elevator, the creatures run out of the kitchen and begin to chase them. Kim Sun-hyun kicks out the boot that was preventing the doors from closing, hoping that the monsters won't have time to get inside. The creepy cook appears in front of the survivors and lets out an irritated growl. However, the next second the doors close, and the monster does not have time to get inside. The survivors are trying to catch their breath because the encounter with the monsters causes extreme stress. Maxine comes to her senses first and says that she should have pressed the second floor button earlier. After some time, the elevator arrives on the second floor and slowly opens its doors. Kim Sung-han and Maxine are the first to run outside, while the others inspect the premises. Maxine whispers that the monsters don't seem to have realized where they've gone up to, and that they'd better prop the door shut. Kim Soon-hyun finds a chair to block the exit, and Maxine turns her attention to Rosetta. Stepping out onto the balcony, she asks if they can jump from here so as not to attract the attention of the creatures. Rosetta says it's impossible because the height is too great to jump. Maxine points out that there is grass below, but Rosetta replies that it will still cause injury. Maxine wonders what to do next, and Rosetta begins to say that she will not see her son. Kim Sung-hyun thinks hard, realizing that he won't be able to jump with his leg either. He understands that they need to somehow get to the first floor, but the solution has not yet come. He realizes that the creatures are still at the elevator, and this gives him an extremely unpleasant thought about his next steps. However, he understands perfectly well that in this situation, he will not be able to get off with an easy walk and will have to run. Kim Sung-hyun addresses them in broken English and tells them that they should take the elevator. Maxine asks him what that means, and he tells her that they should take the elevator to the first floor. After this, he points to himself and says that he will go to the stairs, talking about the creatures that are below. He tells them his plan that he is going to lure these creatures from the first floor to the second while they wait for him in the elevator. Maxine turns to Rosetta and tells her to get up quickly, because they need to go to the elevator. Maxine looks at him and says that she is worried about whether he will be able to cope with such a leg alone. Kim Soon-hyun thinks that if he does even one thing wrong, they will simply tear him apart. However, in this situation, he has no other choice, because he must be strong for the sake of his beloved daughter, who must be saved. He slowly descends, looking around in the hope that some creature won't ambush him. After this, he takes as much air into his chest as possible in order to be more prepared for the next actions. He calls loudly to these creatures, saying that he is here, and they immediately turn towards him, looking at him with creepy faces. Kim Seung-hyun orders them to try to catch him, then prepares to escape as quickly as possible. The monsters rush off, and not a single one of them remains near the elevator, as everyone is now interested in new prey. Kim Seung-hyun starts to quickly climb the stairs, but these creatures move much faster than the cripple. Rosetta looks at these creatures with fear and orders them to quickly close the door, but Maxine says that they need to wait. They look at the protagonist and wish for him to survive, hoping that his speed will allow him to reach the finish line. Kim Seung-hyun throws a few chairs along the way to slow down the creatures and make them stumble. After this, he loudly shouts at them to start closing the doors, since he will definitely have time to run inside. JB slams the door shut button, hoping that Kim Sung-han will actually squeeze through. The doors are starting to close quickly, and so our hero needs to make every effort to make it in time. Luckily, he manages to jump inside in time, and now they need to quickly get out of here while they still have the chance. The monsters crash into the elevator doors again and start pounding on them with their hands in a futile attempt to open them. Maxine, meanwhile, presses another button to send the elevator to the lower floor. Kim Seung-hyun quickly peeks out of the opening doors to see if there are any more monsters left. After that, he tells the others that the monsters are still on the first floor, so they needed to get out of here while there was still time. Some of the survivors returned to the burger joint and brought back a few cans of soda, which turned out to be not very good. The survivors say that they found so much, but all these bottles are almost empty, so there is little liquid left in them. They add that if at least the second group brings salt, there will be no problems, since then the meat can be fried. Meanwhile, Kiara turns to Shrade and Jerry and asks them why there is such serious tension between them. Shrade wonders why Maxine's group has been missing for so long, as that means something has happened. Jerry says that their group seems to be really busy and just moving back and forth. Shrade reminds him that he gave him the wrong pin, but anyway, they got the drinks, so there's nothing to worry about. Jerry says he's clearly mentally ill, to which Shrade replies that he almost died because of him. To find out what really happened then, we have to go back in time. Shrade accuses Jerry of being selfish without any sense of self-sacrifice, despite being a firefighter. He locks himself in a glass booth along with the ATM and says that he doesn't understand any of this. He hears a strange rustling sound and immediately turns around to find out if someone is following him. He understands that it is quite possible that unwanted guests will appear here soon, so he decides to withdraw money quickly. After this, he carefully enters the PIN code, but the ATM informs him that the password is incorrect and that he must try again. Shrade calls himself an idiot because he just entered his own card's PIN and it caused an error. Now he faces a serious problem, because he doesn't have a very good memory, and he doesn't remember Jerry's PIN code. He says the first 3 digits of the PIN code several times, but cannot remember the last one. The only thing he remembers is that the last number was exactly the same, but he can't remember which one. After a short pause and some serious thinking, he realizes that he only has 2 possible answers and he needs to calm down. After this, he carefully enters the first answer option, and it turns out that it is incorrect. And now only the second one remains. Before he can enter another option, he hears a mutant that already looks like an animal walk by. Shrade tries to move very slowly so as not to attract unnecessary attention from these creatures. He is surprised that these creatures have been around all this time, and understands that he cannot withdraw money now because it will attract the monsters. He reassures himself by saying that they don't know for sure that he's here, so he needs to press the button when they leave. After some time, this flock of mutants turns in another direction, since they could not find any food here. Shrade returns to the ATM to enter the missing number and finally withdraw the long-awaited money. However, the system informs him that he entered the wrong PIN code 3 times and thereby blocked the card. The system voice says that the operation is being forced to end and asks if he wants to contact a staff member. Shrade tries to cancel the call to the bank, but clumsily presses the wrong button. Loud beeps are heard, which can be heard several dozen meters from the booth. And for him, this is a very bad sign. Shrade wonders how to cancel the call at all, as mutants rapidly approach him. A few moments later, one of these creatures crashes right into the glass doors, trying to knock them down. Shrade immediately turns around and tries to block the monster's entrance with his arms and legs. Thanks to their numerical superiority, the mutants manage to knock over the ATM booth, putting Shrade in danger. Shrade continues to resist no matter what, since he does not plan to go to the next world, but it becomes more and more difficult for him. Gradually, under the weight of these mad creatures, the glass begins to crack, and it is only a matter of time until it is completely destroyed. Shrade begins to choke from the lump rising in his throat, but the adrenaline still does not allow him to stop resisting. Suddenly, they hear a strange rumble that carries for many meters and attracts the attention of 3 mutants. A few moments later, they run away, and Shrade quickly looks to the side to find out who came to his aid. The figure he saw was so terrifying that he froze in place, unable to move. Shrade thinks that the creature was gigantic, but for some reason it didn't attack. And then he got a bad look at it, after which the silhouette simply disappeared. This investigation is interrupted for a moment as the remaining survivors hear the sounds of doors opening. Kim Seong-hyun and the other survivors go inside and immediately start talking about how they almost died. Maxine asks her friends what's going on and how many cans they got from the machine. The survivors demand that they give back everything they brought, saying that they only got fire and a lighter. Maxine says they collected everything they could and came back with a small gas torch that should help. Everyone else gradually takes off their bags while Rosetta makes a mechanical movement, but feels nothing. She suddenly realizes that the bag she left with is no longer there, which means she lost it along the way. She looks around in fear and wonders where her bag is gone. Only now does it dawn on her that the backpack was left in that restaurant because she burst into tears and forgot to put it back on. The remaining survivors wonder where the gas stove is, since everything else is secondary now. Maxine carefully counts the backpacks and wonders why there are only 3 when there should be 4. Shrade immediately makes a claim against Kim Sung-hoon and asks him how this even happened. Shrade assumes that the gas torch should have been in Kim Seung-hyun's bag, but for some reason, he didn't take it. Shrade ignores Kim Sung-hoon's attempts to explain, grabs him by the clothes and starts shaking him from side to side, calling him a bastard. He asks him how he is going to answer for this, while Kim Sung-han understands that this is some kind of mistake. He turns his gaze towards Rosetta, who is the one responsible for this failure. Rosetta sharply accuses him, saying that he shouldn't have been sent because he can't do the job properly. Shrade continues to shake him and says that because of him, everyone can now be kicked out of here. Rosetta herself looks at him cowardly, realizing that if she doesn't shift the blame onto him, then everyone will start scolding her. Jerry, meanwhile, gets up from the table and says that he is already tired of accusations from Shrade. He notes that he now understands perfectly why he gave him the map, because he wanted to protect his collection. Jerry reminds him that Kim Sung-hoon doesn't even speak English, so it's very easy to blame everything on him. Shrade reminds him that Kim Sung-han promised to do everything, and Jerry replies that this irritates him too. After this, he pushes him aside and says that he will say one thing that everyone understands except him. He adds that if Kim Sung-han dies, no one will be able to protect his daughter, and he should have understood this. He also says that if Kim Sung-han can't do anything, he shouldn't interfere because no one expects anything from him. Immediately after this, he addresses Shrade, calling him Shrek as a mockery of his character. Shrade asks him if that whole tirade was really aimed at him, and Jerry confirms it was. Shrade says irritably that he didn't like all this from the beginning, when suddenly there is a loud door slam. Another group of survivors enters, saying that they have returned after reconnaissance. These survivors joyfully greet their comrades and say that they had almost given up because they had been gone for so long. These people also say that they managed to get some salt and fire, which was what they were most worried about. He shows a special gas lighter that can be used to light a small fire. Looking at the meat, he says that they have salt, so by using seasonings, the meat can still be saved. Meanwhile, the owners of this place say that the remaining survivors need to be kicked out, since they did not bring the necessary things. One of them says that the more survivors there are, the more can be done, so there is no point in being so selfish. One of them grabs a knife and starts waving it around, saying that no one will pass by without punishment. His comrade says that at least one of the girls needs to be left, pointing to Kiara. He also says that she is the face of this park, and even starred in advertising films. Another comrade says that even the founders don't show up here, and they have no desire to mess around with this girl. Kiara says it will be useful because she can help with important employees, but she is sharply pushed away. He threatens them with a knife again, and says that he will not take what they found, but he will not allow them to stay either. Kim Sung-han can't believe things turned out this way, but they have no other choice. Jerry leaves, saying that an agreement is an agreement, and there is no point in complicating an already tense situation. Shrade says they won't find a better shelter, and with a little pressure they'll agree, because they're a team. Jerry replies that he's not thrilled about the idea of remaining a team with people who are willing to abandon each other. Looking at them, he says that he himself is not very loyal to strangers, but that is not important now. Meanwhile, the survivor with a knife asks them if they understood everything and orders them to get out of here quickly. The survivors try to calm him down, saying that they are already leaving and asking him to put the knife away so as not to provoke him. After a while, they all leave the building, and the door slams behind them with a loud sound. These people also deliberately turn the key in the lock several times so that no one can secretly return. Now their group is left without any protection, and they will have to find a new shelter. Shrade sits down on the ground and starts crying, and Maxine asks him if he's having a panic attack. Shrade wonders where they should go, as they have no food and very little water left, and there are creatures lurking around. Kim Sun-hyun asks if all this is because of him, and Shrade states that the phone is dead and there is nowhere to ask for help. He suddenly jumps up and says that he has come up with a great idea, and he is also asked what happened. Shrade says they need to find the commentary room, and some people look at him in surprise because they don't know anything about it. Shrade immediately takes out a map and says that they will go to the first commentary room next to the castle because he has the key. After this, they begin to move around the park to quickly reach the desired location. JB says he's hungry and can't walk anymore, to which his mother Gia says there'll be something in the staff room. She hands him the powder, but JB starts screaming loudly and asking why she always gives him this nonsense. Gia asks Maxine where this room is and how long it will take them to get there. Maxine replies that according to the map, it's right above the water slide, so they don't have much left. Kim Sun-han asks if his daughter is okay, and she replies that she is very hungry and has no strength. Kim Sun-hyun hands her a bottle of apple juice, but she says it's not tasty at all. Sammy asks where they are even going, and Kim Sung-hoon states that he doesn't know himself. After a while, he catches up with them, and this attracts the attention of Rosetta and Shrade. Shrade says he heard about what happened before they came to the burger joint and blames him for ruining everything. He also states that if he has any conscience, it would be better for him not to go with them, because he must think about who is to blame for what happened. Shrade also asks how else he plans to ruin his life and make their survival unlikely. Kim Sun-hyun doesn't understand why they think he's the one to blame if Rosetta forgot the burner. Kim Sung-hun stops for a moment, and Sammy shakes his hand and asks why he is standing there when they can't fall behind. He thinks about how he can continue to survive with these people if they are ready to kick him out of the group at any second. However, after a few moments, his attention is drawn to a strange silhouette nearby behind the fence. Kim Seung-hyun looks closely at the animal, trying to figure out what it's doing here and why its silhouette is so strange. After analyzing the silhouette, he realizes that it is most likely a deer, which apparently escaped from the zoo. His attention is also drawn to the antlers of this deer, and he realizes that there is a backpack hanging from them, from which something is falling out. Kim Sung-han quickly figures out what it is and realizes that there is not a second to waste. He turns to his daughter and asks her to go with the others, promising that her father will return very soon. Sammy looks at him in surprise and loudly asks where he is going, attracting the attention of the others. Jerry turns around sharply along with the other survivors to see what is happening and who ran there. They wonder where he went and why he left the child without taking care of his safety. Kim Seung-hyun walks towards the ride, and the survivors still don't understand why he went there at such a time. Maxine says that the man is sometimes unstoppable, but Shrade states that he should do what he wants. He is on his own. Jerry, being more reasonable, decides to carefully watch what this man is doing. At first, he doesn't understand the purpose of Kim Seung-hyun's running, but he decides to continue observing. He also notices the deer and realizes that it has something stuck on its antlers, very similar to a backpack. Coming closer, he realizes that it is a backpack, almost filled to the brim with chocolates, which they need now. The news says the theme park is closed by authorities, so it's impossible to get past the police tape. The news also asks who will now be able to evacuate the people stuck there. A rally is being held to demand the dismissal of those who allowed the park to be built on the site of a biochemical laboratory. Meanwhile, another scientist appears in the lab and is surprised at how much the creature has mutated. The politician says that there had previously been a lot of controversy surrounding the land where the park was built. The scientist replies that environmental factors played a role, since prohibited substances were found there. The politician asks what resources are needed to create a vaccine against this virus. Scientists say they need healthy animals for experiments, as well as infected animals from the park. Meanwhile, we return to the enclosure, where a strange deer, still not clearly visible, is walking calmly. Kim Seung-hyun only caught a glimpse of his silhouette, but that didn't stop him from trying to get closer. Shrade still can't figure out what Kim Sung-han is doing. Jerry spots the deer he's hunting and tells his son to stay put. Shrade still doesn't understand what's happening and asks where he's going, but doesn't get an answer. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han reaches for one of the candy bars that fell out of his backpack and remained on the ground. These bars are incredibly nutritious, making each one a treat for him and his daughter. After this, he carefully hides next to the deer to choose the right moment to approach. However, as he takes a step, he steps on a leaf and attracts the animal's attention. The deer turns its head sharply, and Kim Sung-hyun can finally see it. This deer looks creepy and more like a living dead animal than an animal. The deer shows no aggression, but Kim Seung-hyun tries to figure out if it is the same wapiti he saw earlier. Jerry slowly approaches and wonders if it is really a deer, realizing that the animals are infected too. Schrade reaches them and asks why they haven't returned yet. Only now does he notice the deer and understand what kind of strange creature it is. Jerry points out to Schrade that Kim Sung-hoon is holding a backpack full of energy bars. Schrade takes a closer look at what Kim Sung-hyun is holding and realizes it is a Monster Bar 5000. Maxine asks what this thing is, and then realizes it's the same 5,000-calorie bar. Meanwhile, JB starts digging through the trash, but when he finds nothing, he throws a can of soda in the direction of the deer. This throw turns out to be quite accurate and, by incredible chance, lands right on the deer's antlers, causing irritation. The deer becomes enraged and immediately turns towards the thrown object to punish the offender. Kim Seong-hyun and Jerry watch the scene closely as the deer attempts to ram its target with its antlers. Everyone who is near the fence immediately runs to the side to avoid getting seriously injured by the deer. They also get a visual of how terrifying and intimidating this deer looks. But that's not the worst part. They discover that a human ear is stuck on the deer's antler, meaning that it has already stabbed someone with the weapon. Maxine warns the others to be careful, hinting that this animal will not be easy to deal with, as it is very strong. Maxine also says that these horns are really sharp, and it looks like he has already injured at least one person, and possibly killed one. She frantically looks around, searching for any kind of handy means to deal with this deer. She finally discovers the small rope the flag was tied to, and realizes it can be used. Meanwhile, Schrade says that it will now be impossible to grab this deer with your hands because of its incredibly sharp antlers. Jerry asks everyone to calm down and says that they need to take a closer look at the fact that the deer has no front leg and will soon get tired. Kiara tosses them a stick, suggesting that perhaps it could be used to defeat the deer. Jerry notes that they will apparently have to act as if they were hunting wild animals in primitive times. Schrade says they need to work in pairs, but Kim Sun-hyun understands that it will be difficult to approach the deer due to its visibility. Sammy watches in horror as his father is treated, hoping he won't be seriously injured. Jerry says you need to get the deer moving to tire him out, but don't get too close. Schrade turns to the deer and shouts loudly at it, hoping it will drop the bag and become distracted. Jerry calls him an idiot and tells him to keep his distance and not provoke the deer. Schrade steps aside, saying that this creature looks even more terrible up close than he thought. Maxine approaches Jerry and asks if he can use a rope like cowboys in the Wild West. Jerry looks closely at the rope and says that it is too short for the loop, and that it will not be possible to hold it properly. However, he notes that they can still use it somehow, and Schrade asks Maxine why she came here. After this, he takes the rope from her, and Maxine says that it is too short and using it this way is not the best option. Schrade states that while he tries, they need to come up with another plan because they are running out of time. Jerry clicks his tongue in irritation and walks towards Schrade, while Kim Sung-han quietly says that it's no use. Maxine asks what he said, and Kim Sung-han adds that pulling the horns forward will make the situation even more dangerous. Maxine carefully says she doesn't understand Korean and asks him to say it in English, but he just walks away. Kim Sun-hyun runs up to Jerry and says that you can't grab the deer by the head. It's too dangerous. Jerry suddenly pulls his hand forward and accidentally slaps him across the face, telling the boy to do as he's told. From his point of view, while the deer is being rowdy, you need to wait for the right moment and take the bag, if there is still a chance. Jerry also says that there is no point in sympathizing with this boy, because he decided everything himself because of his pride. Schrade, meanwhile, tries to use the noose to grab the deer by the antlers and rip the backpack off. He doesn't succeed because the deer sees all the movements perfectly thanks to its wide field of view. Kim Sung-han realizes that this is a useless idea, and it is better to find something that can be used as bait or restraint. He immediately turns his attention to his backpack, realizing that there might be something there that would interest the deer. Meanwhile, Schrade feels that his strength is running out and he needs at least a little rest. He says he'll have to get closer to get the noose around the horns because the rope is too short. After this, he takes a few steps towards the deer, trying not to make any unnecessary noise. At some point, he manages to put a noose around the deer's antlers. But that's only half the job. Schrade is already mentally celebrating his success, and says that now he just needs to rip the backpack off of him. The deer begins to struggle, and Schrade is surprised that an animal with 3 legs can pull so hard. The rope is getting tighter and tighter, and he realizes that he won't be able to hold it for long. However, he tells the others that he still holds the rope, and that they need to act faster.
Kim Sung-han and Jerry realize that now is truly the right time to end all of this. Jerry asks him to hold on tighter, but he replies that he is already at the limit of his abilities. The deer suddenly notices movement behind him and turns sharply towards the enemy. He jerks his head several times, trying to throw Schrade off balance and free himself. Schrade loses his balance in surprise and begins to fall as the horns rush towards him. Maxine begins to scream in fear, worried about her colleague. She calls his name loudly as the deer pulls him forward, trying to strike. Schrade only miraculously manages to hold on to the horns and avoids being stabbed. However, the deer has him pinned against the fence, and now it's only a matter of time before he runs out of strength. Schrade shouts at the others to quickly get the bag while he still has the deer. Jerry quickly runs up to the side and orders them to hold on tight while they get the backpack. Things get more complicated because the deer turns sharply, sensing movement from behind. Jerry narrowly avoids a blow from the hind hooves that could have broken his jaw, and at that very second, it becomes clear that the rope cannot withstand and breaks at the most critical moment. Jerry manages to grab the broken piece of rope in order to pull it even tighter. In this way, he is able to hold the animal again, at least for a short time. And this moment must be taken advantage of right now. The deer begins to struggle very strongly, and Jerry realizes that he will hardly be able to hold him off for long. Kim Sun-hyun thinks that this is a great chance to grab that backpack and get food for everyone. He quickly approaches the deer and prepares to pull the bag from the mutant's giant, sharp antlers. Jerry understands that this is very unsafe and asks him not to come closer, as the animal will definitely sense him. Kim Seung-hyun himself realizes that this was a mistake, as the deer attempts to kick him with its hooves. Kim Seung-hyun manages to jump to the side in time, as the hooves fly just centimeters from his face. Sammy screams his dad's name in fear, while Kiara guesses that he's back and is glad that everything worked out. Kim Seung-hyun realizes that he almost got caught and tries to figure out what to do with this deer that doesn't give him the slightest chance. The apple concentrate in his backpack gradually begins to leak and drip onto the ground. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han wonders what they should do and realizes that they need some kind of bait to lure him in. Suddenly the deer, which had just been held firmly by the rope, turns in a completely different direction. Despite his emaciated body, he still expresses his willingness to run after his goal as long as it takes. Kim Seung-hyun finds that the deer is staring at him for some reason, and seems noticeably more animated. Apple concentrate continues to drip from his bag, which only further attracts the deer. Jerry struggles to hold on to the mutated animal, which is not even hampered by its spilled guts. Gradually, the tension becomes so strong that a piece of the antler simply breaks off, freeing the deer. Kim Seung-hyun jumps to the side, avoiding the approaching animal. But this is only the beginning of its pursuit. Kim Seung-hyun wonders why the deer suddenly turned on him when he hadn't done anything to him. Schrade is happy that he managed to survive, while Jerry tries to understand the reason for the change in behavior. Kim Seung-hyun knows that with his injured leg, he's unlikely to be able to outrun this deer for long anyway. That's why he decides to twist it around small pillars in order to gain some time and effort. After this, he slips and falls to the ground. But the deer takes too long to turn around, so he has time. However, he hears the broken bottle start to splash in his backpack and land right on his head. Kim Sun-hyun realizes that when he fell, the bottle of apple concentrate broke and remembers that there is salt in the bag. However, at that very moment, he finally guesses the reason for the change in behavior of this deer. Because he simply tasted salt. Jerry warns him that the deer is coming again, so he needs to run quickly while he still has strength. Kim Sung-han knows he has to get that damn bag from that deer's antlers no matter what. He wonders where he can lure this creature and frantically looks around in search of a suitable place. Finally, he comes across a large pole that looks like the perfect spot for a bait to run around. The other survivors say that now this creature will catch up with him, and he should drop the bag and run faster. Kim Sung-hyun tries to run as far as he can while he still has the chance, and gradually takes off the bag from his back. Turning around, he sees that sharp horns are approaching him at incredible speed. So he needs to act. He slams his backpack against a metal pole with all his might to make the deer turn its attention to the food. Immediately after this, he jumps to the side, trying to quickly recover and hoping that the deer does not run after him. The deer immediately begins to sniff the bag, from which broken food is sticking out, and uses its tongue to pull it aside. After this,
He extends his long tongue and begins to lick the salt and apple concentrate. Kim Seung-hyun watches closely and realizes that he can breathe a sigh of relief for a while. He also notes that it is a deer, which means it is reacting to the smell of fruit and salt, since its instincts are still intact. Shrade asks him if he can stand, surprised that he survived and was nearly impaled by the infected horns. Kim Sung-hyun says in English that they need to take the bag, but Shrade says there is no point. He notes that there is nothing that can be done, since they underestimated this deer too much, and it turned out to be stronger. Kim Sun-hyun says they need to do it right now, but Shrade replies that if the beast raises its head, the bag will be out of reach. Kim Sung-han is still trying to figure out what he can do to get to that damn bag as quickly as possible. He quickly comes to the conclusion that he can try to remove the bag by hanging from above, since this place is too good. Kim Sung-han and Jerry look up and see a small bridge that they could use to descend with a rope. He tries to think carefully about this plan in order to figure out how best to act in this situation. Maxine runs up to them and asks Shrade if everything is okay because he was attacked by a giant deer. Shrade says that if it weren't for the gloves, his hands would be covered in wounds. And Kim Sung-han notices the rope in his hand. Realizing he needs to act quickly, he grabs the rope from Shrade's hand and heads for the higher ground. Shrade irritably asks him what he is doing, but he does not answer him and irritates him even more. Maxine points out that he looks like he wants to climb onto the tracks and offers to stop him. Shrade says that he will force him to give up and go straight to the staff room or just leave him and move on. Meanwhile, Kim Soon-hyun tries to jump onto a platform that will allow him to climb even higher. However, due to serious leg injuries, he is unable to get up normally and now needs help. Jerry suddenly comes to his aid and helps him with the landing. He, having caught his breath, asks him if their chances of success were really so high that he went there himself. Jerry says that a deer can look up and run away, but Kim Sung-han replies that deer can't look up. He notes that this is not entirely accurate information, but he does it in Korean, so no one understands it anyway. Jerry asks him how he knows this, reminding him that he used to say that he was in the military, and that military people don't learn things like that. He then turns to Shrade, saying that the deer can't look up properly so they can steal the bag without being noticed. He also gives a command to Maxine, saying that she should at least somehow distract this deer with noise or something else. Kim Seung-hyun decides to creep up as slowly as possible in order not to create unnecessary noise and not to irritate the animal. Kim Sun-hyun reflects that it's not that they can't look up, but they have no reason to. He knows very well that they are not used to watching predators at eye level, since all the prey is on the ground. The deer's heavy antlers mean it has little motivation to look up, which is why Kim Sung-hyun is confident of success. After this, he reaches the place where the deer is standing, carefully examining it and realizing that it is still busy eating. Jerry ties a rope around himself to make a makeshift safety harness. Shrade can't believe that the deer just looked around carefully without once looking up. Jerry hands them the rope, and Shrade immediately asks him if he's crazy enough to climb up there. Jerry asks him what the problems might be, to which Shrade states that he is the hardest of them all. Jerry says that if he, as a firefighter, doesn't do it, then no one else will. Kim Seung-hyun says he can go there himself, but Shrade expresses doubt that he will succeed. Maxine, meanwhile, continues to watch what is happening, trying to figure out how long they will discuss the plan of action. She is very surprised that these three are messing around for so long and cannot come to a common agreement when every second counts. Jerry turns to Kim Sung-hyun and asks him how much he weighs, to which he replies that he weighs 65 kilograms. Jerry says that this is about the weight of an average woman, which means Kim Sung-hyun would be an ideal candidate. In the end, they decide to attach the rope to his body, and Shrade is indignant at Kim Seung-hyun's candidacy. Jerry says that now is the perfect time to make him do something dangerous, and then put all the blame on him. Kim Sung-hyun asks to loosen the knots a little, while Jerry says that now he has something to prove. He states that these people will soon decide whether to kick him and his daughter out of the group or not, so they will keep an eye on him. He also advises him to distribute the load correctly, and lower his head down and press his feet against the column to make it easier. Kim Sung-hyun looks down at the giant mutant deer and wonders if he can do it. Jerry hands him a stick as he helps him climb to the other side with trembling hands. Jerry tells him that the rope is short and thin, so he must act quickly. Otherwise, everything will go down the drain. Kim Sun-hyun thinks hard because he simply has to do this, because his daughter's life is at stake. He also understands that if he doesn't cope, he will simply be thrown out of the group, and it will be much more difficult for the two of them to survive. After this, he pauses for a few seconds to properly prepare for the jump. Immediately after that, he jumps to the side, his legs hanging in the air, and his adrenaline suddenly jumps. Jerry and Shrade try their best to hold him back, saying that the rope is too thin and is now cutting their palms. Kim Seung-hyun carefully descends according to the instructions he received from Jerry, hoping that he will succeed. The deer continues to greedily lick the salt that spills out of the backpack and pays no attention to what is happening. Kim Seung-han gradually descends lower and lower, feeling his heartbeat increase with every meter. Maxine decides to use the hiss of the radio, hoping that the sound will actually distract the animal. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-han takes out a stick and tries to see if it is enough to knock down the backpack. He carefully lowers it down, hoping to reach the backpack without touching the deer. Jerry and Shrade have a lot of trouble trying to hold him down, but they still manage. Kim Seung-hyun slowly touches the deer's antlers with a stick, without attracting its attention, and carefully pulls it to the side. He feels that if he makes one more clever move, he will be able to throw off his backpack and climb up. However, he remembers that a deer can start to twitch violently if it senses something is wrong and hesitates. Because of this delay, he removes the stick and the backpack slides down, making it more difficult to get it out. However, he tries to calm himself down so that his hands don't shake and decides to give it another try. Meanwhile, Shrade is at the limit of his physical capabilities and wonders how much longer he can endure. Kim Seung-hyun makes another attempt to move the backpack, hoping that the deer will be calmer this time. He tries his best, and this time he succeeds more. But the task is still not completed. At one point, he accidentally applies too much force and touches the deer's antler just centimeters away from victory. The deer immediately begins to twitch from side to side, feeling the touch, and looks around. Also, several sounds similar to gunshots begin to be heard in the distance, and this alarms the deer. Rosetta wonders if those are gunshots, wondering if someone here might have a gun. Jerry also turns his head towards the sound and tries to figure out if it came from the park. He asks Kim Seung-hong how long he will have to fiddle with the backpack, or if it is time to lift it. However, the main problem is that now our hero has absolutely nothing in his hand. He is too nervous. When the deer jerked, it knocked the stick out of his hands, and now he would have to act differently. Kim Seung-hyun understands that giving up is impossible, and decides to act as aggressively as possible. He decides to try to reach the backpack with his hand, taking a few more steps down using the belay. Reaching down, he tries to reach the backpack, but he is missing by several tens of centimeters. Kim Seung-han makes several more attempts, but despite his desperation, he fails. The length is sorely lacking, and he will have to act more creatively. Jerry feels that they are already shaking violently due to the uncomfortable rope, which will soon begin to put pressure on his hands. Jerry says that they are unlikely to be able to do it this way, so they should just lift it. Kim Seung-hyun feels the rope is tightening, so he needs to act quickly before it's too late. He understands that they are acting too hastily, because in just a little while, he will be able to complete his mission. He tries to pull the rope tighter in order to have time to change the position of the ties and bring his bold plan to fruition. After this, he begins to jump with his legs in order to be able to lower himself down under the force of his own weight. Shrade says that this idiot is also resisting, which is why he is risking his life even more. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-han feels the rope begin to rise higher and higher, giving him more space. He is happy that he has finally managed to win a few more tens of centimeters, and now all that remains is to do something small. He starts jumping with his legs in the hope that he will be able to catch the strap of this backpack. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally makes a deft and confident movement that allows him to lift the backpack. Of course, the deer also raises his head up and notices that there is someone strange hanging above him. Kim Seung-han is loudly saying that he has succeeded, so they must raise him as quickly as possible. Jerry can't see what's going on, but he knows he needs to be lifted and promises it will be quick. The deer tries to reach Kim Seung-hyun, but due to the heavy weight of his enemy, he cannot rise higher. Kim Seung-hun puts on her backpack and is glad that the bag is quite heavy because it is full of chocolates. The survivors watching him rejoice that he managed to perform this incredibly risky stunt. Jerry says to lift it carefully and at the same speed to avoid possible rope breakage. Shrade is saying that he's barely holding on anymore, and that's putting more strain on his gloves when Reggie suddenly comes running to him. Jerry asks him what he's doing there, but he advises him not to get distracted and just keep going. Jerry understands that saving his comrade is really more important now, but he feels that something is going wrong. He looks with alarm at the rope, which is rapidly beginning to show signs of severe wear. Cracks begin to appear on it, which indicate that the rope is about to break. Kim Sung-hyun looks up after hearing a strange sound and tries to figure out what caused it. After a few moments, he feels the pressure of the rope gradually weaken. The rope snaps and Kim Sung-hyun begins to fall sharply straight onto the deer, which is patiently waiting for him below. Kim Sung-hyun doesn't have time to dodge in midair, so he can only hope for a successful landing. The antlers prove too brittle, so Kim Sung-hyun breaks off one of them, making the deer less dangerous. After this, he lands on the ground, feeling that he is not injured and there is no serious damage on his body. The deer immediately begins to squeal loudly, feeling intense pain and rage towards the offender. Jerry realizes that their plan didn't go as expected, but now they have to improvise. Kim Sung-hyun is feeling fine and is trying to get up, trying not to aggravate a possible leg injury. Jerry yells at him to get up quickly as the deer is already moving towards him at full speed. The deer actually accelerates, intending to trample his attacker. But something goes wrong. Due to the absence of a right leg and a left horn, its balance system is disrupted. But the animal does not have time to adapt. That's why it falls to the ground, losing its stability. And this gives Kim Sung-hyun a chance to escape. Kim Sung-hyun sees the animal twitching and realizes that it won't stay like that for long. Jerry grabs him by the arm and tells him that he needs to leave immediately before the deer comes to his senses. The onlooking survivors are glad that he has risen and immediately urge the others to run faster. Kim Sung-hyun continues to run quickly when he suddenly notices a chocolate bar falling out of a hole in his backpack. He understands that he cannot miss out on any snack, as food is of great value now. Jerry notices his friends suddenly bend down to pick up the chocolate bar despite being pursued. The deer does not slow down for a second and continues to pursue them with the intention of destroying them. Jerry grabs Kim Sung-hyun, reminding him that now is not the time to engage in such nonsense. After this, they continue to run with all their might from the deer, which is gradually approaching. Their salvation is a special turnstile through which the animal physically cannot crawl. Jerry miraculously survives as the horn barely misses him, but still passes by. After this, he abruptly cuts off the movement of the deer, which has gained too much momentum. The metal bars hit him in the head, causing him to be briefly stunned and become even more angry. All attempts to squeeze my short and bony legs through the turnstile are unsuccessful. Jerry quickly turns around to assess the situation and see if it is safe for them now. It looks as if the animal is temporarily neutralized, and if you don't get too close, it is not dangerous. However, the enraged deer begins to try to gnaw at the metal, producing an unpleasant grinding sound. Jerry says that the sound might bring the other creatures running, so they need to leave immediately. Before they can move away, he lets out another loud scream, attracting other creatures. Now the heroes are far from the right place, and they still have several hours to walk. Nevertheless, they decide to hide in the forest to get as far away from this eerie place as possible. The survivors feel that no one is following them since no repeated sounds are heard. Maxine decides to take a break for a bit and asks the others if they can slow down for the kids. Maxine also says that she can no longer run because without food, she will simply vomit. Kim Sung-hyun also falls to the ground helplessly, while Sammy crawls up to him to thank him for his courage. After that, they dump out all the chocolates that are left and realize that it's not that much, but better than nothing. Jerry watches as they successfully organize a meal to at least somehow restore their strength. Maxine turns to him guiltily and asks if it's possible to distribute the food so that the hungriest ones eat first. Jerry says that she doesn't have to worry about it because they got it all together, so there are no problems. Taking one of the bars, he asks himself how many calories are in it, and is told that there are 5,000 calories in one bar. Kiara says this is very useful information, as she ate several of these bars at the event. Shrade laughs and says she probably took over the bathroom for hours afterwards, immediately admitting it was a joke. Shrade suddenly freezes in surprise and looks at Jerry's back, but does not say a word so as not to frighten the others. After a couple of seconds, he finally asks if everything is okay, and he tries to understand what happened. Shrade says his back is torn, noting that he almost got stuck in that door. Shrade asks if he tore his clothes when he climbed out, hitting the deer's antlers, which were infected. Jerry takes off his jacket in irritation and realizes that he urgently needs to check himself for wounds. He shows everyone his bare back,
causing incredible surprise among the others. Jerry asks irritably if he has a wound on his back, but is told that he is completely clean and there is nothing to worry about. After this, he says that if someone suddenly has a wound, they need to talk about it honestly right away since it cannot be hidden. He then becomes enraged and turns to Kim Sung-hyun, who put him at risk. He asks how many calories his life is worth, and Kim Sung-han doesn't even immediately know what to answer. Jerry asks if he's worth less than 5,000 calories and, without waiting for an answer, says it's obvious. Jerry also says that Kim Sung-han knows their names very well, but he himself doesn't even know what his name is. After this, he asks why he should risk his life for a man whose name he doesn't even know. He also asks if he has forgotten what he was told at the burger joint, implying that he is extremely irresponsible and stupid. There is an awkward pause as the others are afraid to intervene and incur Jerry's wrath. Trade decides to act as arbitrator, saying that in the end, they succeeded despite all the dangers. Jerry calms down for a while, realizing that arguing now will not help him or his son. Sammy hides behind his father and looks at him with eyes full of aggression and discontent. Jerry turns abruptly and leaves, saying that his irritation won't be alleviated by talking anyway. Trade says it's not the right time to bring it up, but Jerry says everyone needs to move on. JBB immediately starts whining, saying that they haven't had enough rest yet. But Gia replies that it won't be long. Kiara takes his side, saying that ignoring him is the best response to such unmotivated aggression. Reggie prefers not to comment on the quarrels, realizing that his father is a very complex person. They continue walking through the forest, wondering if they are heading in the right direction. After a while, they notice a giant Ferris wheel, realizing that they need to move on. Maxine says they should have gone through the central square, but Schrade replies that it is infested with monsters. Sammy continues walking, periodically listening to the sounds coming from all directions. However, at some point, she begins to clearly hear the voices of other people in the distance. She turns around and asks her father if he can't hear people talking. Kim Sung-han tiredly replies that he doesn't hear anything and asks her to move on and not get distracted. Sammy doesn't understand how this is possible, because she can still hear the noise of the crowd nearby. She says loudly that she hears many voices and points in the direction from which they come. Schrade also freezes and asks the others if they hear human voices. Rosetta confirms this, and Schrade turns to Jerry, saying that they need to stop and listen. Maxine takes a few steps towards the sound and says that it looks like there are people gathered there. They decide to go there to check if there are any survivors and if they can unite. As they get closer, they hear voices more and more clearly. People are in a small building that looks like a cafe in a park area. Kim Sung-hyun walks to the window and carefully peers inside to see who is there. He sees several people in suits of different heights and builds who are intensely discussing something. The leader of them turns to the others, telling them not to worry, because now they are together. He also states that he will make sure that everyone returns home safely and fights against injustice. The group of survivors moves closer and watches carefully, assessing the safety of the situation. A politician on a platform speaks loudly, and people stretch out their hands to him, charged with emotion. Trade struggles to open the heavy door and says that it was difficult to get inside, but there are no monsters here. Meanwhile, the politician declares that they will not encounter any more monsters, and rescuers already know their location. He adds that there have been some unexpected delays, but help will arrive very soon. Kim Seung-hyun notices that they have captured one of the infected creatures and tied its hands and feet. He wonders why they brought the monster here if it poses such a clear danger. The people standing nearby, too scared and at the same time hopeful, rejoice at the possible rescue. The politician loudly declares that only they can tell the world the truth about what happened here. Kim Seung-hyun looks closely at the captive monster and realizes that it is twitching violently and is dangerous. He notes that the creature looks almost identical to the ones in the toilet, and keeping it there is extremely risky. Kiara says that this man is a deputy, which means that the fact that they met him here is a great success and a step towards salvation. They ask her who he is, and she replies that he was a human rights activist and has now become an honorary deputy. She also states that this man is the only honest one among all the politicians and will definitely help them save themselves. Kiara also talks about how she sat next to him at the opening ceremony, and Maxine talks about how they will definitely all be saved. Schrade says that in order to be saved, you have to be a politician, But even that is not a big deal. Kim Soon-hyun turns to her daughter and says that, apparently, they will be able to get out of here very soon. Meanwhile, the politician says that someone is definitely profiting from this nightmare, because it simply cannot be otherwise. Jerry looks at this politician without any enthusiasm and understands that honest politicians are an oxymoron. Meanwhile, this politician begins to loudly proclaim that they will not become their pawns and will definitely get out and win. Kiara decides to push her way through the rest of the crowd in order to get an audience with this politician. She reaches this deputy and immediately addresses him respectfully in order to attract his valuable attention. She also says that she is a singer and states her name, after which the bodyguard takes a few steps towards her. The politician immediately recognizes her and says that he is very glad to see that she has arrived here safe and sound, and asks her to come up here. He introduces her to the crowd, saying that she is a famous singer and that she will help them unite their voices. After this, he quietly says that she should say something to calm the crowd as they are scared. Kiara says that she is very sorry that they all met in such a terrible situation, but there is reason to calm down. She says that she sincerely believes in their deputy since she had the opportunity to get to know him better, and he is an honest person. She also states that when they get out, she will do absolutely everything to ensure that this truth comes out and justice prevails. The monster, meanwhile, begins to twitch and behave a little unusually, after which it pretends to cough. One of the guards gives him a powerful blow with a metal stick and orders the stupid beast to shut up and await his fate. After a few moments, this monster begins to scream loudly, as if calling its pack to its aid. This roar carries for many tens of meters, and is certainly capable of attracting other monsters hanging around nearby. The guards immediately turn on the electric collars in order to calm the creature down and make it behave more calmly. The politician immediately supports Kiara, telling her not to be afraid to continue speaking since everyone is listening to her attentively. Kim Sung-hun understands that he has heard this sound somewhere before, and this is definitely not some ordinary feature of these monsters, but a serious factor. He recalls that the infected who were chasing them at the medical station were making the same howl. Immediately after this, another individual appeared to him and helped him in his search, but it did not result in any casualties. Kim Seung-hyun guesses that this is a way of coordinating between these creatures, so they need to be on guard. After some time, they see a helicopter flying over the building and realize that they will finally be rescued. Sammy says that the helicopter actually appeared right above them, so it will be time to fly away very soon. The door opens and an armed man runs in, breathing very heavily. From its shape, these people understand that these are rescuers who have come for them and are waiting for the command to send them off. They are talking tensely about something, trying to keep their voices quiet so as not to attract attention. Other people are shouting things about their relatives, but now no attention is paid to it. The soldier says that due to a government order, helicopters are prohibited from landing here, and the politician asks him to speak more quietly. He adds that these people still have hope of being saved, and he cannot allow his image to suffer because of this. The soldier says that 2 days have passed and most of the phones here have long since died, but he just pushes him away. The soldier says that if he lets this helicopter go, there may not be another chance. They both fall silent, and the politician takes a short pause to make his decision. One of the men asks him if they can't fly away with him, but the politician doesn't answer. Other people, meanwhile, begin to get nervous and wonder why this person is just standing there. The politician, in anger, says that these people, of course, want to live no matter what, but he doesn't care. He turns to the others and says that there will be no helicopter to pick everyone up, and they need to act carefully. He says that he will be the first to go to the exit on the second floor, and when he goes out, the others will follow him. The helicopter begins to land slowly, causing the windows to shake due to severe vibrations. Meanwhile, the politician says that the helicopter that will pick everyone up is already on its way and will arrive soon. After this, he says that he will fly on this helicopter himself, but the crowd immediately says that he is trying to abandon them. An empty Coca-Cola bottle flies at his head, and the politician says that he urgently needs to meet with other deputies. They accuse him of being a pathetic liar and say that all politicians are common liars. Enraged, they say that they can't even imagine why he is flying away now, because this is a matter of incredible importance. This loud cry provokes them to become silent for a while and freeze in surprise and awe. After this, he smiles and tells them not to worry, as he will definitely meet them there. People don't really believe such nonsense and wonder whether the second helicopter will actually arrive or if it's a hoax.
The politician carefully tries to leave the area so as not to provoke the already alarmed crowd. However, after a few moments, a whole crowd starts running after him, saying that they need to grab him and not let him escape. Kim Seung-hyun feels people running past him and pushing him, so he tries to protect his daughter. Meanwhile, the politician continues to run away, hoping to escape from here and not bear responsibility. He turns sharply to those following him and orders them to keep the others away from the helicopter. Kiara hears the deafening sound of the spinning blades and covers her head as her hair rises up. She happily says that the helicopter has almost landed, and now they will definitely escape from this place. However, the very next second, one of the guards puts a gun right to his face and readies it for combat. The guard says that if they take even one more step, he will simply shoot them in the face and not think twice. Kiara and another person who is next to her beg the deputy to agree and let them go with him. The guard quickly jumps onto the helicopter and says that they need to take off before more people come running here. Some of the survivors, who turned out to be the most enraged, break out the windows and manage to escape to the parking lot. They immediately begin to approach this helicopter in order to prevent them from escaping at any cost. One of them even manages to grab the ladder that was lowered down so that the politician could evacuate. The man who is trying to get up says that these politicians are much worse than monsters because of their hypocrisy. However, in order not to leave an extra witness, the guard simply shoots the man in the face. Moments later, a lifeless body, sacrificed for the politician's safety, falls before the crowd. After this, the helicopter quickly gains altitude and tries to leave this area as quickly as possible. People watching this speak with horror about how they were simply left to die, as if their lives meant nothing. Some of them are starting to despair and say that these politicians have behaved as usual and that they trusted them in vain. Sammy turns around when he hears a strange growl and realizes they need to get out of here as fast as they can. The thing is that all these sounds, as well as the calls of one of their relatives, attracted a whole flock of mutants here. People immediately turn around and try to run away in panic, while Kim Sung-hun tries to find out where his daughter is. Due to their enhanced animal-like abilities, these monsters have much higher speeds than ordinary humans. That is why they catch up with those who are not fast enough and bite into them with their sharp teeth. Kim Sung-hyun asks his daughter to hold on to his hand as tightly as possible and not to lag behind for a second. In an attempt to escape, he suddenly discovers that one of the people has tried to lock himself in the stairwell. He realizes that this is a more optimal way to hide, and quickly approaches there in the hope of being saved. However, as soon as he starts to tug at the handle, it becomes obvious that the door is closed, and the man is in no hurry to open it. Kim Seung-hyun speaks loudly to the man, but he only looks at him with fear, unable to make a decision. Kim Seung-hyun asks him to open it, thereby attracting the attention of Jerry and the other survivors who were nearby. Jerry suddenly runs to the door and tells the man to open it if he doesn't want to die with them. The man runs down the stairs and Jerry realizes he will have to use brute force to break the glass of the room. The escaping survivor calls him crazy and wonders why he did it as they open the door. After the others also climb onto the landing, the door closes and they run forward. It is extremely important for them to take the high ground as quickly as possible in order to disappear from the sight of the remaining mutants. Once they get there, they decide to take a breather and wonder how things could have turned out this way. They immediately turn their attention to their new companion, who had been looking down all this time, trying not to attract attention. Before his eyes appears a truly horrific sight of torn people who will very soon become infected. He dejects himself and says that these are probably the worst few days of his life, which have never been good. He says that he always knew that politicians cannot be trusted because they are hypocrites and will betray at the first opportunity. The man whines and says that they helped him, but in the end, he abandoned them, and it was all some kind of mistake. After a short pause, he says, irritated and vindictive, that now he will simply open the main entrance. Schrade asks him if this man can really open the exit from the park. This man says that he is the chief manager, and opening such doors for him is a very simple matter. The survivors ask the logical question of why he hasn't opened the doors yet, if he had such an opportunity. The general manager doesn't answer and says that this is some kind of nonsense, feeling like his nose is bleeding. Kim Sung-han hands him a handkerchief, hoping it will wipe away the bloodstains. Jerry doesn't let him do this since he hasn't finished the interrogation yet, and it's too early to show politeness. He orders him to continue, and asks where exactly he needs to go to open the doors, and who else can open them. The general manager says that only he can do this and no one else can get there. After this, he shows them the key card, saying that he has a special device that will let him in. Shrade decides to take decisive action and snatches the keycard from him to make it his own. He happily says that they have a map, and now they can open the door themselves, and the old man will only get in the way. However, before he can take a few more steps, he hears loud laughter at his presumption. The general manager says that only he can open this door, but they can try to do it themselves. Kim Sung-han and Jerry guess that they probably need a fingerprint or other biometric data. The general manager says that this is indeed the case, as there is a biometric lock and body temperature check. He notes that this was done specifically to prevent anyone from engaging in amateur activity and blocking the entrance. He also says that in this situation, he is an incredibly important person for the whole group. He notes that otherwise no one will be able to get out of here, and now they must protect it at any cost. The survivors disperse into groups to decide what to do in this situation. Each of them proposes their own course of action, which is not necessarily consistent with the previous ones. Everyone comes to the conclusion that they don't really trust the CEO, and that protecting him is too risky. Shrade says that it is not marked on the map, but the control room is far away, and the politician got out because he knew the way. He also says that they are now near the first service room and can take refuge there. Shrade states that they can go there and send a signal for help, but the chief manager says that it is useless. He adds that even if they send a signal through the channels, no one will come to their aid, and the escape of the deputies was only evidence of this. He notes that only high-ranking officials will be rescued, while ordinary people have already been abandoned and have nothing more to look forward to here. They are advised to move towards the second pavilion, which is located on the way to the electrical panel, as this will be the safest option. The CEO immediately declares with confidence that they will get out of here and overthrow all these bastards. Jerry says that as long as their paths coincide, he sees no point in refusing to help this person. They also come to the conclusion that it is better to open the main entrance themselves, since no one knows when they will be rescued. The CEO says there is one very serious problem that calls the whole plan into question. He explains that the park is almost completely without power, and even if they get to the electrical room, the system might not work. Shrade asks him if that means they just can't open the door and get out of here. The general manager replies that things are not so bad because there is a backup generator that can be started. Kim Sung-hyun recalls that he used to work in a factory, so he knows that such systems are always planned in advance. The chief manager points to a large landmark and tells them all to turn around. He states that the backup generator is located almost right next to the Ferris wheel, and they will definitely come across it on the way. He also adds that it is so close that they can get there very quickly, and it is time to move into action. Hearing this, everyone decides to take a little rest to gather their strength and prepare for the dash. Sammy starts shaking her leg and thinks about how thirsty she is because she has been running too much. She realizes that there is so much water nearby, but she still can't drink it, and decides to ask her father about it. She tries to reach out to her father, but he doesn't respond, and Sammy becomes very angry about it. She realizes that after the fight with Jerry, her father is constantly gloomy and doesn't listen to her at all. She walks away irritated and thinks about how her father was always a difficult person and difficult to talk to. Separating herself from the others, she sits down alone next to a bottle of water, which she holds tightly in her hands. After this, she decides to take a few sips now and then save the water to make it last longer. Suddenly, JB comes up to her and hits the bottle with his hand, causing her to lose it. The bottle falls to the ground, the water spills, and some of the liquid lands right on her dress. Looking at herself, she realizes that she spilled everything, and now her father will definitely scold her because of this stupidity of J.B. JB himself happily drinks from his bottle and says that there is no point in wasting water because later you will want to go to the toilet. Reggie decides to intervene and knocks the soda out of JB's hand, causing him to spill it all over himself. Ignoring his outraged cries that it's not fair, Reggie moves on to talk to Sammy. He advises her not to leave her father, because this guy clearly sees her as an object of ridicule. After this, he hands her a bottle of water and says that there is more than half left in it, but it needs to be saved. A few moments later, he hears Jerry calling him, but he is in no hurry to respond. Sammy looks down in embarrassment and quietly says his name, feeling very embarrassed in front of this man. Reggie says he already knows the name, while his father becomes even more angry. Jerry grabs him by the sleeve and asks why he gave the water to that girl in the first place, claiming that he doesn't know how to think. Reggie says it's his water and he can do with it as he pleases, but Jerry replies that he has no say in the matter. Reggie turns to Sammy and asks her to take the bottle and quickly go to her father before Jerry starts a scandal. Jerry says that if she takes the bottle, she will return double the amount later as a lesson. Reggie points out that it's just a kid, and Jerry replies that now is not the time for kind gestures. Kim Sung-hyun turns around in surprise after hearing loud screams and tries to understand what is happening. He sees his daughter crying because two adults started arguing in front of her again. Kim Sung-hyun quickly approaches her and asks what she is doing here and why she is holding a bottle in her hands. He also asks why she is all wet, and Sammy replies that Reggie shared some water with her. She tries to explain the situation, but because of her nervousness, she does it very poorly. Kim Sung-hyun suddenly raises his voice and asks why she is not listening to him again, which frightens the girl. He reminds her that he already told her not to leave him, and Sammy immediately starts crying. Kim Sung-hoon looks at Jerry with irritation, believing that he is too cruel and does not even consider children. After this, he tells his daughter not to go near these two, and not to talk to them under any circumstances. He also puts the bottle aside and forbids her from taking any things they may offer. Then he straightens up abruptly and exchanges a hostile glance with Jerry. Maxine says things are getting tense, and Schrade says that adults always have problems with children. The CEO says he wants to tell them something very important before they go any further. He states that they have been sitting here for about 10 hours doing nothing, so they need to move before dark. He explains that they will first start the emergency generator, then turn on the power and go up to the control room. After that, he says that there are not enough men for the task, and it would be good to take Reggie with him. But Jerry will start a scandal. He also adds another girl to the group and states that teamwork is pointless here. He emphasizes that he is the one who needs to be protected, because he is their only chance to get out of here. Kim Soon-hyun reflects that he doesn't fully understand the plan, but if he follows the instructions, everything should work out. Schrade and Maxine say they didn't know about the emergency generator, and the general manager says it's not surprising. He notes that such information is not communicated to employees, and Kim Sung-han is pondering Jerry's behavior at this time. Kim Soon-hyun comes to the conclusion that no matter what he does, Jerry can't stand him and only thinks about his son's safety. Here, he can understand it perfectly. But this does not mean that one can simply ignore what is happening to children like little Sammy. After a while, they pass a couple of flags, and for some reason, Jerry suddenly begins to change his behavior. He rushes off in an unknown direction, as if he had seen something extremely important, and the others ask him where he is going. Kim Sun-hyun tries to follow them to avoid falling into another trap and being left without support. They also talk about how things became very ominous when the wheels stopped moving. Meanwhile, the general manager points to a small extension, which is where the generator is located. Schrade says he walked past the building every day and tries to figure out why it's so tiny. The general manager says that it looks tiny only from the outside, but inside, everything is completely different. After this, they rush forward to quickly reach the desired location and start the generator. The head manager advises them to hurry if they don't want to be left behind by the other group, and they go inside. He also warns them that there is no light here, so they must walk carefully to avoid tripping. Schrade warns her friend to be careful because there's absolutely nothing to see here. After some time, they find themselves in a transformer booth, and notice that there are only mechanisms around and nothing is clear. The chief manager, meanwhile, says that there must be a switch somewhere here, and if you turn it on, everything will work. He also claims that if you turn the lever, all the rides will start working, and you won't have to turn them on individually. Kim Sung-han listens carefully to what these people say, trying not to miss a single detail. However, due to his concentration, he notices serious claw marks left here by an unknown creature. The chief manager reaches the lever and says that he has finally found the device he needs. He jerks the lever towards himself and waits a few seconds. But nothing changes. They wonder what's going on, and the general manager points out that the generator might be broken. He tries to stay calm and says that it looks like he'll have to start everything manually as he goes down. Kim Sung-hyun reflects on how the lower they go, the colder it gets, and he doesn't like it. The general manager tells him that as soon as the generator starts working, they will be able to warm up and leave here. After this, he reaches the entrance doors of the engine room and carefully opens them. Other survivors say they have never seen such a huge machine room, as if it were a cave. The general manager says that the park is huge, so the generators are appropriate for it, And this is both a plus and a minus. He emphasizes that he doesn't know which generator is responsible for the control room, so everything will have to be checked manually. Schrade almost immediately reaches one of the generators and asks how they will test it. After a few manipulations, he manages to start the generator, and a loud roar is heard, deafening everyone. Schrade wonders how to turn it off if he chose the wrong option. Jerry says there's too much carbon dioxide here and they can barely breathe properly. Schrade asks what he means, and Jerry loudly repeats that the ventilation should have been turned on first. Schrade says he knows this and promises to fix it if it becomes safer. The chief manager suddenly climbs up the ladder and says that he will take care of the ventilation himself, and that they should stay here. Schrade calls the short man a pathetic bastard who breathes fresh air while others suffocate. After this, Kim Sun-hyun and Jerry go to the engine room to turn on the remaining generators. Jerry wonders irritably where the ventilation is because the carbon dioxide is increasing. He also asks for better lighting of the path and explains that otherwise he will not see anything. Turning on the next generator, he says that we need to speed up and asks how many are left. Jerry replies that at least 10 more of these generators need to be activated, and assures them that everything will be fine. Jerry steps forward and says that the flashlight is shining in the wrong place, and Kim Sung-hun understands what he means. Schrade clears his throat and says they should have started at the end because it only gets them deeper inside. Kim Sung-hun also clears his throat and asks when the ventilation will start working, because it is still difficult to breathe. Jerry reprimands him, and Kim Sung-hun begins to wonder why he treats him so badly. Kim Sung-hun also notes that he is not the only one making mistakes, but for some reason he is the one who gets the brunt of it. Jerry says that each generator has a different switch location and requires better lighting for the path. Without waiting for the light, he turns around and sees Kim Sung-hyun standing in place, as if frozen. Jerry doesn't immediately understand the reason and asks why he is standing there as if frozen. Kim Sung-hyun tries to answer fearfully, but Jerry asks irritably what's wrong with his face. Kim Seung-han asks him to be quiet, sensing the presence of a strange creature very close. He realizes that he can't turn his head because if he does, the creature will notice him. Jerry takes a few steps towards him and asks how much longer he is going to stand there. Due to severe stress, his intelligence is noticeably reduced, and he does not pick up on obvious cues. Kim Sung-hyun decides to explain it as simply as possible, and starts shaking his head from side to side, trying to show the danger. He also twitches the lantern to indicate that there is a serious threat nearby. Jerry finally realizes what is going on and cautiously asks if there is a threat nearby. After this, he realizes that the creature is nearby, takes a fire extinguisher, and prepares for action. Schrade and Maxine say the link has been activated, meaning the lever has been activated and there's only one generator left. The light gradually turns on in sections, and all they can do is wait to figure out what is nearby. Kim Seung-hyun realizes that all this time a giant mutated tiger was next to him, ready to attack. Hearing this eerie sound, he turns sharply towards this monster, trying to figure out what he should do right now. The tiger immediately rushes forward to tear its prey to pieces, not giving it a single chance to escape. Jerry comes to the aid of his ally and immediately sprays a fire extinguisher towards this giant beast. They turn around and start shouting loudly that they should run out into the street and not waste their time. Schrade asks what happened and why they suddenly started talking so fearfully, as if some kind of monster was wandering around here. Jerry continues to spray the fire extinguisher, saying that there is a predator hiding somewhere here that will hunt them. Schrade doesn't immediately hear what is being said to him, so Jerry repeats the phrase loudly and clearly several times, that there are predators here. Meanwhile, the tiger continues to pursue its potential victims with the speed characteristic of this animal. He can see them clearly even in this smoke, but too much contact with this substance makes him blink. After a short pause, he finally emerges from the cloud of sprayed aerosol and looks around. His victims disappear somewhere, but this predator understands perfectly well that they could not have gone far, and that the search must continue. He peers into the darkness, realizing that they are hiding somewhere there, and trembling with fear and a timid hope of salvation. Kim Seung-hyun carefully observes the behavior of this wild cat, hiding behind one of the transformers. Kim Sung-hyun also hears someone whispering to another person to lower the ladder before it's too late. The head manager says that this ladder will make a loud bang if it is lowered, and recommends that they hide somewhere. Schrade asks him how much longer he intends to torment them with this torture, and why they don't lower the ladder. The chief manager starts walking up the stairs and wonders where the fan switch is. He is advised to hurry, but he clearly does not have sufficient knowledge to find everything quickly. He tries to justify himself and says that he is a manager, not an engineer, and therefore does not understand anything about this. He notes that there is quite a lot of space here, but the system would certainly need to be visible to be able to set it up quickly. A few moments later, he hears a strange growl and, looking down, sees that the tiger has noticed him and is watching him closely. The chief manager froze in place and began to tremble a little, realizing that this beast was very dangerous and creepy. Meanwhile, the tiger continues to closely monitor its prey and prepares to jump on it. The general manager says that this creature has escaped from behind the park and states that he is a piece of meat for this monster. Suddenly, a fit of aggression comes over him, and he asks the tiger why it is staring at him, calling it a pathetic creature. Schrade watches the manager's behavior with surprise and asks what's wrong with this psycho. The general manager suddenly begins to provoke this monster, luring him towards himself and telling him that he will not be able to rise. The tiger, hearing such loud behavior of its potential prey, immediately jumps several meters in height. He manages to cling to the railing with his claws, and it's only a matter of time before he climbs onto that platform. The CEO realizes that he has just created a very serious problem for himself, which he needs to get out of. He starts waving his arms with all his might and runs towards the exit, tearfully asking for help. Schrade asks him if he's gone crazy and tells him not to go there as it will bring the monster even closer to them. Jerry is loudly saying that we need to take this chance and get out of here while we still have the opportunity. Kim Sung-hun understands that in this situation, they can't abandon this nasty old man because they need him. He goes back for the fire extinguisher and tries to help the man escape so that he can open the gate. Looking at the fire extinguisher, he realizes that there is still enough charge left in it to use it. Meanwhile, the chief manager successfully climbs down the ladder, while the tiger approaches him with incredible speed. Kim Seung-hyun approaches the manager and immediately begins spraying a special mixture to conceal his exit. Kim Sung-han understands that if they block his path with this gas, they will be able to buy some time. Jerry suddenly walks up to him and tries to help, lifting his hand higher to make the spraying more effective. He adds that if the substance wears off quickly, there will be no effect, so he should keep his hand higher. The chief manager coughs, then covers his mouth with his hands and continues running towards the exit. Jerry says that it's time for them to leave now, and Kim Sung-hoon quickly turns around, trying to figure out where to go. However, due to the loud noise, he freezes in place for a short time, causing him to lose sight of all his friends and comrades. He quickly turns around, realizing that he can't see anything, and tries to figure out where the exit is. After a few moments, he discovers a special symbol that guides him in the right direction. Kim Seung-hyun assumes that the tiger will probably chase, but in this situation, he still won't see anything. Kim Sung-han approaches the exit with all his might, knowing that the smoke will clear soon, and the tiger will run after him. Maxine and the others look at Kim Sung-hong with undisguised horror, knowing full well that the tiger is already running right after him. They tell him not to look back and to run as fast as he can, causing him to look up briefly. The last thing he sees before his final escape is a giant beast that jumps on him. Kim Seung-hyun was faster than the mutated beast and managed to fly into the room at the last second. They immediately try to close the doors, and the tiger breaks through the glass, but does not manage to scratch anyone, fortunately for them. The survivors ask if all the generators were turned on, to which they respond that they only left a couple out. Kim Soon-hyun wonders in his mind what the generators they didn't turn on were responsible for. As they walk further, they come across a door from which a hand reaches out. Maxine turns around in fear and wonders if the creatures have been here all this time, but have been so quiet. Kim Soon-hyun manages to notice another disgusting face, which is covered with a large number of tumors and ulcers. Running outside, they wonder what they should do now, assuming they need to hide before it's too late. Kim Seung-hyun also points out that the Ferris wheel suddenly started working, which means other attractions did too. Kim Sung-hyun turns around to find out how seriously the monsters intend to pursue them. Almost immediately, he notices the silhouette of a mutant who ran out into the street in search of his prey and looks after him attentively. The CEO turns out to not be the best runner and loses his balance due to the intense running. He falls to the ground at full speed, which makes him unable to quickly escape. Maxine talks about saving him, but Schrade says now is not the time to think about others and they need to run. The chief manager asks why they abandoned him, when suddenly another mutant appears in front of him. He turns sharply towards him and looks at him with one eye,
While the other eye has completely stopped functioning, the chief manager wonders what to do before he attracts the attention of the rest of the mutant crowd. The monster in front of him starts making harsh sounds and prepares to attack. The CEO makes a sharp turn towards the Ferris wheel, and Jerry and Kim Sun-hyun ask him where he is going. After a few moments, they realize that they are trapped and decide to run after the manager. The general manager quickly runs into one of the booths, and Kim Sung-hyun shouts at him to stop. The general manager closes the door, but is asked not to do so as they are almost there. Kim Seung-hyun tugs on the handle, but it doesn't budge, and the general manager advises him to stop doing that. Kim Seung-hyun tries to stop him, but the villain continues to insist on his own, although he has little time to save himself. Kim Seung-hyun sends him several curses, realizing that he still won't be able to get out of here even if he really wants to. Jerry advises him to ditch that damn old man and get into the next booth while they still have time. As soon as they reach this cabin, the very same monster that has been chasing them all this time appears on the horizon. Kim Sun-hyun and Jerry manage to climb into the cabin, after which it begins to slowly rise. But this does not stop the monster. He is preparing to take a leap of faith and reach his prey at any cost. For some reason, these vile mutants possess incredible strength and can jump several meters in height. The vile creature lands right on the wall and tries to cling with its sharp claws. The first thing she does is grab the door to stay in place, and then she thinks about how to break through the glass. Kim Sun-hyun tries to hold the door, but the swinging monster makes it difficult. Jerry puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to step aside as he has a plan to get rid of him. Without thinking twice, he delivers a powerful kick to open the door and deliver a powerful, stunning blow to the monster's head. The door becomes very unstable as the monster continues to hang on it with its gigantic weight. Jerry tries to knock down the door, but he doesn't succeed right away because it is firmly secured. However, he does not stop trying and delivers several kicks to the door frame itself. At some point, he manages to completely knock down the door and send the creature on a short but deadly flight. Kim Seung-hyun carefully approaches the edge of the cabin and hears the disgusting sound of something organic landing right on the asphalt. He is immediately surprised to see that several creatures have come running here at once, examining their fallen comrade. However, they immediately raise their heads and look closely at the cabin, which gradually moves higher and higher. These creepy creatures continue to stand here as if nothing had happened, as if they were waiting for something. Kim Sun-hyun wonders if they're really going to wait until they complete the circle, and Jerry understands this. He says that he made a huge mistake, and Kim Sung-hyun turns towards him in surprise. Jerry says that the door has come off, and it is now quite obvious what will happen to them in a few minutes. Kim Seung-hyun also guesses that they have fallen into a deadly trap from which it will not be so easy to escape. Jerry sadly says that they won't even have time to go a full circle on this wheel before they are torn apart. Meanwhile, Kiara turns to Reggie and asks him if his hearing problems developed at birth or later. Reggie says they're not close enough to talk about it, and Kiara says it's not a bad idea to be friends with her. Reggie asks her some sarcastic questions and realizes it's best not to talk to her about these topics. He just notes that it will be getting dark soon and they still haven't returned. But Reggie states that it's better to be late than to get lost. Kiara says that he seems to be quite optimistic, but he immediately says that this is not entirely true. After this, he hears a strange sound and tries to look around carefully to find out where it came from. Kiara also hears it and says that the sound seems to be coming from somewhere below, so it's better to check it. Reggie guesses that someone is trying to open the door, so he better see who it is. But because of the darkness, nothing can be seen. Kiara asks him if he's going to go there alone, but he states that he needs to understand what's going on. Meanwhile, JB starts to get bored and says that he is very hungry and tired of everything. After this, he turns his attention to the monsters walking nearby and says that their faces look disgusting. Taking good aim at one of them, he tries to spit at it so as to hit it in pieces. After this, he turns to Sammy and asks her if he now looks like a famous actor named Leo. Sammy looks at him in surprise, and he says what Leonardo DiCaprio meant from the movie Titanic. Sammy looks at him like he's an idiot, and JB says in an irritated tone that he's hungry and it's making him nervous. Gia says that he has already eaten everything and he needed to save money, and JB demands that she give him her portion. Gia says that this is the last thing she has left, and he abruptly rips the piece from her. He also says that she is still fat and has an ugly face, and at the same time, she wants to take the food for herself. Gia asks him how much longer he can be so angry and when he will finally calm down.
because it's hard for her. JB asks her who suggested spending his birthday in this place and condemned him to this suffering. After this, he suddenly approaches her and says in a loud voice that he is very grateful to his mother for sending him here. Gia starts crying and walks away, and JB says that she better hide that hellish red nose. Sammy looks at him and can't believe that any child could treat his mother so badly. Meanwhile, JB scratches the burnt skin on her face and says that she is just pretending to be a good mother. Meanwhile, Kiara comes downstairs and asks Reggie if he saw anyone, to which he replies that he doesn't notice anyone. However, after a few moments, he realizes that someone is approaching and tries to peer into the darkness. They see Shrade and Maxine running away from the monsters and realize they need to clear the rubble as quickly as possible. Reggie states that the two of them aren't enough to sort it all out quickly, so they'll need the others' help. Shrade asks to open the door quickly, and Reggie tells them that they are still clearing the rubble, so they need to hide. Shrade and Maxine change their escape route to wait out at least some time. Kiara turns to the other women and says that they need to help clear the rubble, as 2 workers have returned. Sammy wonders where her dad went, but for some reason Rosetta snaps at her and asks her not to interfere. JB also approaches her abruptly and calls her an offensive nickname to get her attention. He asks her to follow him, saying that children are supposed to sit and eat other people's food without a care in the world. Sammy asks him what he's doing, to which JB replies that he's helping his mom discover her true colors. Opening someone else's backpack of chocolates, he happily says that it is full of calories. Meanwhile, we return to the rotating Ferris wheel on which the lives of the main characters depend. The wheel turns rather slowly, but the inevitability of death begins to get on the nerves of Kim Sun-hyun and Jerry. At this moment, they feel like the most unfortunate people on this planet, who have been abandoned by everyone. Jerry says in a doomed voice that they only have 1 lap left before they die a horrible death. Kim Seung-hyun decides to look down to assess the situation and sees a large number of mutants there. Fear rises in his throat and he swallows carefully, then considers what he should do. He starts pacing and saying that there must be a way to get out of here. He also wonders how long 1 lap lasts, guessing it's about 20 minutes. Meanwhile, the creature that fell to the ground and was crushed by the door begins to move as if it had survived the fall. Kim Sung-hoon continues to be nervous, which prevents him from thinking clearly, causing him to see almost nothing in front of him. It is because of this that he makes a serious mistake and trips over Jerry's foot, causing him to go flying. Unable to keep his balance, he realizes that he will simply fall out of the cabin and crash to his death. However, at the last second, Jerry manages to grab him and asks what he is doing. Jerry asks if he tried to commit suicide or if something else happened. He supposes that he probably doesn't care anymore whether he dies from a fall or from monster bites. He says irritably that if it weren't for him, he would have just let him fall down. Kim Sung-hyun looks closely at the rope wrapped around Jerry's body, and it gives him some ideas. He jumps up and says that's a great option, and Jerry asks what he means. Kim Sung-hyun mutters that they need to go down, and Jerry declares that he won't jump. Kim Sung-hyun tries to explain to him with gestures what exactly he means so that he can understand him as accurately as possible. He releases the rope wrapped around Jerry's body and repeats that they need to get down. Jerry doesn't fully understand Kim Sung-hyun's plan and asks him to explain himself properly. Kim Seung-hyun pulls the rope off him and points to the cabin, saying that this way they can go down. He suggests that this way they will be able to extend life and come up with a more effective rescue plan. Jerry looks at him with a disapproving gaze that betrays only cold contempt. After a pause, he says that this is indeed a good idea, but there are a few caveats. He stands up abruptly and says that he will explain slowly so that he understands everything. Jerry asks how he is going to open the door from below with a regular door handle. He reminds that the handle is located quite high, about a meter from the floor, and it must be pulled from top to bottom. Jerry adds that even if they get down to the bottom cabin and don't fall, it's unclear what to do next. He asks how he is going to open the door without a rope, hanging in the air and risking his life. Jerry also says that no one will be able to hold him back, as he himself will have difficulty maintaining his balance. He notes that they will end up hanging around like helpless bodies and unable to do anything. He also says that all this will end ingloriously, since mutants will be waiting for them below. Jerry asks if he had all of this planned or if it was just a hasty plan. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that he really didn't think the plan through well enough, and now he needs to change something. Jerry says irritably that while he was explaining how stupid the plan was, They had already completed a third of the lap. He sits down with a downcast face and thinks that this all looks like a mockery. Kim Sung-hyun feels sick from the hopelessness and horror, and he closes his mouth to keep from making sounds. He also understands that if he fails, his daughter will be left without protection. His mind feels incredibly tired, and he looks around for hope. Gradually, he feels his heart begin to beat louder as death approaches. Jerry loses all hope of escaping from this deadly trap. Kim Seung-hyun looks carefully at the other booths, trying to figure out if he can jump onto them. However, despite all his efforts, he finds no clue to possible salvation. However, at a certain point, he realizes that the cabin directly next to them is the caretaker's cabin. Kim Seung-hyun remembers that he has a door here that he can probably open if they ask him. Kim Seung-hyun also remembers the rope in his hands, which is a chance to climb down. Kim Sung-han jumps up abruptly and tries to estimate how far away the booth will be at the right moment. He notes that the chief executive will likely be their main ticket out of this booth. He immediately approaches Jerry to wake him up and helps him get out of the booth. Kim Seung-hyun tells him in broken English that he needs to open the door, but he doesn't react. Kim Sung-han tries to encourage him by saying that they can definitely get up and they just need to not give up. Jerry doesn't answer, but Kim Sung-han continues to beg him to gather his strength and make one last push. Jerry asks him in a tired voice how he is going to get up there if it is practically impossible. Kim Sung-han desperately tells him that they won't need to climb up because the wheel is constantly moving. Jerry quickly guesses what his comrade means and understands that now they have a real chance to escape. Kim Seung-hyun supports him by saying that if they wait a little, they will be able to go down to the cabin that is in front of them. Kim Sung-hyun says that they will only have one chance, and when the wheel turns 3 o'clock, they will have their opportunity. Jerry notes that even if they land near the ground, they will not be able to hide from these creatures, so they need to act quickly. However, suddenly they hear numerous loud sounds that signal that someone is hitting metal. Kim Sung-han and Jerry immediately climb out of the booth to find out what this strange noise is and where it is coming from. They see that the creature that fell to the ground and broke turned out to be alive and is again pursuing them, trying to climb inside. After a short pause, this mutant jumps even higher in order to move to the next cabin. Kim Seung-hyun is scared that this creature is getting closer and closer, but Jerry calms him down. He adds that the creature is located at about 9 o'clock and will not be able to move quickly yet due to the Ferris wheel. After some time, he manages to secure the rope, and Kim Sung-han asks him how secure it is. Jerry points out that he doesn't know because he secured it to this round support so it shouldn't break. Immediately after this, he lifts his leg to make one very risky attempt. He takes a small shard of glass, realizing that he will have to inflict several wounds on himself to attract the monster. Jerry claims that these creatures are like wild animals. They can smell anything, and he doesn't know how well it will work. After this, he makes several cuts on his leg, feeling that it is unpleasant but bearable. Kim Sung-hyun feels sick when he looks at this procedure, but he understands that this is the only chance. Jerry wipes the blood on his jacket to permeate the booth and declares that he could use some painkillers. Kim Sun-hyun declares that she will share one of these pills with him, after which they begin to smear the booth with blood. Kim Sung-hyun periodically looks around to make sure he doesn't miss the moment when they have to go down. He reflects that if they can land without problems, then they have a chance to survive. But they still have other problems to solve. Jerry leaves his clothes in the cabin, saying that he can only hope that these creatures are stupid enough to fall for it. Immediately after this, they hear a loud growl, which during this time became closer and closer. Kim Sun-hyun says that this creature will reach this booth very soon, and Jerry declares that they will jump in turns. He states that they are currently at approximately 11 o'clock, and adds that they will jump to 2 and 3 o'clock respectively. Immediately after this, he winds the rope around himself, slowly counting down the moment when they will have to jump out of here. In this tense situation, time becomes very slow, and everything drags on almost unbearably long. Jerry says that he will go first, while Kim Sung-hoon tries to calm down because of his fear of heights. Kim Sun-hyun reflects that the problem is not the monsters, because if you fall from such a height, death will occur instantly. Meanwhile, Jerry continues to count down the time and prepares to make a very sharp maneuver. When his turn comes, he quickly grabs the rope and gradually descends down towards the neighboring cabin. Of course, for him, this is a very adrenaline-pumping situation, but as a firefighter, he has already encountered similar things. After this, he realizes that the rope is quite short,
and he will have to jump in order to land. Once untied, he lands on the cabin and stabilizes almost instantly thanks to his good coordination. The CEO wonders in horror if something has landed right on his roof. Jerry says that he held on and asks him to go down before the window closes. Kim Seung-hyun quickly pulls the rope and prepares to jump. But it is very difficult for him. He gradually changes his position to make it easier to descend. But this does not help him at all. Jerry tries to rush him by saying that he doesn't have much time left. Kim Sung-hoon rolls back over with difficulty, and Jerry asks him why he is stuck there. Kim Sung-hyun says he won't be able to perform this maneuver because it's too high up here. Kim Sung-han doubts himself, and Jerry asks him to look up before it becomes dangerous. Kim Sung-hyun asks him what he means, and Jerry says that the damned creature is jumping from above. Kim Sung-hun looks up and sees this monster trying to jump onto their booth. Immediately after this, the monster climbs inside the cabin in order to destroy all the survivors who are there. For a second, Jerry thinks the monster is trying to grab Kim Sung-hong, who turned out to be too hesitant. After this, loud screams begin to be heard from the mutant who is moving something around the cabin. Jerry, with undisguised horror, assumes that his friend has just been torn to pieces by this terrible mutant. However, after a few seconds, he finally comes to his senses and hears the sound of a rope twitching next to his head. He turns around and sees that Kim Sung-hyun has finally decided to jump down, but now he needs help. Jerry tells him to tense his arms and move his body back and forth as if he were swinging on a swing. Kim Seung-hyun tries to carry out his command, but it is very difficult for him because of his injured leg. Jerry encourages him, telling him that he can do it, and Kim Sung-han gradually increases his range of motion. Jerry tries to reach him with his hand, but he doesn't succeed right away. But he's not going to give up. He tells him that everything is going well, and he should try to make one more attempt before they reach their goal. Kim Sung-han feels his hand starting to slip from the rope, but he has no choice but to try again. Finally, during the next amplitude, Jerry grabs his hand and immediately stabilizes his body in the air. Jerry tells him that he has a strong hold on him and recommends that he put his foot in the window opening and climb inside. Kim Sung-han tries to repeat what he is told, and Jerry slowly pulls him higher and higher with his strength. Finally, he grabs him by the belt, giving him even more leverage to throw him into a safe position. Kim Sung-hyun, his hands shaking, climbs up, realizing that the hardest part is now behind him. Jerry immediately tells them not to relax, as they need to get inside as quickly as possible. He carefully begins to feel for special ledges that he can grab onto and lower himself down. The general manager looks in horror at Jerry, who suddenly appears and starts knocking on his window. Jerry demands that he open the door, emphasizing that they don't have time to talk. The general manager doesn't understand how this is possible, and Jerry says that he will be surprised later. But now he needs to open the door. The general manager panics and says that there is a creature lurking somewhere upstairs, and he is afraid to open the door. Jerry continues to knock on the glass and says that he knows about it perfectly well, and orders it to be opened immediately. The general manager looks at Jerry's bloody hand and says it's a very bad sign. He adds that Jerry was probably bitten, otherwise he wouldn't have blood on his hands. Jerry asks what he is talking about because he can't hear him well, and the general manager states that he will not open the door. This man starts to get hysterical and says that he will never open the door, even if they beg him. The wheel continues to spin slowly, and the heroes have less and less time to escape. Jerry continues to demand that the manager open the booth door, but the manager does not listen. He only holds the handle tightly so that it cannot be opened from the outside, and declares that he will not let anyone in. He reminds him that Jerry has blood on his hand, meaning he is infected and cannot go inside. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that it is impossible to negotiate with such a hysterical person and decides to take action. Jerry says the damn man has his hands on the handle and refuses to open the door. Kim Seung-hyun wonders why he is not opening the escape route and decides to break through the glass from the other side. He realizes that they are almost at the 4 o'clock position and will soon find themselves at the ground where the mutants are waiting for them. Kim Sung-han asks Jerry to hold his hand, and Jerry asks what he is going to do. Kim Sung-hyun suddenly grabs his hand and says that now they need to act quickly, without talking. After this, he carefully descends, overcoming his fear of heights since his life is at stake. He tries to kick the glass a few times, hoping it won't be too strong. The general manager says irritably that these bastards are going to break the glass and break in. Kim Sung-han feels like his leg is about to fall off, but the glass doesn't even crack. The general manager asks them to stop and resign themselves, since it is impossible to break the glass. Jerry says it's pointless trying because you can't break that kind of glass with your foot. Kim Sung-han keeps trying, but Jerry says the angle is too awkward and even he couldn't break it with his foot. The CEO says this is childish stupidity, and they will all die because of it. He claims that he is their only chance for salvation, including for their children. This word gives Jerry the idea that he has a metal key that can be used. He had previously taken this key to attack the infected that was breaking through the doors. Jerry realizes that even a small metal object can be sharp enough to pierce glass. He abruptly pushes Kim Sung-hyun back onto the roof and tells him to use something more durable. Kim Sung-han turns around and realizes that they are talking about a set of keys. The general manager, in a panic, asks if they have really given up and resigned themselves to their fate. Jerry shifts into a more comfortable position and prepares to strike with the metal key. The general manager turns around in horror at the sounds and notices Jerry. Jerry says the glass is too wet and that will make it harder to hit. However, he continues to try, adding that even one crack could decide the outcome. He hits with such force that the key even scratches his hand, but he ignores the pain. Kim Seong-hyun hopes they can make it before they reach land. After a few moments, they manage to create a crack, which becomes their first success. Kim Sun-hyun is surprised to hear the sound and realizes that they actually have a chance to escape. Jerry says there's a crack and asks to hold his hand tighter. Jerry hopes the wheel will keep spinning faster and the monsters won't have time to reach them. However, the next second, an approaching foot appears, aims straight at the glass of their booth. The chief manager asks them why they are so stubborn and demands that they stop what is happening immediately. Jerry kicks once, causing more cracks as he prepares to break through. The general manager continues his hysteria, but it does nothing to help him prevent what he's so feared. Jerry breaks the glass and the general manager looks at him in horror, trying to understand how this is even possible. Kim Seong-hyun also sneaks inside. While the manager begins to cowardly talk about how they are infected, the chief manager immediately falls to the ground and begins to shake cowardly, saying that these two will eat him. Jerry calls him a cowardly idiot, adding that he knows perfectly well that they are not infected. The general manager does not want to explain why he did not let them in without objective reasons, although they increase his chances of survival. Kim Seong-hyun realizes that the rear window is now broken, meaning the creatures can smell them and break in. He understands that even though these mutants have an animal-like sense of smell, he has an amazing remedy that can mask the smell. He gets some medical disinfectant from the first aid station, as well as some pepper, which will mask their smell in no time. The general manager continues his whining, saying that they broke the glass for the sake of their own skin. Kim Sung-han asks everyone for a moment of attention, after which she begins to spray a special solution on their bodies to mask the smell. The chief manager turns around indignantly and asks him what the hell he did by putting some mixture on him. Kim Sung-han realizes that there is very little disinfectant left, so she needs to use it more sparingly. After this, he leans out of the booth and uses pepper to irritate the olfactory receptors of these creatures. As he scatters the pepper, the wind changes direction and it hits Kim Sung-hyun's body. The monsters start to walk from side to side and cough due to the large amount of pepper that has fallen into them. Kim Sung-han hides, but feels the need to sneeze so that the pepper doesn't irritate his mucous membranes. Jerry covers his face with his hands and says that they are almost to the ground, so he must endure no matter what. A few moments later, a creepy head appears above them, stretching forward on a very thin neck. The monsters begin to mutate into the most bizarre forms that look incredibly unpleasant and disgusting. Jerry covers Kim Sung-hyun's head so that he doesn't make any unnecessary noise and attract the attention of these creatures. Meanwhile, the creature continues to explore each booth, carefully sniffing everything that is nearby. Kim Seong-hyun realizes with horror that this creature is stalking them and is trying to find out where the survivors are. He hopes that this monster will go away soon, since he can no longer breathe due to the large amount of pepper. For a moment, it seems to him that the monster is leaving, since animals have a sensitive sense of smell, and for them, pepper is poison. However, the very next second, the monster rolls over the booth and decides to squeeze its head inside. His gigantic body is enough to cover this cabin from all sides, but he is distracted by other monsters. They break into the cabin, which was smeared with the blood of survivors, and discover another monster there. They immediately try to attack him,
because due to the confused smell, they do not understand that a relative is in front of them. Another monster also decides to follow the example of his comrades and quickly puts this situation to rest. Kim Sung-han and the others cautiously look out to find out what is going on and why these monsters are surrounding them. It turned out that these creatures had packed into the booth too tightly, and now they couldn't get out because of the large volume. Meanwhile, a military helicopter flies over the theme park, but is in no hurry to land. One of the soldiers says that the helicopter is landing in the evacuation zone and asks to assess the situation on the ground. They are told that the virus has an incubation period, and it takes time to determine whether a person is infected or not. They are advised not to approach suspicious individuals, even if they appear to be ordinary people. Meanwhile, the survivors reach their medical center and wonder who ate all the chocolate bars. Shrade and Maxine are shocked, but the other adults are also confused about who was able to eat all the food. JB immediately blames Sammy because she ate everything, saying that she is the culprit and the parasite. However, this man is let down by the fact that he drank too much soda, which caused him to burp, giving away his identity. Gia asks him if he really ate it all, and JB realizes that he also has chocolate all over his mouth. He immediately starts making excuses, saying that he should have kept all the food to himself. Then there wouldn't have been any problems. Shrade prepares to beat him up, saying he'll beat the crap out of the man, while JB blames everyone else. Reggie understands that there is no point in trying to negotiate with such people, since they only understand the language of brute force. That's why he comes up to him from behind and delivers a powerful blow right to his butt to make him come to his senses a little. JB falls to the ground and immediately starts squealing like a pig because his dignity has been insulted. JB says he's going to report him to the police, and Reggie says he'd love to see it. Sammy hears a noise that signals that someone has opened the door and is quickly coming up here. She immediately sees her dad and happily runs to him, asking why they were gone for so long. The general manager claims that they were attacked by creatures from both sides and had to take refuge in the Ferris wheel. Everyone is happy that he also survived, and the manager immediately declares that he should be a priority on their team. Jerry non-verbally hints to him that he does not agree with such a theory, causing the chief executive to fall to the ground. Jerry calls him a pathetic creature, saying that several times along the way he thought about just finishing him off because he was sitting. The chief manager immediately hides behind the others and says that they need to be careful with him since he is infected. He immediately starts throwing around accusations, saying that he has blood on his hand, which means he is definitely infected and has become aggressive. Shrade asks him where his jacket is, and Jerry says that he is not infected and had to cut himself to distract the creature. They ask him what the man is talking about, and Jerry replies that he will still constantly say something in his own defense. The chief manager starts shaking cowardly and says that they won't be able to get out of here holding hands. He also adds that there will be no happy ending, so someone will have to sacrifice themselves in order for everyone else to be saved. The chief manager points his fingers and asks if they all don't want to leave, and they tell him to calm down. He also adds that they can act tough as much as they want, but they still won't get out of here without him. He pulls his hand away, and Shrade understands the situation, deciding that it is better not to contradict him, so as not to get into trouble. Jerry then looks around and asks what's going on and is told that the food has disappeared. Jerry asks them what exactly happened here, but they don't give him a specific answer until he gets angry. Kiara says that this little guy took action, and they were forced to deal with the consequences. JB tearfully tells everyone to go to hell, while his mother takes his side, saying that he is a child. Shrade hopes that this is not true, adding that they don't even have anything to drink after that boy ate everything. Jerry wonders who is supposed to be looking after the baby and inquires about what Kiara was doing. Kiara says that she helped Reggie because he really needed help clearing the rubble. Shrade feels overwhelmed with emotion and loudly asks everyone to stop for at least a second and be silent. He says that he worked here and therefore took responsibility, but now he has had enough. He points his finger at JB and asks why everyone should suffer because of this man, since he has no regrets. He adds that those burger people were wrong because there are too many of them, and that's why everything is getting out of control. Rosetta says that she can't even cope with her own child, and because of this, everyone must suffer. Shrade adds that they are heading to the control room to open the exit, and it is dangerous to move in such numbers. In an emotional tone, he says that the number of people needs to be reduced, and that they must vote for this by a majority. He is immediately asked if he wants to just dump the two, and he adds that he wants to know everyone's opinion. Maxine says that she understands his emotions, but it will be much worse if they leave them here. Shrade says that everyone has to decide what is right and turns to Jerry, asking what he thinks. Jerry says that everyone is fighting for their lives right now, and if someone is dragging them down, there is no reason to keep them here. Rosetta says that it is sad, but now is not the time for pity, and the chief manager agrees with her. Maxine says that this grandfather needs to be excluded, since he would throw out any of them if he wanted to. Kiara says that the door will open very soon, so there is little point in getting rid of other people. Maxine says she's angry too, but maybe they should be given a chance to make amends. Shrade concludes by saying that there are only 2 people who are against this decision one way or another. Maxine points out that they haven't yet taken the other person's voice into account and points her finger at the main character. They all immediately turn to him to find out what his opinion is on the matter. Shrade asks if he heard everything and tries to figure out how he would react to the idea of excluding those 2. Kim Sun-hyun understands that they want to abandon this woman and child to their fate, and the majority votes for this. He recalls that they obtained this food at the risk of their lives and endured many dangers, and all this was in vain. He notes that these 2 could become a problem for both him and his daughter, and are a threat to survival. Kim Sun-hyun looks at her daughter, trying to understand what she thinks about this. Sammy doesn't give him any answer, while Shrade continues to press him and ask what he thinks. Kim Sung-hyun begins to hesitate and gradually looks around to read the mood on the faces of others. Jerry looks at him very seriously, trying to figure out what he is going to say right now. However, after a short pause, he cautiously says that he is against driving these people away. Shrade asks him how he can feel that way about their efforts when they almost died getting that food. Jerry turns around and leaves, saying that in that case the votes are evenly distributed and a decision cannot be made. Shrade says that they need to recount it along with the manager's vote, but they decide not to do this. Maxine reassures him that he did the right thing and he shouldn't worry about it. Kim Sung-han reflects that he chose not what was right, but what he felt. He also understands that the people who voted for or against are silent, but he can almost clearly hear their thoughts. Kim Sung-hoon is well aware that he will be the next one to be voted out because they don't like him. Jerry turns around and says that they need to move because it is not safe to stay here. He announces that someone has already seen them on their way here, so they need to leave immediately to avoid attracting attention. They wonder where the staff room is and turn to the map to figure out where to go. Maxine says that they need to go right now because it will soon become dark and they will not be able to find the way. Quickly gathering the remaining things, they head towards the staff room, hoping that no one will be there. The atmosphere around them becomes ominous as darkness gradually descends upon the park. After a few more tens of minutes, it becomes completely dark, and they can see almost nothing except their silhouettes. Shrade quietly says that he has trouble finding his way in the dark as he can hardly see anything. Maxine says that they need to go down this road, assuming that there is no other way. Finally, they discover a giant Ferris wheel, realizing that by following it, they are on the right path. After this, they walk another few dozen meters before stopping to check the map. Shrade says he can't see anything at all, then tries to turn on the flashlight to check the way. Jerry quickly turns off the flashlight with his hand, asking if he thinks they might be detected by the light. Maxine says they should at least shine a little light because it will be safer, but Jerry says they will still be spotted. Maxine suggests shining the light on them for at least a little while, because there might be signs on the ground that they can use to find their way. Shrade looks closely at the concrete floor and realizes that there don't seem to be any signs here, but decides to wait. After some time, they notice a small sign on the ground that indicates that they need to go forward. Maxine says that these are drawings that were on the Ocean World Pavilion grounds, so they are on point. As they move further and further, they notice other rides that are still operating. The destroyed carousel doesn't move, but the music still plays its familiar melody, which now only frightens, until they reach the sculpture that is located in the center of this pavilion and serves as another landmark for them. Kim Sung-han looks around carefully, trying to be on the same wavelength with the rest of the people. Maxine and Shrade talk to each other and realize that they don't have much further to go before they reach the path. Shrade expresses confidence that they need to move on, as he has been in this room several times before. After this, the group of survivors begins to move slowly, constantly looking around to avoid falling into a trap. They finally reach the path and notice that the trees here are so tall that it looks like there is an entrance to a cave ahead. Kim Sung-hyun continues to follow them, holding her daughter's hand tightly to keep her company. After a while, he starts to smell a very strange smell,
and JB says that someone took a dump here.
Shrade orders everyone else to be quiet, as this surely means there are monsters somewhere around here. However, the moment he turned away in their direction, he stopped watching where he was going and bumped into something hard. Shrade immediately takes a few steps back and wonders what it is, and everyone asks him what happened. Shrade, with undisguised fear and horror, says that apparently there is some kind of creature in front of him. They ask him about what he sees, and he decides to use a flashlight to find out what it is. However, almost immediately he stumbles upon some strange texture, as if a wall had appeared in front of him. Jerry says that they need to step back a little and shine the light on the object again to figure out what it is. After everyone else steps aside, Shrade takes a few steps back himself, still shining the flashlight. The sight that met their eyes was difficult to describe in words, and it will certainly remain etched in their memories forever. To their great regret, what they found in front of them was not a wall, but a giant animal that miraculously did not attack them. Their group of survivors look upon a family of mutated elephants who are protecting a small child. They take a few steps back, and Shrade remembers that the shadow they saw earlier belonged to this very creature. After a short pause, he says that these are elephants, and they immediately ask him if these are really them. Kim Seung-hyun doesn't believe it, realizing that elephants can't be that gigantic since he covers an entire building. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that there can be no doubt about it, and notices a small baby elephant next to them. The survivors immediately realize that they must act quietly, because if the baby elephant wakes up, it will be the end for them. However, they wonder how they can get past these creatures, and decide to turn back as quickly as possible. After this, they try not to attract unnecessary attention and not to make noise, so as not to, God forbid, wake them up. Some of them are starting to get indignant and say that now their road is blocked by a real monster that they can't get rid of. They wonder whether it is worth going around, but they understand that this is the shortest route and there is no turning back. Jerry says that they need to try to get around the area through the water park, since this is the only chance. Shrade and Maxine talk about how the journey will take longer, but agree with his idea. Looking up, they also discover that the light is on, meaning they can proceed further quite safely. After this, they approach the main entrance to this attraction, where at first glance there is not a single living soul. Shrade quietly says that the journey ahead is quite long, so it is better to hurry to make it on time. He also recommends that they hold on to the railings, saying that since there is a light on here, they don't need to be afraid of the darkness. Sammy suddenly hears a strange rustling sound coming from the bushes behind him and immediately turns around. She asks her father to wait, and Kim Seung-hyun asks her what happened, recommending that she go faster. Sammy mentions that there is something in the grass, and he immediately becomes wary, realizing that this is clearly not a good sign. Taking a closer look, he realizes that there is nothing in this grass, so it is better to leave here. But Sammy remains afraid. Kim Seung-hyun sticks his hand into the grass and starts rummaging through the bushes, saying that there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, someone grabs his hand and prevents him from moving normally. But it is clearly not a mutant, but an ordinary person. Kim Seung-hyun doesn't have time to react, and a strong-built man immediately jumps out of the bushes and twists his arms around him. Kim Seung-hyun says that he is in a lot of pain and demands to be let go, while the others pay attention to him. Shrade immediately shines a flashlight in their direction and wonders where the man came from, assuming he is a monster. After this, other people jump out of the bushes, saying that everything is fine and they are not monsters. They are given the opportunity to get out, and are asked who the hell they are and what the hell they are doing here. One of the bodyguards turns to his comrade and says that it is now time to break out of disguise. The group of survivors looks at these people and realizes that they are the bodyguards of this politician who managed to survive. Having carefully assessed the uniform, they understand that these are definitely people who have the appropriate training. Jerry asks them why they decided to attack, suggesting that they have nothing to share. The girl says that they did not mean to cause harm, and were simply waiting for everything to calm down to continue their research. Jerry asks her what exactly she means when she says something should quiet down. The girl says that there are a lot of monsters in the area, and they were waiting for these monsters to leave here. She also says that they are going to the souvenir shop, but her friend immediately interrupts her, hinting that she should keep quiet. The girl finishes her story in a crumpled manner and says that it is very dangerous up there, and it is better not to go there. Shrade realizes that this girl is wearing the uniform of an employee of this pavilion, which means she knows something that they don't. They come to the conclusion that it is better to follow these people and find out everything, since there is clearly something fishy here. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun notices one of the people who has a strange trinket hanging from his back. Kim Sung-han is very surprised to see this thing, as it brings back some memories in his mind. Looking at the man, he wonders if he could have seen him somewhere before, as that back seems familiar to him. Maxine turns sharply to Schrade and tells him that no matter what happens, they have to get there before the others. He also adds that one must not stand still and move forward. And this is heard by other survivors who understand that they have competitors. The girl from this pavilion immediately tells the others that they need to hurry up and run faster. All the remaining survivors rush forward to find out what is going on and where the other group is rushing to. Finally, they reach the main pavilion, which at first glance looks rather abandoned. Kim Sung-han decides to take a breather and find out what's going on here. The pavilion is lit up, and there is a huge amount of different supplies scattered around the water. Some mechanisms are still working, and special equipment similar to roller coasters continues to move. One of them just crashes into the water because the electricity supplies water pressure and pushes it forward. The survivors also discover that there are a huge number of different chocolate bars scattered around here, and they are all covered in blood. The girl wonders if they can be eaten, but she is told that everything is in packaging, so it is not contaminated. Schrade tells the rest of the people not to stand still, as they need to gather supplies faster than the competition. So both groups are engaged in gathering, hoping that they will get better supplies for themselves. Schrade suddenly notices a small box located near him and heads towards it. However, as soon as he reaches out to this box, it is immediately taken away by a person from the competitors group. Schrade says he was going to take her first, but he claims he took her first, so she belongs to him. Schrade's opponent says that he can show him the check if he wants, but otherwise he will not give anything. Maxine looks at the packaging and says that these items probably came from a souvenir shop, but for some reason they are scattered here. Schrade discovers a box of chips, but his opponent quickly gets ahead of him and takes it for himself. Schrade asks him why he follows him around like a dog, and he starts to get indignant, not being used to such rudeness. Maxine says that these people are about to fight and turns to Jerry for help, but he is already in trouble too. Taking one of the bags, he turns to his competitor, saying that he took it first and asks him to let go of his hand. Meanwhile, JB discovers a small suitcase that is on one of the water slides and waits for it to fall. He happily awaits this moment, realizing that he will be able to rush forward to take these sweets for himself. Within moments, the water pressure is strong enough to push the suitcase forward. Not even a few seconds pass before he falls straight into the water, making a characteristic splash and frightening the others. They look around and wonder what fell, trying to figure out if it poses a threat. Looking at the white suitcase, they come to the conclusion that it definitely contains food that can be put into the backpack. One of them runs into the water, saying that because of the chaos, these things were scattered across the water, and now you can profit from them. Maxine also decides to get into the water to look for additional supplies to take with her. Kim Seong-hyun had been watching one particular person all this time, who seemed eerily familiar to him. He notes that this man keeps catching his eye and for some reason evokes strange memories. Coming even closer to him, he discovers that he has a small unicorn hanging from his belt, which he has definitely seen somewhere. Kim Sun-hun guesses who it is and calls his daughter to stay here and wait for him for a bit. She asks him where he is going, but Kim Sung-han doesn't answer and goes into the water to get closer. Rage begins to course through his body as he is almost certain that this person cannot be anyone else. He remembers the time Peter dumped him, and this man is too similar to him in build and accessories. Even then, he saw a strange unicorn on his body, which was a souvenir, and made him stand out from the rest. Kim Sung-han also can't forget Peter's actions, trying to use him as a human shield several times. Kim Sung-hyun comes closer to him and loudly calls his name so that he gets scared and turns around. Peter immediately turns around, trying to figure out who called him, and freezes in genuine surprise. Kim Sung-hyun switches to English and asks him if he has yet forgotten the man he left to die. Peter looks much worse than when they first met, but he is still recognizable, albeit with difficulty. Peter looks at him in surprise and wonders if he really managed to survive that difficult situation. Kim Sung-han can't believe what he just heard and asks him if that's all he can say. He calls him a psychopath, saying that because of him they almost died. And Peter replies that he did everything he could. His friend calls him a pig and tells him that he should go along the tracks and look for another bag. Peter goes ahead, saying that if he survived, there is no point in feeling guilty, and asks him not to talk to him. Kim Sung-han decides to follow him, still unable to believe that this man is trying to shirk responsibility. Peter speeds up, saying that he shouldn't follow him, and Kim Sung-hoon reminds him that he could have opened the door with a key. Peter asks him if he really wants an apology from him, and then makes a pathetic attempt to justify himself. He also asks him how he can pick on him in such a situation, after which he finds that very bag. He says that they need to quickly take it and go back, but Kim Sung-han immediately grabs the bag with his hands. Peter says this is too much and demands that he be more rational in this difficult situation. Kim Sung-han tries to pull him aside, asking him if he's really thinking of just leaving after all this. Unable to contain his anger, he pulls the bag towards himself, causing the wet fabric to easily tear. This bag wasn't particularly durable to begin with, and once it gets wet, it turns into a pitiful piece of paper. Peter realizes that all the supplies have just been spilled and asks him if he will never calm down. Trying to grab the sweets, he says that all of this belongs to him and no one else is allowed to touch it. Kim Sung-han ignores his words, calling him a pathetic piece of trash who isn't worth a drop of food. They gradually collect sweets to fill their pockets when suddenly they hear a strange sound approaching. Peter asks him if he really enjoys complicating things in such an extreme situation and setting others up. A few moments later, they see a small bag floating towards them on the water, which clearly contains supplies. Kim Sung-han and Peter quickly get to their feet and stare at the bag for a moment. Dumbfounded, Peter shouts loudly that this is a bag of chocolate bars that can last him a long time. Kim Sung-hyun guesses that these are the same bars, each of which contains about 5,000 calories. They immediately exchange glances and realize that a serious fight for this bag is about to break out between them. Peter takes off first to gain an advantage with his mass. Kim Sung-hoon weighs much less than Peter, so he can easily overtake him. Peter, however, is not going to give in, and grabs him by the hood to pull him back and prevent him from reaching the bag. Using his weight, he drops it on the floor and runs on. And Kim Sung-han calls him a goat. Peter runs further after the bag, but the current of the water carries it higher, despite all the efforts of this scoundrel. Peter climbs onto the ladder in irritation and says that he hates ladders more than anything in this world. Kim Sun-hyun understands that an idiot like Peter should never be left with this food, which would be better off being delivered to the survivors. Each of them tries to climb the stairs, but both have serious obstacles in the form of excess weight and a leg injury. It is objectively much easier for Peter to overcome his problems and speed up a little, while Kim Sung-hoon is unable to do this. Taking a few more steps forward, he feels his leg begin to treacherously hurt and hinder him from walking. Peter grins and says that this is the first time he has seen someone slower than himself. However, soon the ladder ends and the bag rises even higher thanks to the winch, and now you have to walk through the water to get it. Peter climbs further down in irritation, saying that he was hoping for a ladder down, but there wasn't one. Kim Sung-hyun approaches the hill and wonders how he can overtake him, knowing it won't be easy. The problem is that there is only one path here, so there is no way to get around such a large person. Kim Sung-hyun takes a few steps down, trying not to make mistakes and not slip due to the angle of the slope. He understands that with such a strong current, he needs to go slowly, but still faster than Peter. Meanwhile, Peter slips and falls down, losing his balance and hoping he doesn't break anything. Luckily for him, these slides are designed to make it difficult to get seriously injured. This is why, even being an overweight person and falling from a considerable height, he does not get injured. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that the time has come to slide now in order to overtake Peter. Meanwhile, Peter is trying to find his glasses, which fell out due to inertia and are somewhere in the water. Kim Sung-hyun moves towards the small pool and the very bag he needs to pick up. Quickly grabbing it, he looks inside and realizes that these are the very bars they need. Peter asks for help finding his glasses and says that without them he can't see anything. But Kim Sung-hyun isn't going to help. Suddenly, the same man who had been acting brazenly and trying to take food from others appears in front of him. Kim Sung-hyun says that his friend is there, and he must go help him or get out of here before it's too late. In response to this, the villain delivers a powerful blow directly to his stomach, trying to take away the food. Kim Sung-hyun doesn't have time to react, and they start beating him, as his fighting skills leave much to be desired. Maxine, meanwhile, says that they haven't collected enough, but it's still better than eating contaminated food. She asks Sammy where her dad went, and Sammy replies that he will be back soon. The remaining survivors are already preparing to leave this place,
but they hear the loud howl of approaching monsters. Jerry wonders what the sound is and realizes he has heard it before, noting that it is bad. Shrade hears a crack and turns to the sensor that records the number of people. The sensor shows that the wait time for the next attraction has increased to 30 minutes, which means a crowd is approaching. There are indeed a lot of monsters, and the heroes need to quickly figure out how to hide from them. The second group of survivors says that this is senseless panic, and at that moment, they hear someone approaching. Turning around, they see several creatures running rapidly towards the survivors. Members of the second group say that they need to move faster, as these monsters are characterized by increased speed. Reggie immediately goes into the water and tells the others to follow his example, because these creatures are afraid of water. Not everyone follows his example. Some ask why they run in the opposite direction from the exit. Some try to escape by other means, but they are warned that only in water is there a chance of survival. The monsters catch up with one of them and sink their sharp teeth right into his neck, depriving him of any chance of salvation. A park employee is watching the scene, but is advised not to linger and to jump into the water. She immediately turns around and tries to run away, but one of the monsters is already reaching out its claws towards her. Luckily for her, he only hits the bag of supplies, which slides down. The girl continues to run and jumps into the pool at full speed, saving herself in the water. The groups of survivors find themselves surrounded on both sides, but the creatures are afraid to jump due to their fear of water. Jerry bumps into someone's back and says that in such a situation, you should never push. Sammy feels fine, even though she finds herself caught between adults who don't notice her. Jerry understands that these creatures are definitely afraid of water, so he will have to hold out until they leave him alone completely. After a while, among these creepy and blurry faces, another face appears that seems familiar to Jerry. He realizes that this is the same monster from the emergency generator that chased them on the Ferris wheel. He thinks that if this monster is also afraid of water, then everything will be fine. But the monster steps straight into the water. The monster begins to slowly crawl towards him, baring its ugly teeth and preparing to bite. However, before he can make an attempt to knock him down, they begin to hear strange rumbling sounds. He immediately turns around, and at the same time, other monsters who are nearby follow his example. After just a few seconds, they turn around and start running away as quickly as possible, as if they were afraid of something. Shrade wonders what this all means, and Sammy tries to figure out where Dear Daddy went. Maxine notices the reason why they ran away and asks Jerry to turn around before it's too late. Jerry turns around and hears a loud roar, realizing that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the two villains continue to beat Kim Seung-hyun in order to take away his bag of supplies. Kim Seung-han continues to stand on her feet no matter what and does not give them the bag, which is why they have to use more force. Peter also tries to help his partner, and wonders why he continues to resist. He is called a fat pig and is ordered to hold the victim normally so that he will resist as little as possible. Kim Seung-hyun, in a fit of rage, bites him in order to have at least some chance of escaping from this clutches. He is immediately called an idiot, and the larger survivors begin to beat Kim Seung-hong in the face to keep him from running away. Peter looks at the fact that he was bitten so hard that he started bleeding again and was again called a fat pig. His accomplice even says that such good-for-nothing people should leave their team or even die. After this, he becomes enraged and grabs Kim Seung-hyun by his clothes, simultaneously pushing him into the ground and trying to drown him. The accomplice asks him if he really wants to kill him, and Peter states that he doesn't care if this man dies. He also states that this man is definitely infected. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave the medical center safe and sound. Kim Seung-hyun loses almost all the strength he had and lets go of the bag, which the villains immediately snatch for themselves. After that, he turns around, hearing strange breathing, and tries to understand whether they have fallen into a monster trap. Immediately after this, he discovers a giant elephant that came here to the sounds of the fight and looks at them attentively. The survivors understand that it will be very difficult to escape from this machine, and he made a big mistake by getting carried away with beating this man. The elephant continues to stand motionless, but its aura begins to press on the survivors more and more, forcing them to panic. The survivor says that the damn Korean grabbed the bag too tightly and they spent too much time here. After a short pause, he turns around sharply and, with loud cries, tries to escape through the water barrier. However, the elephant is a fairly intelligent and agile animal, so such tricks will clearly have no effect on it. He quickly grabs the unlucky person whom he already perceives as prey, being an aggressive mutant. The captured survivor begins to wave his arms from side to side and asks to be pulled out of here. Along the way, he throws out a bag of chocolates, which falls right on the same spot where Kim Sung-han and Peter are. Kim Sung-han tries to come to his senses and catch his breath as quickly as possible, realizing that he has no time to rest. Moreover, a giant elephant, which looks very threatening and unfriendly, helps him recover quickly. The animal, meanwhile, is specially preparing to destroy the survivor and gradually turns it around on its trunk. Nothing will stop him from performing any manipulations thanks to his trunk, which turned out to be stronger after the mutation. The captured survivor begins to hysterically wonder what they are going to do to him and beg for forgiveness and help. Kim Sung-hyun is still trying to come to his senses, so he sees blurry images rather than a clear picture. However, after a few moments, a real rain of blood pours down on him, painting his face and clothes red. This terrifying sight immediately makes him understand that the jokes are over, and now he needs to run away quickly. After the man is torn into 2 pieces, the elephant begins to devour its prey with great appetite, gnawing on bones and muscles. Peter looks at this spectacle with horror, realizing that this animal was able to tear a man in 2. After this, he immediately starts making a lot of noise in an attempt to escape, and says that he will not be the next victim. His only option is to try to get to the top before the elephant turns on him. Kim Sung-han understands that he needs to follow his example and immediately speeds up. But fear does not completely control him. That's why he manages to intercept the backpack with supplies, hoping that he can drag it to his comrades. Kim Seung-hyun understands that it will be impossible to hide from this giant below, and that he needs to climb as high as possible to escape. He has no other choice but to climb the almost vertical wall and also resist the current. In this situation, he will even have to ignore the increasing pain in his leg that inevitably appears due to the load. Kim Seung-hyun realizes that this slope is too steep, and it feels like he is riding an escalator that is moving in the opposite direction. Peter turns out to be unexpectedly agile and fast and immediately catches up with him, telling him to move much faster. The elephant, meanwhile, begins to rely on its sense of smell to find its next victim and tear it apart. Peter and Kim Sun-hyun realize that if they are going to survive, they will need to put in much more effort and speed. However, every movement of this giant trunk causes even more panic in Fat Peter, who has less chance. He urges Kim Seung-hyun to move, saying that if they don't move, he will tear them in half and eat them. Meanwhile, the monster realizes that he cannot reach them, so he has to break the stone barrier. Peter grabs him by the clothes and orders him to move immediately, saying that they can switch places if he is not in a hurry. Kim Sung-hoon tries to kick him away, telling him to let go, but Peter says he's faster. Peter suddenly grabs him by the leg and orders him to climb faster, but he still tries to resist his grip. Meanwhile, the giant elephant makes another attempt to break through the concrete ceiling and reach the survivors. Kim Seung-hyun understands that in just a little while, this creature will surely be able to reach them with its trunk. Peter is completely distraught over what is happening and realizes he needs to take decisive action. He remembers that Kim Sung-hong has a serious leg injury and immediately hits it to weaken him. Kim Sung-hyun feels pain piercing his entire body like giant needles that prevent him from moving further. Peter immediately throws it aside and tries to climb faster in the hope that salvation awaits him there. Kim Sung-han calls him a scumbag who has nothing sacred left to save his miserable life. Peter continues to climb upward, constantly losing his breath because his fat body is not used to the stress. However, freedom is now only a few meters away from him, as they are almost at the top. He happily says that they will reach the rest of the survivors and continue their journey with them. However, before he can finish the sentence about finally getting out of here alive, a boat flies towards him. Peter is too stunned by this fact and doesn't even try to dodge the large projectile flying at him. Kim Sung-hyun hears a dull thud and raises his head to find out what is going on. Immediately after this, he sees the boat that hit Peter at great speed flying straight towards him. Kim Sung-hun is too slow due to the kick he received in the leg, so he has no time to dodge it. Even if he hadn't gotten hit in the leg, he wouldn't have been able to cope with it because Peter and this boat are too big. However, suddenly he feels someone pulling him aside as the elephant finally reaches them. Grabbing his backpack, he immediately takes a deep breath to secure his target as securely as possible. Kim Sun-hyun ends up in the air, while the boat carrying Peter flies on without causing him any harm. However,
This does not mean that the elephant picked it up out of any good feelings, since he sees it only as prey. Kim Seung-hyun looks down and realizes that the elephant is gradually bringing him to its giant mouth to tear him apart and swallow him. Adrenaline makes him think as clearly as possible, and he immediately slips out of the straps of his backpack. Just a few moments later, the elephant, still not understanding what happened, puts the empty backpack into its mouth. Kim Seung-hyun quickly rises up and wonders if he had time to notice that it was not him, but just air with a backpack. He reaches the stairs fairly quickly and stops there briefly to catch his breath. After that, he quickly gets up and goes downstairs, realizing that he needs to go back and tell everyone to get out of here. Finally, he turns around to find out how far away the elephant is and whether he is trying to chase him. All he sees is a giant trunk scanning the area with its scent, and he understands that they are looking for him. Kim Sun-hun walks on water and thinks that they can find him anywhere. So first, he needs to get off the rails. He carefully climbs over one of the sides, realizing that this would be the best place to dismount. However, he suddenly hears a strange sound, as if he had stepped on something very dense and hard. Looking down, he realizes that he has stepped on some strange creature that looks like a hybrid of a turtle and a human. However, his shell turns out to be very strong and quite dense, so it served him as a small support. Kim Seung-hyun looks at this mutant and realizes that its back part looks like the back of a human head. After this, he hears a loud growl from the other side and realizes that now is not the time to investigate this. He immediately runs away to the side, saying that he needs to come back quickly and forget about this turtle forever. As he reaches the place where he was separated from the survivors, he wonders where everyone went and why there is no one here. He understands that they were all here, but now they have run away somewhere, and hopes that Sammy is also with them. Looking around carefully, he immediately discovers a man lying on the ground and twitching. Kim Seung-hyun understands that something terrible happened here, since this man was in one of the groups of survivors. Something behind him suddenly starts flashing brightly, as if deliberately calling him closer. Kim Seung-hyun turns around and sees several silhouettes in the distance shining a flashlight at him several times. The man with the flashlight turned out to be Reggie, who decided to lure a potential comrade to himself without seeing who he was. Jerry asks him to stop, saying that if he does it too often, the monster will simply notice them. Kim Seung-han begins to approach them, and they quickly recognize his silhouette. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kim Seung-yeon whispers to them and asks them what they are doing here. And Sammy greets him happily. He hugs her and asks her if she is okay, to which she replies that she is fine. But she missed him. Kim Sun-hyun asks them what they are doing there and why they didn't run away, and Sammy says that the elephant blocked their way. Kim Seung-hyun wonders if there is another elephant here, and Sammy points to a giant figure in the distance. She says that they are waiting for him to leave, but this elephant still does not make a single movement, as if he is sleeping. Sammy also mentions that there is another elephant wandering around looking for them to grab and eat. They also suddenly begin to hear a strange rustling sound in the bushes nearby, and try to figure out who it could be. Maxine advises everyone to remain very quiet, as it is likely that this is another mutant that did not manage to escape. They are trying to figure out what it all means when suddenly the rustling noise is repeated, but with increasing volume. After a while, a small elephant calf calmly emerges from behind those bushes, swinging from side to side. At first, the survivors say that the baby elephant looks normal, but they realize that if he is a mutant, then he is definitely infected. Sammy turns to his dad and tells him that this baby elephant knocked over the trash can while looking for food. Meanwhile, the bitten survivor continues to twitch from side to side as mutation occurs within his body. The baby elephant continues to explore the trash can in order to find some food and stuff it into his mouth. The survivors understand that they cannot stay here because there is another elephant roaming around here, and there is no way to get past it. After some time, one of the bodyguards says that he finally had a brilliant idea. Taking a few steps forward, he says that now he knows how to drive this elephant away from the exit and escape. He looks closely at this baby elephant and then freezes again, calculating what he will need to do for this plan. Meanwhile, his comrades ask him how he plans to do this, since they don't have any tools at hand. He is asked whether he really wants anyone from the entire group to sacrifice themselves in order to lure him. Meanwhile, the baby elephant continues to stuff into his mouth absolutely any food he can find. A bodyguard named Reito asks Shrade to turn around, and he immediately warns that he only has cookies in his backpack. They ask him if he really thinks that this colossus will fall for a tiny cookie that is only big enough for him to chew. Reito doesn't respond and decides to demonstrate what his plan is by tossing a small cookie in his hand. After this, he takes a good swing and calculates the trajectory of the cookie, preparing for a powerful throw. Hearing a small rustle, the baby elephant immediately turns around and looks closely at what just flew to him. He immediately grabs the cookie with his trunk and stuffs it into his mouth, starting to slurp loudly and disgustingly. Trade asks him what he's even up to, while Reito asks for a couple more cookies. Gradually, he throws these cookies in such a way as to lure the baby elephant as far away from their location as possible. The baby elephant falls for this trick every time, and doesn't suspect that he is actually being led into a terrible trap. Kim Sun-hyun and Jerry guess what the bodyguard's plan is, and realize that it is a rather cruel decision. Kim Seong-hyun looks at the twitching mutant, who still doesn't move, but each time the cookie falls closer to him, Kim Sung-hyun realizes that he wants to provoke the mutant so that it will attack the baby elephant and call its mother for help. Shrade says they only have one cookie left, and Rito replies that it will be enough to save them. Taking a little longer to aim, he gathers his strength and throws it right next to the mutant's body, which hasn't moved. Unsuspecting, the baby elephant calmly approaches it and begins to examine it with its trunk in search of that very cookie. As soon as he touches it, the mutant begins to scream loudly and, in a fit of rage, attacks the unfortunate baby elephant. The baby elephant tries to turn around and run away, but the same animal jumps on him and bites him several times right in the head area. The baby elephant begins to squeal in fear and pain, which immediately awakens his formidable and very strong mother. The earth immediately begins to shake due to the speed at which this gigantic, house-sized machine is accelerating. She immediately approaches her son's offender in order to cruelly destroy him and protect her child. The baby elephant is already collapsing due to the large number of wounds and blood loss, and this only worsens the fate of this creature. The survivors decide to take advantage of the moment while the elephant destroys any threat to her baby and pass by. Sammy turns around one last time to see how angry the elephant is and whether he's trying to follow them. She sees in the distance a mother elephant tearing apart a mutant that attacked her baby. After they pass through the exit, they immediately increase their walking speed and start running. After a few dozen minutes, they stop and wonder how much longer they have to go. The head manager reassures them that they are almost there, pointing to a small red door. Kim Seong-hyun and the other survivors continue on, looking around in the hope that there will be no mutants here. The general manager looks closely at the staff room and says that it turned out to be much smaller than he thought. However, now any shelter will seem like a real paradise to them, especially if there are no infected in it. The head manager enters a special password, which is necessary in case the place needs to be locked. This code is also suitable for opening such premises in case of emergency situations or other force majeure events. Looking around, they are glad that they are finally inside the building again. But it is still better to check it out. Shrad says that thank God no one is there, and asks Maxine why she froze and didn't close the door. After a while, 2 more bodyguards enter the room, who also look around, scanning the area. The girl from the water world says that she has been running for so long that she is going to throw up, and asks to be shown where the toilet is. Shrade tells her that she needs to go to the end of the hallway because that's where the showers are, reminding her that she should have known that. Afterwards, he asks her why she let these people in here, and Maxine says that they are valuable allies. Shrade understands that their number of people has only increased, and says that the most important thing now is to find a device to call for help. The survivors gradually spread out throughout the room to find a suitable place to rest. Rosetta tries to maintain her composure and hopes that her son and husband will be okay. They also decide to close the curtains so as not to attract the attention of monsters that might pass by. Reito also decides to take a little rest, but Jerry suddenly turns to him to talk. He asks him if he has any unusual glasses, and how they helped him in calculating the trajectory of the cookie. Reito doesn't answer, and Jerry says that he used to look impressive, but now he looks like an ordinary person. However, he asks him if he really knew that this colossus would run to save its cub. Reito turns around and doesn't say a word, and Jerry says that in that case, he won't insist. Reito still says that he saw them sleeping when they were blocked, and Jerry replies that he saw it too. Reito adds that there was a mother there who was hugging the baby in his sleep, And that's how he got the idea. Jerry thinks about it and realizes that this is a good observation skill that allows him to get out of such situations. Schrade tells them that he was able to establish contact on the emergency line, adding that he sent out a distress signal. The general manager starts muttering that it's useless because no one will come for them anyway. Meanwhile, Schrade says he's feeling a little better and recommends everyone rest to regain their strength. As an improvised lighting, they decide to leave a lantern covered with a thin cloth. Kim Sung-hyun, in turn, leans against the wall and decides to finally catch his breath and recover at least a little. As darkness gradually descends on the theme park, everyone decides it's time to get some sleep. There is silence in the room, broken only by the mundane sounds of the wind or someone snoring. Kim Sun-hyun sits next to her daughter and passes her a small piece of fabric that can be used as a blanket. Sammy wakes up again because he is an incredibly light sleeper and hears strange conversations, but does not understand who is talking. She rubs her eyes carefully in order to wake up faster and figure out what this strange source of the sound is. After taking a few steps to the side, she realizes that someone is constantly mumbling about something, and decides to listen to this conversation. She also tries not to wake anyone up, as this could have serious consequences and loss of disguise. However, because she has poor vision in the dark, she accidentally runs into someone's foot and immediately freezes in horror. She realizes that she has bumped into Jerry and decides to get out of here quickly before this guy wakes up and scolds her. Jerry does wake up, but he does so almost silently and unnoticed by little Sammy. He also hears strange conversations and carefully watches the girl, who continues to walk further down the corridor. Sammy stops carefully, realizing that the voice is getting louder and louder, and now she can even make out the words. The general manager says that he will never tell them his location, even if they threaten him. The CEO also says that he must save himself because he has no choice, and Sammy tries to figure out who it is. Listening even more closely, she realizes that it is the manager talking to someone on the phone. An unknown voice asks him what he is going to do in this situation, which seems hopeless. The general manager responds with a few phrases, after which he mentions the agreement with the other party. Sammy doesn't have time to figure out what he meant, and therefore doesn't understand what this strange man has in mind. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hoon has a strange dream, as if he found himself in a playground that had not been there for a long time. He holds in his hand some kind of report that contains important information, but in his dream, it seems meaningless to him. He also takes out his phone to make a few important calls and find out a few things about work. After some time, he feels a small child reaching out to him, and he turns around. Kim Sung-hyun looks closely at the child and realizes that he is pointing to some balls behind him. Kim Sung-hyun turns around and realizes that he is holding one of the balloons, and then hands it to the child. Immediately after this, he returns to the conversation on the phone, but does not remember with whom and what he is talking about. After this, he turns around and sees that there is no one in the place where the child was, and the balloon flies into the sky. This surprises him greatly, after which he suddenly notices that a double bed appears in front of him. He comes closer to her and hears a familiar voice, which probably belongs to his dear wife. After a few more moments, he even notices her silhouette and tries to understand what she is doing here and what is happening. However, as soon as he touches her, he discovers that she is in bed with the shop owner, and their eyes are horribly swollen. This dream causes a powerful release of adrenaline, and he immediately begins to twitch from side to side and wakes up. Immediately after this, he jumps up and looks around to understand where he is now. Nothing changed that night. He woke up in the same place where he fell asleep, while the others were going about their business. He also smells the sweet drink that one of the survivors pours for himself to perk up a bit. He also hears Rosetta's voice, who comes up to him and tells him that his daughter is okay. Maxine approaches Rosetta and asks her to help with some chores around the room. Rosetta asks him with slight irritation why he got up so late, after which she hands him a crumb. Kim Sung-hyun thanks her, then thinks about how he assumed she was going to pour something on him. Sammy hands him the cookie, telling him that it is incredibly delicious and that he should try it. He looks around to see what mood the other survivors are in. He finds Jerry going through things from the staff room and remembers that he wanted to give him his medicine. He wonders what he should do and how to approach him to offer this medicine. Meanwhile, JB is wondering when those goggle-wearing freaks are going to leave, since they were against them yesterday. He also asks one of them why he needs sunglasses indoors since he is not blind. In response to this, he only slightly lowers his glasses to look at him and show that the words were superfluous. JB immediately turns away in cowardice, realizing that he has chosen an opponent that is not his size, and immediately falls silent. The chief manager decides to attract the attention of the rest of the people and claps his hands loudly several times. He asks them how long they can rest, adding that they need to move out right now. The others protest, saying that they need to recuperate. But the chief manager continues to insist. Schrade tells him that if he really wants to go there, he can go alone, because he only works with his tongue. The general manager says that they have all gone crazy here and are not going to speed up to get out. Meanwhile, Jerry continues to follow him, realizing that this man is clearly not telling him something. Maxine, in turn, goes into the toilet, where the same girl from the water park attraction had been all this time. She asks her if everything is okay, and the girl replies that she was very nervous and asks for forgiveness. Maxine raises the question of when they will be contacted, and Schrade states that they need to wait a little longer. He also says that they still have enough supplies left, and that water can be taken from the tap. They also discover a bag overflowing with candy bars and wonder who brought the backpack. Schrade immediately sends JB away, saying that if that fat pig touches the bars, he won't be responsible for himself. Maxine says it's unclear how much time has passed since the invasion and how soon they'll be coming for them. Rosetta said that now they know for sure that the zoo animals are to blame for this whole disaster. One of the bodyguards said that the two of them saw something strange at the zoo, and Jerry assumed there was a fire. However, he was immediately told that nothing of the sort had happened, and that it certainly did not look like a fire. One of them said that at the opening ceremony, where important people had gathered, a small object flew in from somewhere. As a demonstration, he threw a small billiard ball towards the remaining survivors. He then added that the thing exploded loudly in the air, followed by a large column of white smoke. He was asked about what happened next, and he stated that his friend had inhaled some of the smoke, but nothing had happened to him. Jerry was still trying to figure out what it could be, and Rosetta knew that this place simply couldn't be normal. She said that this land was contaminated and animals began to die as soon as they were brought here. Maxine knew this was another conspiracy theory, and said that the animals had been brought in a couple of months earlier. The general manager said that if someone had just gone and opened the gates, they would have been sitting at home for a long time. Schrade said that if the old man would just shut up for an hour, things would be much easier for them and their brains wouldn't melt. The bodyguard noticed the old man and asked him if there was a way to open the main gate. JB said that they could either go to the control center or just wait until they were rescued to safety. The bodyguard said that if it was possible to open the gate, then it should be done, because they couldn't hang around here forever. A conflict broke out between the survivors. They said that this path would be unsafe, so it would be better to wait. The general manager again stated that the politician had not rushed out of there without looking back for nothing, and Schrade again demanded that he shut up. Their tense argument was interrupted by a loud crackling sound, signaling that someone had called them on the work phone. Schrade immediately jumped up and ran towards the phone to take the call. However, as soon as he pressed the call answer button, there was a small click. But after that, there was silence. Schrade listened carefully to what they were telling him, but the only thing he heard were short beeps. He turned in surprise towards his comrades and said that the connection had been broken for some reason. He also said that if they did receive a call, it meant they knew where they were and could save them. Maxine asked him if the connection had just been cut off and, becoming nervous, said she didn't know what to do. The chief manager said that Schrade was simply trying to delay their dispatch towards the main gate. Jerry, realizing that this endless tug of war needed to be resolved right now, called everyone to attention. He stated that if there was no rescue call by the end of today, they would immediately head to the center tomorrow. He asked them if there were any objections to this, and no one answered. Evening gradually began to approach, and the survivors prepared to move towards the control center tomorrow. The female part of the group decided to take a shower, because in the current situation, it was at least some kind of pleasure. Kiara tried to remain optimistic, saying that everything here was simply amazing, and the conditions were good too. The bodyguard, meanwhile, wondered whether there was any point in washing in such a dangerous situation. Maxine said that all the girls would wash first, and then the guys could wash, and he said that everything was fine. Schrade told her she shouldn't worry and could go wash herself, but she immediately started to get nervous. After that, she turned to the other girl and asked if she would go to the shower afterwards, and she immediately shook her head. Maxine reflected on the fact that this girl was completely missing the point and waved her hand in annoyance. After that, she went ahead, thinking that she would go check if everything was okay there and if anyone needed help. Shrade approached Gia and offered to take a shower, but she refused and said that she needed to give her son an injection. JB said he would never get the injection, and Gia assured him it wouldn't hurt. JB, in turn, said that if she really wanted to get the injection, she could give it to herself. Maxine changed into a towel and cautiously peered into the shower, asking if everything was okay. Maxine walked in on them and asked what they were talking about because Kiara said they were talking about Jerry. Kiara wondered why he only took it out on her and constantly questioned her about what she was doing. Kiara said that he himself has an adult son, and here some person allows himself to say such things. Maxine noted that he wasn't such a bad person, and Kiara immediately asked if she was already in love with him. Maxine responded that this was complete nonsense, and Kiara suggested that in that case, she was trying to build a relationship with Shrade. Maxine stated that Shrade was just a friend to her, and Kiara added that she could invite Jerry to the shower with her. Rosetta suddenly wondered what they thought of that sloppy guy who was about to snap. She added that the Korean man was incredibly stubborn at the restaurant and ended up losing the bag containing the gas burner. Maxine immediately glared at her, making it clear that her cool story about someone forgetting the burner wouldn't fly here. Rosetta knew that if she continued to spread this, it could have serious consequences, so she kept quiet. Kiara, however, continued the topic, saying that Kim Sung-han was acting very insecure for someone who cares for his daughter. She also said that when you have a child, you have to keep your head on your shoulders. But he doesn't even have his own opinion or position. Suddenly, they heard Gia's loud voice ordering JB to come over to her and be at least a little more calm. JB screamed and said that he didn't want anything and that she shouldn't give him the injection. Kiara stated that this woman is very problematic because she cannot take proper care of her child. Kiara started doing an impression of Gia, and Rosetta noted that she did it incredibly naturally. Meanwhile, Gia was unsuccessfully trying to give JB an injection, causing her to drop several soda cans. JB ran away from her, saying that with her short legs she would not be able to catch up with him. Gia said that they would hurt him, while she was given a couple of comments to keep an eye on the child. The bodyguard commented on how amazingly resilient it was, and tried to figure out how the two of them had ended up there in the first place. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han took out a can of soda and tried to pour out the contents when he suddenly heard strange sounds. The girl sitting next to them kept scratching herself and saying that her tongue hurt and that she had difficulty swallowing. Kim Sung-han wondered why she was constantly scratching herself and suggested that she should just go to the bathroom and wash herself. Maxine, meanwhile, came out of the shower stall and grabbed a small mug of drink to relax. She asked Shrade if there was any news, to which he replied that they would definitely come for it. The general manager said that they had wasted the whole day waiting for the call, so they should go straight away tomorrow. No one argued with this nasty old man, and everyone just tried to wait until the morning. Time passed rather quickly, and due to the short evening, a cloudy night quickly set in which nothing could be seen. The survivors continued to remain in this place, since there were still no infected nearby. They slept peacefully and felt much safer after having been there for more than a day. Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy slept in the same place they were last time, but this time, Kim Sung-hoon didn't have nightmares. What did remain the same was Sammy's incredibly light sleep, which once again left her awake in the middle of the night. She saw a very strange red dot that was on her father's cheek and tried to figure out what it was. She raised herself a little and took a few steps towards him, assuming that there was a firefly on her dad's cheek. However, after a few moments, this red dot jumped onto her hand, and she did not feel any touch. Little naive Sammy slapped her hand a few times, trying to figure out what it was. However, after a few more moments, a red dot jumped onto her forehead, and she was surprised and tried to understand what it was. Looking closely at the space in front of her, she finally realized that this red dot was not a firefly. She saw several soldiers in front of her, carefully aiming their automatic weapons at her. One of these soldiers began to breathe very hard, as he was clearly not having the easiest day of his life. Sammy took a few steps back and screamed loudly to wake her father. Kim Sun-han woke up almost instantly and asked his daughter what happened, looking around. He saw a strange figure looking at him suspiciously, and in the darkness it seemed to him that a monster had broken through here. He immediately switched to English and shouted loudly to the others that a monster had broken through and that it was time for them to get up. The survivors immediately jumped up and wondered where the monster had come from, as they had not heard any sounds of breaking in. The soldiers asked if everyone was awake, after which they were advised to shut up immediately if they did not want to die. Shrade quickly took the flashlight and took a few steps back,
then shown it on those who came here. They looked at the armed men in surprise and assumed that they were members of the rescue team. Some of them had a glimmer of hope that these people had come to save them, having heard their recent signals. Meanwhile, the Special Forces soldier looked around in search of any necessary parts. An awkward silence ensued as it became quite obvious that these people had not come here to be saved. The fighter contacted his comrades on the radio and said that they were in the second office and could not find Theo. After that, he decided to count the other people and said that there were a hell of a lot of them here, and he didn't expect such a crowd. Schrade said that even if there were many of them, they could all be saved, after which the fighter transmitted the data by radio. After a short pause, he took off his mask and said that the radio was not responding at all, although, according to him, it was not broken. He was asked if he was okay, to which he replied that a piece of shrapnel had gotten into his wound. After that, he decided to examine the things that were there and dumped the contents of the backpack on the floor. Immediately after that, he took several bars and ate them at an incredible speed. Schrade asked if they wanted to get at least some information about what was going on here. A few moments later, they heard the bolt being cocked near his head and knew it was best not to move. The fighter told him to return to his place before it was too late. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hyun was thinking that these people were clearly no different from the fighters he had imagined. Another fighter, meanwhile, took several cans of soda and said he didn't expect them to last so many days. After they counted the number of survivors, they said there were exactly 14 people here, if you count the children. After this, they decided to follow the established protocol in order and begin the inspection. Immediately after this, the fair-haired fighter approached Sammy and Kim Sung-hun, who still did not understand what awaited them. He immediately grabbed the little girl to pull her closer and tell the rest of the survivors everything. Pointing a gun at her, he said that if they refused to obey orders, they would eliminate any of them. After that, he continued to point the gun at the girl's head and said that they should cooperate before it was too late. Outraged survivors asked on what grounds they were being treated so inhumanely. The soldiers replied that if they continued to speak so loudly, he might accidentally pull the trigger. Kim Seung-hyun said they understood everything, after which he asked them not to point the gun at his child. However, as soon as he took a few steps towards him, another fighter delivered a powerful blow straight to his face. Immediately after that, he stepped on him to prevent him from moving normally. He immediately pointed the gun at him and clicked the bolt several times to further scare him. He added that if he had been infected, he would have already been dead, even before the shot. After everyone froze, he said that it would be better if they remained silent all the time and did not talk. The fighter said that today alone they had already had 2 or 3 similar cases, and they were also at their limit. He asked only one question: were there any infected people among them? And they immediately answered that everyone was fine. The soldier asked them if everything was okay, but his comrade said that it was too early for the sergeant to relax. He added that everyone who remained in this amusement park were complete scammers, and the sergeant agreed with him. He accused them of sitting there like some kind of poisonous spiders in a jar and going completely wild, pressing on their wound. JB suddenly turned to the sergeant and asked him if he was seriously injured, which caused him surprise. He suggested that they should go with them since he had a weapon and they would be able to defend themselves well. He also stated that they would go to the control room tomorrow and open the gates, but Reggie immediately interrupted him with a punch to the face. Another fighter removed his foot from Kim Seung-hyun's body and asked if they were really going to open the gate. Kim Seung-hyun tried to figure out if this child had leaked their plan and thereby exposed them in front of these people. Having looked at these scoundrels, he realized that if these people found out about this, it could be very dangerous. Another fighter asked him if this was really true and ordered him to answer the question immediately. Schrade said that this simply couldn't be true, since they were just waiting to be rescued and didn't know about it. He immediately looked at him with a fixed gaze, and Schrade said in a trembling voice that he was not lying. After this, the soldier turned to the sergeant, saying that these people apparently knew how to open the entrance gate. The sergeant replied that these guys were even scarier than the monsters that were outside. After that, they decided to find out from them why they were going to open the gates and what their plan was. After they heard this, they said that now everything was clear to them and that they were glad that they had come across them. He also stated that they were lucky that they waited for rescue first, as it was pure luck that they came here. He added that everything here needed to be checked, and if anyone created problems, they would need to be shot immediately. After this,
The sergeant threw his bulletproof vest aside and said that everyone needed to keep their hands behind their heads. Reggie noticed almost immediately that one of the small flashbang grenades was hanging from the assault vest. Kim Seung-hyun realized that this was a very risky plan and hoped that they were not going to take such a rash action. Reito said that if they suddenly had the idea of aiming for the flashbang grenade, they should forget about it. Reggie said that these creatures didn't come here to be saved, and if you don't want to die, you need to do something. Reito said that these guys had been through a lot, and it was clearly visible because they didn't even spare the child. He advised them not to do anything stupid that could endanger the lives of other people. JBB started to get angry, and for some reason decided that he would definitely be able to quickly get to the grenade and save everyone. The sergeants, meanwhile, said they had found the perfect place to test everyone for infection. After this, he stated that it was time to begin the procedure, and his comrade replied that he understood everything perfectly. He turned to Schrade, ordering him to stand up and go take a seat in the corner of the room. He began to examine him, immediately warning that any stupidity and he would remain a corpse. Schrade said it was some kind of misunderstanding, since he had nothing stashed away just in case. After the examination was completed, he was immediately sent to the end of the corridor, advised not to make mistakes. After that, he turned to the bodyguard and asked him to take off his glasses and stand here with his hands raised. The bodyguard decided not to act brazenly and immediately complied with the demands without causing any problems for the fighter. After that, he said that he should go after his friend, turning his attention to Jerry, and ordered him to come closer. Jerry rose to his feet, but was in no hurry to carry out the fighter's orders. As if ignoring him, he looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, as if this man did not exist for him at all. The fighter asked him if he was his friend, and Kim Sung-hong hoped that he would obey. Otherwise, his daughter would get hurt. Jerry said that he could come over himself to check since his legs hurt, to which he stated that it would have consequences. Jerry started laughing at him, asking if he was afraid to step back even with the weapon in his hands. The sergeant meanwhile began to put pressure on his colleague, telling him to move on quickly. After that, he walked towards him, realizing that he would have to deal with this man if he remained stubborn. He added that he had little time, so he would interrupt this senseless nonsense. And Jerry declared that he did not need problems. He suddenly started asking him where his comrades had gone if only he and the team leader had gotten here. He immediately asked if he had seen his comrades turn into monsters after the outbreak. He also added that cowards like them would certainly not hesitate to shoot everyone if they had the opportunity. He completed several blows to his body to silence him at least for a while. Jerry fell onto the pool table, unable to keep his balance due to the powerful blow to his body. The fighter asked him if he had given up after a couple of punches, stating that people like him were very easy to read and control. After this, he turned to the protagonist and ordered him to get up and come closer for a search. Kim Seung-hyun still didn't understand why these people were treating them like this when they were supposed to save them. He found a box of pills there and asked them to leave it, after which he was pushed forward so that he would not make any sudden movements. Kim Seung-hyun walked calmly down the corridor and entered the same room that everyone else had entered. Sammy immediately called her dad for help, but she was ordered to stay put and not make any sudden movements. The sergeant pushed him further, ordering him not to talk to the child and to do exactly as he was told. After that, he pushed him into the shower room, where everyone else was already sitting in a specific position. Kim Seung-hyun asked them what it all meant, assuming that they were simply going to be killed. The sergeant pushed him even harder, ordering him to sit down next to the others, take the same position, and not make any sudden movements. Kim Seung-hyun decided to quickly obey so as not to incur the wrath of this hot-tempered man. Kim Sung-han immediately turned his head towards Jerry and asked him what they needed to do now. The bodyguard said that there was a sound outside, like someone had been hit on the head, and asked what it was. Jerry tried to regain his strength and asked him to close his mouth, lower his eyes, and not create suspicion. The bodyguard quietly wondered what the man was saying and replied that he couldn't see anything from that spot. Kim Seung-hyun also tried to understand what his colleagues were saying, since he also needed to know what to do if something happened. After he tried to address Jerry, the sergeant immediately walked up to him and ordered him to be quiet. He said that if he heard even one more word, a hole in their head would be guaranteed. After that, he shouted to his comrade not to bring in all the women who were still left in the room. A few minutes later, Maxine and the other survivors came in and were very surprised at what was happening. The sergeant ordered them to move faster, while the frightened women did not understand what would happen to them. The sergeant, in turn, told them to stand on the opposite side and raise their hands. Maxine spoke indignantly, demanding an explanation, since they had already been told that no one here was infected. The sergeant said that they don't understand anything, since the infected do not immediately turn into monsters, and there is an incubation period. He added that the further the source of infection is from the brain, the longer a person appears normal, and only then do changes appear immediately. After this, he said that it was time to stop chatting, and ordered everyone to take off all their clothes. He stated that he would now be the one to determine who is infected and who is healthy. Sammy, meanwhile, was moved to another room to make it easier to monitor her. Also in the room with her were Reggie, Rado, JB, and the general manager, who had his hands behind his head. Meanwhile, the sergeant's subordinate continued to look towards the corridor, hoping that the sergeant would soon come out of there. Maxine asked him what right they had to treat them like that, adding that it was inhumane. The sergeant said he didn't care and ordered them to take off all their clothes so they could be searched. Schrade turned sharply towards him and said that this bastard was doing such things. However, he immediately pointed a gun at him and said that they were professionals in their field. He noted that they are trained to react quickly even in the most unexpected situations, and shooting civilians is nothing to them. He also expressed hope that there were no idiots among them who thought they had two lives. The sergeant ordered them to take off their clothes, adding that otherwise he would make them do it by force. Rosetta decided to obey first and took off her outerwear, which received approving comments. Maxine knew that in this situation she would have to comply with the demands too, and she slowly began to take off her clothes. After they took off their clothes, they asked the sergeant if he was happy with what had happened. The sergeant walked up to Maxine and looked at her in surprise, asking if she didn't understand what she needed to do. He pointed his finger at her underwear and said that this was also clothing that needed to be removed. Maxine called him a pervert and said there was no need to take off his underwear. Jerry reassured her that it was just a test for infection, so there was no need to make a scene now. The sergeant chuckled and said that the man had indeed said a clever thing, and that it should not be resisted. Maxine, under pressure from the others, decided to agree and took off her underwear to be examined. The sergeant examined her body carefully, not allowing himself any unnecessary comments. After that, he said that the skin was clean. There was not a single scratch, which meant she could sleep peacefully. Kim Seong-hyun wondered if they really had to strip naked for the inspection, and hoped that they would be released. The sergeant, meanwhile, approached another woman wrapped in a towel and asked why she didn't undress. He asked her if she couldn't understand English and hear orders, and demanded that she not do this. After this, he tried to grab her by the towel, but she immediately began to actively resist. She screamed loudly, and the sergeant, who had been so brave in dealing with civilians, took a few steps back. He yelled at her a few times, but it didn't produce any results, and he realized he needed to delegate it. Turning to the girl, he said that taking off her clothes was now her responsibility, so she should do everything quickly. After that, he turned around and said that no one was interested in looking at her body anyway. Suddenly, his radio started crackling, and he asked excitedly if his team could hear him. Maxine, meanwhile, approached the girl and said that if they did not obey, these people might simply shoot them. She also said that the guys were standing with their backs to them, and since they had already separated, there was nothing to be afraid of or embarrassed about. The girl began to tremble and said loudly that she was becoming very scared and did not know what to do. Maxine slowly tried to remove the towel while the woman declared that she was going crazy from the itching. Maxine asked her what she was carrying, after which the girl asked her to scratch her with a stick, even if it pierced her. The sergeant, meanwhile, began to adjust the frequency of his radio, hoping that this time he would contact them. After this, he successfully established contact and said that he was finally able to break through the wave of interference. He stated that there were 14 people here, and it seemed there were no infected people, and asked for help to be sent as quickly as possible. After a few seconds, he asked his comrade if they really didn't need anyone else. Jerry immediately grasped this idea and realized that these people were unlikely to treat them humanely. Without thinking for a second, he carefully lowered his hand to take out something he had carried with him. Kim Sung-han wondered what he was carrying and saw a small billiard ball in his hands. Kim Seong-hyun tried to figure out how he was able to bring it in, since they were searched before being let in. Quite quickly, he remembered that Jerry had been beaten by another soldier during a search. He realized that it was then that Jerry had taken advantage of the opportunity to slip himself a small billiard ball without being noticed. He was still becoming terribly curious about what he was going to do, because these people had firearms. Looking at the sergeant, he realized that he was distracted,
but the barrel was still pointed at them and did not drop for a second. Kim Seung-hyun understood that from such a distance, even Jerry would not be able to deal with an armed man. However, to his even greater surprise, Jerry suddenly shoved the baseball right into his pocket. Kim Seung-hyun wondered why he did this, but he didn't dare ask it out loud so as not to attract attention. He demanded that he take it back since it was a real setup, and there were already a lot of questions for him. The sergeant, meanwhile, said that it was now time to check on the others and ask them to relax. He added that they would check gentlemen especially thoroughly using a special program. Schrade, feeling irritated, decided that there was no point in getting upset when there was a gun over your head. He tried to comply with the sergeant's demands, and at the same time, hoped that he would not be beaten further. The sergeant said that if they tried to move their hands for even a second, he would shoot their girlfriends in the heads. Kim Seung-hyun looked around in irritation and realized that he had to act as quickly as possible to avoid punishment. He knew that if he threw the clothes away right now, it would be too loud and would attract attention. He noted that he had to let go of his hand and get the billiard ball out of his pocket, but it was very difficult. He also understood that he couldn't just keep the ball on him because his pocket was deep, and he had to somehow drop it between his legs. However, despite trying his best, he was unable to achieve the desired result. Meanwhile, the sergeant turned on the water to test whether the patients being examined were afraid of the water's reaction. After that, he found a trace of an old scar on the body and said that there was nothing special here. Next came the bodyguard, a big guy who calmly undressed and prepared for inspection. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hong quietly turned to Jerry and asked him to take the grenade and the ball. Meanwhile, the big guy asked what they meant when they said they didn't need anyone else. The sergeant ordered him not to ask unnecessary questions and to continue to sort things out. But he continued to interrogate him. He noted that, apparently, he no longer needed such rats, since there were already enough of them for experiments. The guards stated that they had come down here to obtain uninfected test subjects for their own purposes. Immediately after this, the sergeant began to beat him brutally in order to knock the nonsense out of him and force him to shut up. Along the way, he complained that he had already ordered him to shut up, but apparently this was too difficult a task for him. The sounds of beatings were heard everywhere, causing stress to the other survivors in the other room. Sammy hoped that these cruel events were at least not happening to her father, because she treasured him very much. JB, meanwhile, continued to hypnotize the flashbang grenade, realizing that this was their only chance. The sergeant said that these creatures had bitten his friends to death, and these bastards only thought about their own skin. Kim Sung-hyun realized that this was a good moment to get rid of the billiard ball and throw it away. He tried to lower his hand so that no one would notice and roll the ball as far as possible. Meanwhile, the big guy fell to the ground, unable to withstand further blows, and covered the back of his head with his hands. Kim Seung-hyun quickly lowered his hand, preparing to pull the ball out of his pocket and throw it to the side. He slowly pushed his fingers in, but came across something that didn't look like a ball at all. Jerry shouted sharply towards Kim Sung-hong and ordered him to stop doing such stupid things. Kim Sung-hong jerked in fear and asked what this all meant, not understanding what Jerry's plan was. Jerry, in turn, said that he shouldn't have brought this thing here and that he himself wanted to get out of here alive. The sergeant released his captive and immediately came over to figure out what was going on between the two. He looked at Kim Sung-hong and asked menacingly if he was hiding something in his pocket. Kim Seung-hyun raised his hands and said that he was not hiding anything, and that he was trying to throw the item away because others had planted it on him. The sergeant tackled him to the ground and ordered him to raise his hands, calling him a pathetic bastard who had tried to deceive them. He also didn't understand how they could smuggle something in here using his seemingly innocent face. After that, he started rummaging through his pockets, wondering how he could have brought something big in here. Finally, his hand came across the object that had been in Kim Sung-hong's pocket all this time. He pulled out his hand and said that for such attempts, he would definitely execute him as soon as the chance presented itself. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that there was soap in his pocket, which posed no danger. The sergeant turned around and said that the bastards were just making fun of them. But it was too late. Jerry realized it was time to act and delivered a powerful blow straight into the enemy's light armor. The blow was enough to cause severe bleeding and render him unconscious. Another fighter immediately wondered what had happened, noticing the strange scene that resembled the aftermath of a fight and the sudden silence. He looked into the dark corridor and asked what was going on there and why the sergeant was silent. Schrade immediately walked up to Jerry and asked him what the hell he was doing, assuming he was simply crazy. He added that these guys were very rude, but it was still safer with them. But Jerry talked him out of this idea. He added that these people did not call them survivors, but infected, so they did not come here for salvation. He noted that they would not allow them to open the gates, and in his place, he would have shot them all long ago. Meanwhile, the bodyguard examined the pistols and realized that there were no bullets in them, and they were simply being used as a scare tactic. Maxine glanced sharply towards Schrade and spoke to him for attention. Schrade asked why she had approached him, and Maxine stated that they all needed to get out of there immediately. When asked why, she said that the girl who was with them was infected. The mutation process is almost complete, so they need to hurry if they don't want to be bitten. Meanwhile, the black soldier approached the sergeant, hoping to get answers about what had happened. The fighter took a few steps towards him, still holding the pistol at the ready and preparing to shoot. JB suddenly realized that now was the perfect time to pick up the flashbang. He quickly ran towards the assault vest, but the fighter immediately noticed him and realized it was an attempt. He turned sharply and pointed his weapon at him, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Reggie and Reito realized that if nothing was done, this boy would simply go to the next world. Meanwhile, in the shower, everyone was already getting ready to leave, when suddenly they heard the sound of a muffled shot. Kim Sung-hyun hoped that no one had shot his daughter, while Maxine said that they needed to lock the door before it was too late. Reggie reached the soldier and managed to immobilize him, preventing him from firing another shot. Kim Seung-hyun and the other survivors ran out into the corridor to find out what had happened. A blonde bodyguard named Joel also ran out with the others and looked around carefully, trying to figure out what had happened. To his incredible regret, he saw that his faithful comrade Rito had received a serious wound to the eye. He immediately ran up to him and told him that he didn't have to worry, because he would definitely help him. He told everyone else that he was in shock and needed to perform CPR. Immediately after this, he began to press on his heart, but his comrade showed no signs of life. If you think about it, a head wound is almost always fatal, and death occurs instantly. Joel remained hopeful and continued his resuscitation efforts, counting to 30 and continuing the massage. Jerry put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop, realizing that this would no longer bring results. He paused briefly and said that his comrade was already dead, and it was impossible to bring him back to life. Suddenly, they heard a loud knock, as if someone was trying to break down the door. The sergeant's voice became more ominous, and he ordered the door to be opened and let out. He added that he had dealt with the firefly creature, and that it had only bitten him a little on the neck, but everything was fine. Others said that the girl on the ride was infected, but they didn't notice and let her pass. After that, he suddenly announced that he could do it himself and asked what he meant. The soldier replied that he would deal with the sergeant, but in response, he was called an idiot for such a plan. However, the soldier stated that he would do nothing, because without a radio, he was in the same position as ordinary survivors. Jerry decided to give the man a chance, so he dropped the billiard ball right next to him. The ball rolled to his feet, and he said that if the plan didn't work, he would fire the last bullet. Others looked at him and said that this was madness because he would be killed too. But no one was going to sympathize with the soldier. The soldier entered the shower room and closed the door behind him so that no one could leave. The sergeant's voice was heard asking his comrade to come closer and scratch his body, which was itching badly. Immediately after this, there was a terrible sound of being hit with a billiard ball. And then everything went silent. After a few minutes, the door began to slowly open with a creak, and a human figure appeared in the opening. The soldier, covered in a huge amount of blood and shaking with stress, did not utter a word. After that, he opened the door and left in an unknown direction, no longer wanting to contact anyone. Our heroes also had to mourn their unexpected losses, and for Joel, it was a particularly difficult loss. The others also looked at this guy with concern, since it was thanks to him that they were able to get out of a dangerous situation. Joel wondered why such a good guy like Reito had to die so tragically. JB pointed to the lifeless body and asked if the man was really dead. He was immediately told that everything could have been different, and that he had gone for that flashbang grenade in vain. Joel realized who was really to blame for his best friend's death and slowly rose to his feet. He immediately grabbed him by the clothes and said that he should have been strangled a long time ago. He tried to pounce on him, shouting that he would crush the piglet and turn it into a lifeless pile of meat. Everyone tried to separate them, but Gia resisted the most and stood up for her son. She ordered him not to touch him and grabbed Joel's hand with force. Realizing that screaming and trying to pull him away were not working,
She even bit him. Joel pushed her aside and said that the crazy beast had bitten him while trying to protect the piglet. Gia stood up abruptly and said that she was starting to go crazy with this company. She asked who they were to despise her and her son and drive them into a corner. She loudly defended her child, saying that he was innocent, and JB suddenly became quiet. She kept repeating that they were not to blame for anything and that everything happened by pure chance. However, her angry face and grin reminded JB of the distant times when he received his scar. He began to fear his own mother, because all this time there was a big secret hidden behind her behavior. Once upon a time, he was an ordinary boy who loved his mother very much, like all children. He told her that the pan smelled burnt and perhaps needed to be turned off, while his mother acted differently. Gia was going through a difficult divorce from her unsuccessful husband at the time and blamed him for it. Little JB ran to the pot and asked his mother to wait, saying that he would try to do it himself. He was small and could barely reach the stove, saying that he just needed to turn the valve and everything would be fine. He was thinking that the pot needed to be removed and moved to another place so that everything would be in order. However, this pot was too heavy for such a small boy. So in such a situation, a problem would inevitably arise. However, this was far from the worst problem this boy had to face in those days. Gia told him it would be great if he dumped the contents right on his face. Turning off the television, she loudly repeated the order for him to tip the contents of the pan right onto his face. JB immediately understood what she meant. But because he was distracted by her, no one noticed the pan sliding towards him. This is why he suffered such severe burns, which still leave him looking disfigured. Rosetta accused Gia of constantly running after her son like a dog and eventually becoming a real dog. Gia responded by saying that her son was still out somewhere and suggested that she check to see if he had caught a cold. Rosetta, furious, asked what she was doing, and JB felt afraid for the first time in a long time. Rosetta suddenly attacked her and began hitting her on the head to take revenge for the insults she had heard. Gia didn't resist while Rosetta said she would rip the evil mask off that damned woman. After some time, the conflict was calmed down, but the atmosphere remained extremely tense. All the survivors dispersed to different corners and tried to avoid unnecessary contact with each other. JBB felt especially lonely in this atmosphere. But in this situation, he himself was to blame for what was happening. He decided to turn to his mother, feeling very guilty for behaving so badly. He approached her, holding a syringe with insulin in his hands, and said that it was time to give the injection. Gia didn't answer, and he repeated that he needed an injection, but it still didn't work. JB had already started begging her, but she didn't react to his presence. JB sadly realized that he would now have to ask other people for help, because the injections needed to be given regularly. After that, he turned around and headed towards the others to negotiate for help. He asked in a plaintive voice if there was anyone there who could give him an injection, as he needed injections. Maxine immediately turned away because she didn't feel any sympathy for JB after what he did. Kim Sung-hong extended his hand to him, understanding that in this situation he couldn't abandon the man because he needed help. The chief executive intervened sharply to stop social interaction between them. He asked him not to contact them because they pretended he didn't exist and ignored him. Kim Seong-hyun didn't understand what this old man's problem had to do with the situation at all. Meanwhile, JB continued to ask for help, but no one wanted to approach him and give him an injection. The next morning was unusually foggy, making it difficult to see more than a few meters ahead. This only added to the tense atmosphere in the theme park, which became the site of a real battle. However, the peace of the survivors was disturbed not only by the fog, but also by the appearance of a whole chorus of mutant sounds. Kim Sung-han and the others quickly stood up and peered into the distance, hoping to see something. However, due to the fog, it was impossible to see anything, so they could only guess where the mutants were. Schrade said they knew for sure that mutants were nearby, and that there was probably more than one of them. Kim Seong-hyun realized that the mutants had come to the sound of gunshots, and they were obliged to come outside. They understood that this was the second staff room before the central control room. But then problems arose. The general manager said that if they didn't go to the point right now, there would be no opportunity later. Schrade asked him if he could actually see anything in the fog, noting that the others couldn't see anything. The chief manager said that the monsters would also not be able to see them in the fog, forgetting about their sense of smell. Jerry stated that they too would not be able to predict the approach of monsters, and this could cost them dearly. The chief manager said that there was no need for them to go in a crowd, as he only needed 3 people to help him. He noted that all he needed to do was press a control switch in the central control room. He also said that too much had happened yesterday, and that the others looked completely exhausted. He was clearly referring to Joel, who was still unable to come to terms with the death of his friend, who had died the previous evening. Gia was also unlikely to be able to help along the way, as she was completely emotionally broken. The general manager said he needed 3 people or the plan would fall through. After that, he suddenly pointed at Kim Sung-hoon and Shrade, saying that he wanted to take the 2 of them. Kim Sung-hyun tried to understand why he chose him, and Jerry said that the whole team looked strange. Maxine noted that Kim Sung-hoon had problems with his leg and poor English, so it would be better to take Jerry. The general manager immediately approached her and quietly asked her to carefully assess the situation. He added that only Jerry could deal with this bodyguard since he was physically stronger. Maxine turned and looked at the dejected man, realizing that he was indeed going to be a lot of trouble. Jerry, in turn, saw more sense in this decision, since he understood that the manager was hiding something. Jerry remembered that Sammy had been eavesdropping on the old man's conversations as he escorted them away from the others. He immediately felt that something was fishy here, so he decided to change the composition of their group a little. He confidently stated that he would go with them, and that Shrade should stay here and look after the others. The CEO looked at him in surprise, and Jerry asked if he had any objections. The general manager said it was because the big bodyguard might snap, but Jerry insisted. He said that even if he failed, it would not be his responsibility, since he was not responsible for it. After this, he emphasized that he was responsible for his safety, and noted that they should protect him first and foremost. Kim Sung-hyun also said that if Jerry went with them, he would be much more at ease going forward. The CEO was irritated to see that his plan had gone to waste, and said that they could do whatever they wanted. Maxine, meanwhile, said that she was still worried, because even if you walked a short distance, you couldn't see anything here. The general manager tried to calm her down by saying that there was a large signal beacon in the central control building. He added that as long as they walk on red lights and follow them, there won't be any problems. Kim Sung-hyun thought that this was indeed a real chance to return home and forget this nightmare. He thought about his wife and tried to figure out if she was okay, and if she had any bites or infections. A very unpleasant picture from the nightmare he had had a few days ago immediately appeared before his eyes. In his head, he was thinking that he really wished that the scene he had seen had been a hallucination. He also tried to understand what would happen if his wife wanted to take their daughter, because this could not be allowed. He dropped to one knee and turned to his daughter, saying that he would return soon and they would go to Korea. Sammy asked if her mother would come with them, and Kim Sung-hyun replied that she would come later. But she didn't believe him. Sammy started crying and asked if her mother was ever coming home, and if it was all just a lie. Kim Sung-hyun said that it was so, and Sammy said that she would talk to her mother and listen to her. Then everything would become easier. Kim Sung-hyun asked her if she wanted to stay with her mother even if it was hard for her, and Sammy began to cry. The general manager interrupted their difficult conversation and said that if everyone was ready, then they needed to go. Kim Seung-hyun turned away, realizing that it was best to postpone this conversation until a more appropriate time. Shrade warned them to be careful and to contact him on the radio he gave them if anything happened. Sammy, meanwhile, walked to the glass doors to look at her father as he left. Their figures remained visible for some time, but soon dissolved into the fog and disappeared completely. The group moved on, looking around in the hopes of not running into any mutants wandering nearby. The general manager said that there was almost nothing to see here, and Jerry suggested that we go by his perception. Jerry also advised them to remain silent because they needed to move as quietly as possible to avoid being caught. The CEO suddenly noticed that Jerry had a flashbang grenade attached to his belt. He immediately remembered this detail, as it could be useful for his secret plan. Jerry asked when the signal fire would appear, and the general manager replied that it was not far to go. Kim Sung-hyun suddenly heard a sharp sound, as if someone had hit a trash can. Kim Seung-hyun whispered that there was something there, and Jerry said that they were too close to those creatures. Kim Seung-hyun tried to walk as slowly as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention with his sounds. However, after a couple of seconds, something quickly flashed behind him and almost touched his body. Kim Sung-hyun immediately turned around to see what it was, but he saw nothing. He tried to understand whether the creatures in the fog had not noticed him and had passed by, relying on their sense of smell. After that, he turned around again to see where his friends had gone and follow them. However, he stood in place too long, and they were already gone, almost disappearing into the fog. In the distance, he saw a silhouette that looked like a man and decided to come closer, mistaking it for Jerry. However, as he got closer, he realized it was a mutant trying to devour someone's hand. Kim Seong-hyun tried not to make any sudden movements so as not to attract the creature's attention. The creature, meanwhile, turned around sharply, because it seemed to her that someone had approached her. However, she saw nothing but thick fog that stretched for many kilometers. Kim Seong-hyun ran on, realizing that he no longer knew where he had wandered and trying to find Jerry and the general manager. Kim Seong-hyun knew they were very close, but he couldn't figure out which way to go. He also heard the sounds of monsters from all sides, which indicated that there were a large number of them. Kim Seong-hyun realized that he had lost them in the fog, and that any step could lead him to the monsters. Fear gripped him, and he realized that he would have to move practically blind. He remembered that he needed to navigate by the red light of the lighthouse and go towards it through the fog. Kim Seong-hyun hoped that this was not the only landmark and began to look for the red light. After some time, he noticed a red dot in the fog and decided to approach it. He realized that the color was closer than he expected and ran towards it. The light looked more like a laser point than a beacon, but that didn't stop him. After some time, he reached the source of the red light, which turned out to be a vending machine. Kim Seong-hyun realized that he had made a serious mistake and now had to somehow get out of here. Kim Seong-hyun tried to figure out why the machine worked and how the money ended up inside, but no one took the bottle. Immediately after that, he heard the approaching growl of monsters combing the area in search of prey. Kim Seong-hyun realized that any noise or scream would attract these creatures. However, he also understood that if he bought time for his comrades, he would be killed, and Sammy would be left alone. He realized that he had spoken 2 cruel words to his daughter, and that he would remember it for the rest of his life. His hand slowly reached for the button of the machine, as if he wanted to attract even more monsters. A few moments later, the fog suddenly cleared, and Jerry appeared a few meters away from Kim Seong-hyun. He looked at him in surprise and asked how he ended up here, since he thought that Kim Seong-hyun was left behind. The general manager said irritably that the source of the signal was a vending machine. Jerry told him that the other red light looked like a real signal light, but the general manager insisted on his own. The chief manager orders them to recover, adding that the creatures are very close, and it seems there are even more of them. Jerry takes out a flashbang grenade and says that they need to distract them so that they look the other way. The general manager tries to stop him, saying that then they will definitely be noticed, and it is better to save her. He notes that they haven't been discovered yet, so it's best to leave it in case the situation becomes critical. Jerry suddenly grabs him by the clothes, and Kim Seong-hyun hopes that now is not the best time to quarrel. Jerry abruptly takes his bow tie off, and the general manager asks why he needed it. Jerry turns towards the vending machine and begins to carefully tighten the bow tie so as not to release it prematurely. Kim Seong-hyun immediately guesses what Jerry's plan is, but he understands that it is probably something risky. After some thought, he guesses that the man wants to throw the butterfly there to attract the attention of the monsters. After a few seconds, the butterfly takes off in free flight, cutting through the fog with a distinctive but quiet sound. The shot is perfect, and the butterfly hits the red button that activates the drink. Almost instantly, the machine gun begins to produce very loud sounds that carry for several tens of meters. The monsters nearby immediately turn around and direct their attention to the source of this loud noise. Kim Seong-hyun notices that the monsters are running towards the machine and trying to hit it, and realizes that this is their chance. They make a powerful dash towards the real signal fire, hoping that now they won't get lost. As they get closer, they realize they've been on the right track all along, as it was a signal light at the control tower. However, a giant gate also appears in front of them, which is almost locked, but it is possible to get through it. Jerry says they've finally arrived and tries to figure out if the doors are locked and if they can get inside. Kim Seong-hyun checks the gate and realizes that it is not locked, but getting inside will not be easy. A few seconds later, he notices an infected mutant stuck in the gate, which begins to twitch due to their movement. Jerry says they need to act quickly, because the more time they waste, the louder the creature will scream. Kim Seong-hyun squeezes inside without much trouble thanks to his thin build. He is glad that at such a moment his body really helps him. Jerry can easily jump over the fence thanks to his strength, but the chief executive has neither. Jerry tells him to suck in his stomach, and he replies that he's trying to do it as best he can. His attempts cause him to hit the metal gate leaf,
causing it to make a loud creaking sound. The creature stuck in the gate begins to twitch from side to side as it becomes irritated. They move on, paying attention to the growing scream that is becoming louder and louder. Meanwhile, there is a man in the control room who constantly uses the instrument panel for his own purposes. He looks at the cameras and sensors, trying to find one specific person, but he can't find them. He is looking for the same Theo that the special forces came for, but he does not understand where he is hiding. Then his attention is drawn to sounds at the entrance to the control room, and he decides to find out their cause. The chief manager takes out a map and says that the generator in the underground transformer room has started. He adds that now all he has to do is scan his fingerprint to open the gate and go inside. However, the system suddenly reports an error, and that the fingerprint does not match the sample. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that this may take time and raises his head to look around. He almost immediately notices a man on the second floor who is staring at him. Kim Sung-hyun points to it and says in English that there is a person there, but no one listens to him. They also ask the chief manager what happened, and he replies that his hands are too dry. Meanwhile, the monster stuck in the gate begins to howl loudly, attracting others. The general manager continues desperate attempts to attach the fingerprint, but without success. Jerry asks what he's doing and why he can't get his finger to fit properly. The chief manager is unable to respond as the sounds of other mutants approach from the side. From these sounds, it becomes clear that they have come to the signal and need to leave immediately. Kim Seong-hyun asks the manager to quickly resolve the issue with the castle. Otherwise, they will die. The chief manager tries to place his finger again, but the system reports a fingerprint mismatch. The creatures meanwhile make a dash towards the victims, preparing to get to them. The chief manager shakes his fingers and deliberately breathes on them to make them more moist. Then he puts his finger again, hoping the scanner will work this time. The system confirms the fingerprint and opens access to the main control room. They immediately open the doors and run inside, preparing to quickly close them and hold the defense. The system informs that the door is closed with a magnetic lock, and now nothing can get inside. The chief manager says that the door is made of iron, and mutants are unlikely to be able to break it down. Jerry asks where the compartment that opens the entrance gate is and demands to be shown it. Jerry and Kim Sun-hyun continue walking until the general manager asks them to wait. All this time, an unknown person is watching them, trying to figure out what to do with the uninvited guests. The general manager says he can handle it himself and orders them to stay put. But Jerry doesn't listen. He enters one of the rooms, and the chief manager asks him not to press buttons indiscriminately. Kim Sung-hyun notices a photo of the two managers and begins to doubt that the gate can be opened alone. Jerry asks which button to press to open the front door, and the general manager tries to stop him. The CEO suddenly becomes incredibly anxious, as if he doesn't want the doors to be opened at all. Meanwhile, Jerry continues to look for buttons and finds a large red button with the appropriate inscription. The general manager asks him to wait a little, but he immediately presses the button despite the warning. They hear a loud crack and try to figure out what is happening. Is it reality or a system failure? Jerry insists that nothing will open without a special key that needs to be turned several times. He points to the keyhole and says that only the turn of the key can start the mechanism. Kim Sun-hyun and Jerry wonder where the key might be, and the general manager suddenly becomes silent. Jerry asks the old man why he is standing there motionless, when he should be helping him find the key, or at least telling him where it is. The general manager replies that the key was allegedly kept in the next room, so it needs to be checked. Jerry says he agrees, adding that the two of them should look for the key here. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun finds the very same key to the entrance gate lying right under his feet. Kim Sung-hyun turns to his friend and says that he has found the key. All that remains is to use it. Jerry tells him to quickly insert the key into the keyhole and turn it until it clicks. The general manager suddenly tries to stop him, saying that they shouldn't rush into this matter. Jerry helps Kim Sung-hoon and pushes the manager's hand aside so that he doesn't get in the way. After this, they look at the cameras and realize that the gates are starting to open slowly. This is a good sign. Kim Sun-hyun happily says that there is very little time left, and they will be able to get out of this terrible park. Suddenly, they hear a peculiar clicking sound and turn around to see what it is. The general manager says that once the doors open, they will be considered survivors, and he will become a criminal. He also adds that the creatures will get out, so the door should not be opened under any circumstances. Immediately after this, he pulls the pin of the grenade, after which the short fuse is activated. Jerry and Kim Sun-hyun don't have time to do anything, and the grenade explodes, blinding them for a moment. They fall to the ground with a ringing sound in their ears, and their vision completely lost for a few seconds. Kim Sung-han quickly rubs his eyes, trying to regain his composure. But it takes longer than he expected. After this, he realizes that the chief manager betrayed them and tried to prevent their escape. He instinctively puts his hand where the keyhole had just been and finds no key there. Kim Seong-hyun quickly gets up and says that the old bastard took the key and ran away. Meanwhile, the power in the theme park is partially restored and loud music is turned up. From the speakers come welcoming speeches about how in this fantasy world, they will be able to realize their dreams. The voice also promises that guests will have unforgettable memories with their family. To understand why things happened the way they did, history goes back a little. The manager's motivation seems strange to the heroes, but in fact, he has his own reasons. These reasons were revealed earlier when he contacted unknown people and tried to negotiate with them. They ordered him not to open the doors, but he replied that he wanted to survive and accused the government of treason. He was asked if he understood the consequences of opening the doors, but he stated that he didn't care about this world. An alarming voice announced that if he refused to cooperate, he would be declared a terrorist against humanity. He was also told that if he interfered with the opening of the doors, it could turn out to be to his advantage. He was promised a rescue helicopter and a safe place if he cooperated. The CEO realized that his own life was more important to him than any other thing. So after he threw the grenade and avoided serious damage, he took the key and ran away. Kim Sung-han and Jerry were still recovering from the explosion, while the manager was already running away. Kim Seong-hyun continues to search for the key on the panel, but realizes that the gate has already begun to open. Jerry takes out the gun he took from the soldier and says he'll just shoot the old man to speed things up. Kim Seong-hyun notices the gun in his hand and realizes that they now have a chance to defend themselves. Jerry runs ahead to catch up with the old man. As he runs faster, the chief executive exits through the back door and looks around for an escape route. He notices a small fence and realizes that he will have to climb over it. He hears approaching footsteps and realizes that his life now depends on speed. Jumping up, he realizes that he is able to overcome the obstacle. However, he lands awkwardly and injures his leg on a sharp metal rod. Meanwhile, the observer says that everything is not going according to plan. He continues to monitor the cameras and says that if the door opens, the target will escape, and the revenge will fail. Kim Seong-hyun tries to follow his ally, hoping that they will be able to open the gate. At this moment, an unknown man takes a rifle with live ammunition and moves forward. The CEO continues to run away, and Jerry chases him, saying that he will not leave. The CEO realizes he is about to be caught and is trying to choose a direction. In the fog, he can't see anything, and hopes not to encounter the monster. After a few dozen meters, he comes across thorny branches and dense thickets. The general manager realizes that he has found a place to hide. Kim Sung-han continues to run forward and somehow catches up with Jerry in the fog. Schrade contacts Jerry and asks why the park's opening song started playing but then suddenly stopped. Jerry takes over the call and reports that the fat bastard tricked them, stole the key, and ran away. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han wonders in his mind why they are having so much trouble just getting out. Jerry continues to run forward and relays information about what happened to his comrades, after which he stops for a moment. He says that they are now right in front of the entrance to the giant labyrinths in which the chief manager is hiding. He immediately runs forward, and Kim Sung-hyun looks at the structure in surprise, realizing that he has never been here before. Schrade is still trying to contact Jerry, but no one is answering due to radio interference. The survivors try to figure out what happened and where they should go, after which they remember that Jerry was in the maze. Schrade states that they need to go. They can't just stand there and wait, even if it's dangerous. Joel sits back while some survivors begin to question whether it's worth risking their lives. After this, he slowly gets up and says that he can't stand such people without a backbone. He states that if something goes wrong, they all need to go together, and asks why they are suddenly scared. Suddenly, a growl is heard nearby, and they notice that there is a mutant behind Reggie. They whisper warnings to him, assuming that this mutant came here in response to the sound of gunshots. Reggie realizes he needs to calibrate his hearing aid because he somehow didn't hear the monster. Meanwhile, we return back to the labyrinth, where the situation becomes more and more tense with every second. The chief manager tries to escape and break away from the others, hoping to reach the helicopter. Jerry knows nothing about this plan and is simply trying to catch up with the manager to deal with it. He pursues the chief manager,
following the drops of blood left by the old man's wounded leg. The chief manager wonders how this scoundrel always ends up behind him, since it is a labyrinth. Looking around, he realizes that he has a serious wound on his leg, which constantly gives away his position. Jerry, meanwhile, continues his pursuit, wondering where the scoundrel has gone. However, after some time, he encounters a serious obstacle that prevents him from continuing the chase. This means that the blood trail suddenly stops, leaving no trace of the manager. Jerry looks around and tries to figure out where he could have disappeared to, and when he managed to bandage his leg, he also notes the cunning of this man, who changed his strategy in time. He decides to quickly explore the area, realizing that he couldn't have gone far after such a run. He walks through several corridors in the hope of stumbling upon his target, but finds nothing. This only increases his irritation, and he says that once he gets to him, there will be no mercy. Meanwhile, the general manager hid in an unknown place, hoping that no one would notice him. Jerry returns to the fork where the trail ends and realizes that the old man must have gone the other way. He moves slowly further, realizing that this is where the chief manager might be. He menacingly asks why he suddenly changed his mind about opening the door and tries to find out his motives. He asks if the night call is to blame for this and what exactly they promised him. Taking out a gun, he says that he is not going to just take the key and intends to take revenge. After that, he takes a few steps, preparing to turn the corner and shoot the villain. For a few moments, silence reigns in the labyrinth, but the tension in the atmosphere only grows. Suddenly, there is a rustling sound behind him, and the shadow quickly slips away in the direction from which the chief manager came running. Jerry wonders who the squirming bastard is and immediately turns around to catch up with him. A shadow flashes around the corner, and Jerry realizes he needs to chase it as quickly as possible. He starts chasing him, saying that this time he won't let him escape. However, each time the shadow appears a few steps ahead and continues to move away. He continues his pursuit and notes that the old man has become incredibly fast due to his fear of death. At some point, the shadow reaches a dead end and freezes, barely moving. Jerry ignores the shadow's outline and says he's out of luck. He takes a few steps forward and says that there is nowhere else to run, so it is better to give up the key voluntarily. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-hyun also enters the labyrinth and wonders where the old man and Jerry went. All this time, he followed the drops of blood, noticing that the trail ended here, which meant he needed to go further. He calls out to his comrade several times, trying to attract his attention and find him. Suddenly, he hears a strange guttural growl, indicating the presence of a monster nearby. He begins to look around, realizing that any mistake could lead to death. Then he hears a strange rustling sound and turns around sharply to find out what it is. He notices a strange shadow similar to a snake, which slowly moves from side to side. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that the creature is likely a mutated snake after being infected. He also wonders whether he should follow this creature or whether it would be better to look for Jerry. He doesn't understand whether it's even possible to catch up with anyone in such a labyrinth with so many forks. Kim Sung-hyun realizes that Jerry is chasing the old man and decides to wait at the exit to intercept the manager. He decides to return the same way and turns around, going deeper into the corridors. However, it quickly becomes clear that getting back is not so easy due to the many forks in the road. After some time, he comes across a strange wall that was not there before. Kim Sung-hyun suspects that he may have gotten the wrong direction and decides to turn around, realizing that the fog makes it impossible to see anything. He decides he must turn in the other direction to figure out where the best place to run is. He suggests that it was necessary to somehow mark the way, like Hansel and Gretel, so as not to get lost. However, in reality, he has no means of marking his way through the maze, so he simply keeps going. Even though he followed his internal route, he still came across another dead end. Kim Sung-hyun says the fog couldn't have confused things that much, because he simply turned around and went back the same way. He turns around again and realizes that this is not the same path as before, and that the original route was the correct one. He starts peeking around corners again to avoid accidentally bumping into any mutants. So far, everything has been going relatively smoothly, but he still doesn't have the guideline he used to follow. He suddenly remembers that he was following a trail of blood and realizes that he just needs to follow it further. Kim Sung-hyun rushes forward, making several turns, and realizes that he has already walked this path. This gives him even more hope, as he realizes that he is not lost anymore, and he just needs to move on. The drops of blood gradually become thinner,
when suddenly a strange obstacle appears in front of him. Kim Seung-hyun stares at the strange wall and tries to understand how he could have ended up here, since it wasn't there before. He takes a few steps to the side and says that if she appeared on her own, then they will not be able to return back. However, in reality, a much more troubling question hangs in the air. What kind of wall is this? Touching it lightly, he realizes from the texture and feel that it is not a wall at all, and it smells strange. Suddenly, he hears a strange sound that seems to indicate that it is something organic. Kim Seung-han looks closely at the wall and notices a strange detail somewhere at the top. Immediately after this, he hears the guttural growl of mutants and realizes that he is in big trouble. In front of him appears a giant, swollen mutant, looking like it is turning into something terrible. Meanwhile, Jerry continues to approach the strange shadow, saying that the general manager is at a dead end. He tries to close off the space so as to block any escape routes, adding that there is nowhere else to run. The general manager looks out from around the corner and is glad that he was not caught after all, although it was close. After this, he starts running away again, realizing that a rescue helicopter will soon arrive at the exit of the labyrinth. He also notices a bridge in the center of the maze, which will be clearly visible about halfway through. After this, he pulls the bolt carrier back, saying that 11 people were injured because of the manager. He also demands that the key be given back in a good way, and that he not be forced to use weapons. The fog gradually clears, and Jerry calls out to the manager one last time, after which he realizes that he was wrong. All this time, he was chasing a strange mutant, similar to a creepy monster and somewhat reminiscent of a deer. Jerry begins to tremble with genuine horror, and realizes that this creature has horns on its face instead of eyes. The creature, meanwhile, perceives his presence as a threat and prepares to strike. Judging by its appearance, it was once a woman, and perhaps it was she who was pierced by the infected deer. Immediately after this, she begins to walk towards him, preparing to pierce him with her sharp horns. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hyun faces a much uglier opponent who takes up a lot of space. The monster, despite its mass, is quite well oriented in space and can move quickly. Of course, for such a giant, this is rather slow movement. But it is not as slow as it might seem. Kim Seung-hyun takes a few steps back and realizes that if he doesn't do anything, the monster will simply crush him. Looking at this gigantic machine, he understands that this simply cannot be reality and looks like a nightmare. The monster continues its pursuit, leaning against the walls of the labyrinth, which turn out to be surprisingly strong. Kim Seung-hyun continues to run with all his might, ignoring the pain in his leg in hopes of saving himself. He also understands that at this rate he is moving further and further from the starting point. But he cannot reach a dead end. The main task now is to find a way out as quickly as possible to get to the others. A fork appears in front of him, and he wonders which way he should run to find the exit. He stops for a few seconds to make an important decision on which his life depends. After this, he turns sharply to the right in the hope that there will be an exit there. The monster begins to follow him slowly, its strength clearly exhausted by the pursuit. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hyun realizes that he has just reached a dead end, and now he needs to go back. He quickly turns around, realizing that he needs to get out as quickly as possible to avoid being crushed. The monster is too slow to catch, so Kim Seung-hyun manages to change direction. However, it was very dangerous, and the monster almost grabbed him with its giant paw, similar to an elephant's foot. Kim Seung-hyun wonders what this stupid sign is. Realizing that he almost fell into a deadly trap, he continues to run as fast as he can, ignoring the growing pain in his leg, because there are more important things right now. He comes across a strange sign and realizes he needs to use the one with the rabbit on it. Kim Seung-hyun immediately turns in the right direction, realizing that his survival now depends on speed. He assumes that this is the right path, and if he follows the signs, he will definitely find the way. For a moment, it seems to him that everything is under control, and he will be able to get out alive. However, this labyrinth hides many more secrets than he could have imagined, and it is much more treacherous. Running around the next corner, he bumps into a silhouette that frightens him and makes him stumble. Kim Seung-hyun falls to the ground, wondering what kind of strange monster is right in front of him. However, it turns out that this is actually another dead end, behind which there is a statue of a rabbit. Kim Seung-hyun looks at the sign that says, "Lele loves to joke around and sometimes lies a little." Kim Seung-hyun is indignant because this is some kind of nonsense and another dead end that he ended up in because of the creators of the labyrinth. However,
His indignation is immediately drowned out by the growing and gurgling sounds that indicate the approach of a mutant. Kim Seung-hyun tries to change direction, but it's too late, and the monster is already approaching him. Kim Seung-hyun runs behind the rabbit statue, still holding on to the vain hope that he will be able to escape. The stomping becomes louder and louder, which means that the monster still intends to pursue its goal to the very end. The monster peeks around the corner cautiously, and Kim Seung-hyun presses himself against the wall, hoping that it won't come up to him and crush him. Meanwhile, the monster tries to go as deep inside as possible, but it cannot do so because of its size. He extends his paw, which looks like a hybrid of a human hand and a giant elephant foot. Kim Seung-hyun covers his face with his hands in an instinctive gesture of utter despair over the current situation. However, for a few seconds, nothing happens, and he carefully opens his eyes to see what happened. It turns out that the monster is a few tens of centimeters short of reaching him, and he continues to twitch his paw. Kim Seung-hyun wonders if the creature is stuck because it is too big to fit through here. After a few more seconds, he begins to gradually calm down, hoping that this monster will give up and go away. The monster begins to rustle its limbs, and Kim Seung-hyun begins to pray for this creature to finally go away. Suddenly, this monster pushes off the wall to extend its reach by at least a few centimeters. However, even this is not enough to reach Kim Seung-hyun's head, and he is still missing a few centimeters. The monster will definitely not be able to penetrate any further due to its excessively heavy body and wide dimensions. Kim Seung-hyun presses himself as hard as he can against the wall of the maze as the vile paw tries to reach him. However, after a few moments, the monster decides to give up and gradually moves its paw back. Kim Seung-hyun continues to look closely at this creature and realizes that it seems vaguely familiar to him. He quickly discovers the very same unicorn that was hanging on the t-shirt of his old friend. Kim Seung-hyun looks closely at this keychain and understands that there can be no mistake, and this mutant is clearly not here by chance. Kim Seung-hyun remembers Peter and asks with incredible shock in his voice if it really is him. Kim Seung-hyun guesses that he was bitten by that elephant after all, and that is why he became a mutant that looks like an elephant. Emotions begin to weigh on him, and he questions what kind of person he is, adding that Peter deserved his fate. The mutant begins to get furious at the sight of Kim Seung-hyun, and our protagonist loudly repeats that Peter deserved it. After this, the infected Peter tries to crawl back through, using his massive limbs to push himself further. Kim Seung-hyun continues to watch him, hearing the growling sound that gradually gets further and further away. Meanwhile, the rest of the group of survivors arrives at the labyrinth and looks around to avoid being caught by the monsters. Joel says that this old man might be wandering around the labyrinth right now, so we need to quickly follow him. Shrade says they don't know the ways of this labyrinth because they've never worked here. Sammy suddenly freezes when he hears the scary sounds and realizes that there must be some monsters inside. Shrade states that it is very dangerous to go there, and Joel wonders what they should do then. Someone suggests guarding the entrance and exit, but Joel states that this will prevent them from getting the key to the control room. JB decides to contribute to the rescue operation and approaches Joel, who immediately barks at him. JB says that if you look at the security cameras in the maze, it will be easier to find them, adding that there are speakers there. Joel and Shrade look at the boy in surprise and ask how he even knows this. JB says that while he was inside the maze, he was acting up a bit, and a staff member admonished him over the loudspeaker. Shrade states that if there is a camera, then the remote control must be in the control room, which means we need to get there. Meanwhile, Joel continues to look around to find more clues that will help those inside. He asks where this bridge leads, noting that it is located approximately in the middle of the labyrinth. JB adds that those who surrender use this bridge as a landmark to get out of here. Joel says that once they find the two on the cameras, they need to direct them to the central bridge, where he is among them. Maxine and Shrade immediately run towards the control room, after which they ask the others to stay here and watch the things. Gia goes somewhere and JB asks her what they need to do, but she doesn't answer him. Everyone puts the blame on Kiara while she tries to stop them, but it's too late. She also notices Reggie heading into the maze and asks him where he is going. They try to stop her, saying that there are monsters in the labyrinth, so at least one man must remain here. Kiara plans to leave only the girls here, adding that it is dangerous here, and everyone else might need help. Sammy looks at Reggie with fear in his eyes, and he realizes that he might have to reconsider his plans. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hyun continues to stand near the saving statue, realizing that he needs to wait enough time. After that, He carefully looks around the corner, trying to figure out how far this damn mutant has gone. From the outside, everything seems relatively quiet and peaceful, so he decides to move forward slowly. He reflects on the fact that he will now have to take into account the fact that an infected Peter is wandering around this labyrinth. He realizes that he now needs to choose his routes much more carefully and wonders where he should turn. He is too deep in thought to notice that Peter has been trying to set a trap for him all this time. Once it is within dangerous distance, the monster begins to use its hands, creating a loud noise. Kim Seung-hyun notices a giant machine moving towards him out of the corner of his eye and turns around. The next moment, Peter delivers a powerful blow with his head straight into Kim Sung-hong's body. Kim Sung-hyun loses his balance and falls to the ground almost instantly, receiving a slight stun from the blow. Infected Peter tries to crush him with his paws, but they are too wide apart to use. Therefore, he tries to rely on his gigantic body, which, however, does not weigh that much. Kim Sung-hyun tries to push him away, but it's quite difficult to move such a large piece of meat off himself. However, he puts his hands forward, which immediately cut into very disgusting and sticky skin that begins to approach him. Kim Seung-hyun feels that if he doesn't get out of here, this creature will simply crush him and he will suffocate. After this, he begins to loudly ask for help, and this cry carries for many tens, if not hundreds of meters in different directions. Sammy instantly hears the sound with her heightened senses and realizes that her father is in danger. She starts to get nervous and says that this voice definitely belonged to her dad, which means he got into trouble. Reggie says that the central bridge won't be enough for them because they need to go to help immediately. Kiara asks him where he is going and says that if she stays here alone, she will be scared. Reggie says it would be foolish to stand still and do nothing, expecting nothing to happen. Kiara doesn't understand this boy's self-confidence because he's simply risking his life. She also says that a child should behave like a child and not risk himself or herself and put other lives in danger. Sammy suddenly decides to run after him, and Kiara asks her where she is going, but does not manage to catch her. She says that they all seem to be going crazy, but decides not to follow them to avoid getting into danger. Sammy runs up to Reggie and tells her that they must move forward together to find her father. Reggie suddenly starts yelling at her, telling her to leave here and go back to that very woman. Reggie also hears a strange noise and realizes that his hearing aid is not working at full capacity. He suggests that the thing just ran out of power and he needs to be careful. But Sammy remains stubborn. She tells him in English that her father is in danger, so she must go there to help him. Reggie asks her if such a little girl can really save her father, since she has neither the strength nor the wits. Sammy continues to follow him, but he yells at her, telling her to come back, causing the girl to tremble. However, this does not make her reconsider her goals, and she continues to follow him, periodically catching her breath. However, due to the fog, she has very poor vision, so she quickly trips and falls onto the stone floor. Reggie turns to look at her and realizes that she will definitely not leave him alone. But she could get into even more danger if he doesn't help her. After this, he reproaches himself for having undertaken this task at all, and drops to one knee to sit her on his back. He tells her to climb onto his back as quickly as possible, as it will make it easier for them to move. Sammy follows his command, and they continue to explore the maze in hopes of finding their parents. Meanwhile, loud sounds of hoofbeats echo throughout the maze, heading straight for Jerry. The mutant points its horns as low as possible to inflict serious injuries on its potential victim. Jerry has been running away from him for several minutes now, but he shows no signs of fatigue. Jerry notes that this animal follows the scent, and even if he manages to break away, it immediately catches up with him again. He realizes that if he turns right, it will be a dead end because these damn signs can't be trusted. Jerry realizes that all he can do is wait for this creature to finally run out of steam and give up. After some time, he hears a strange sound that resembles a human scream, already familiar to him. Jerry doesn't immediately recognize the survivor who is making this scream, but he decides that's where he needs to run. Kim Seung-hyun suggests shouting for help, and Jerry already knows exactly where he needs to run. However, as soon as he makes a few turns, he discovers a strange wall that prevents him from going further. Jerry wonders if the sound was coming from that direction all along, but that means he has nowhere to run now. He also notices how giant horns gradually emerge from around the bend, preparing to target him. The mutant clearly has no desire to let go of its victim and tries to pierce it in order to finally get some food. Taking aim, the mutant reveals a terrifying face that can only be seen in the worst nightmares. Jerry takes a few steps back and comes up against this wall, which immediately seems to him to be a very strange structure. He decides to quickly turn around to find out what it is, and discovers the lumps of Peter's body. Jerry quickly realizes that it is not a wall at all, but he does not understand what kind of creature it is or how to fight it. This is not the highest priority right now, as the deer is already rushing to gore Jerry. Jerry realizes that he needs to take action, assessing his options, if he wants to get out of here. After a few more moments, these horns cut into organic flesh, causing a characteristic sound. Also, the sounds of a powerful shot belonging to an unknown person are heard throughout the labyrinth. To find out how this happened, events are rolled back a few seconds, to the moment when the deer began its dash. Jerry quickly realized what he needed to do, and let the creature get a little closer so that everything would go well. After the distance became critical, he suddenly pulled out his pistol and fired one well-aimed shot. It hits the deer right in the eye, and now the creature completely loses the ability to navigate by sight. The momentum from the shot also causes it to change trajectory slightly and slip due to instability. Jerry waits for the right moment and immediately jumps to the side, causing the deer to crash into Peter's body. These horns turn out to be incredibly sharp and pierce the thin and voluminous skin of the giant mutant that filled the entire opening. Immediately after this, a loud bang is heard, as if a balloon several meters in size had exploded somewhere. Peter's body begins to fall apart, and a huge amount of entrails falls out towards Jerry. Jerry looked at the disgusting mass and wondered what the hell it was. However, after a few moments, she began to slowly rise, as if there was still something there. Jerry wondered if the thing was still alive as its insides continued to move. However, quite quickly he heard a muffled cry for salvation coming from under this gigantic mass. Jerry stood there for a few more seconds to make sure he wasn't imagining things, and realized that it was indeed true. He quickly grabbed the entrails to carefully lift them up and look inside. These entrails turned out to be quite heavy, so it took a lot of effort to lift them. However, despite this, he managed to make a small passage for himself and crawl inside to save Kim Seong-hong. He immediately told him not to close his eyes, because if he lost consciousness, that would be the end. Jerry tried his best to lift the mass and create a small space for air. He also noted that this fucking thing is incredibly slippery and evokes not the most pleasant associations in him. Quickly getting his bearings, he grabbed him by the clothes and tried to pull him out so he could breathe. Jerry asked him if he was okay, to which Kim Sung-han replied that there didn't seem to be any infection. After that, they looked at this eerie mass and tried to understand what kind of strange, ball-like creature it was. Kim Sung-han asked Jerry if there was any progress in catching the manager and returning the key. Jerry said that, unfortunately, he couldn't give him any good news because the old man still had the key. Meanwhile, the action moved to the control room, which was located not far from this labyrinth. Schrade and Maxine walked over to the control panel, which still had access to some of the cameras. Schrade found that most of the cameras were still working, which could help their comrades. Immediately after this, he looked carefully at the cameras, but could not notice absolutely anyone there. Maxine said some cameras were still working, which left Schrade furious and frustrated. However, he still decided not to give up and quickly noticed the old man running away on camera. The chief manager continued to move through the labyrinth, hoping that he would be able to get out of here. He happily said that he was almost there, and now he would definitely be able to evacuate to a safe place. He also recalled that the rescue site was located right at the exit of the labyrinth, and he was also promised a good position. He thought joyfully that he would finally be able to live a peaceful life and perceived these days as a nightmare. Maxine continued to watch the cameras and said that this villain would be able to get out of the maze very soon. The chief manager continued to run no matter what, hoping that no one was pursuing him. After a few moments, he stopped to catch his breath, seeing the long-awaited symbol before him. This symbol meant that he had stumbled upon the exit from the labyrinth, and the chief manager was glad that he had survived. He immediately began to accelerate, realizing that victory was almost within his grasp, and he would emerge victorious. Having reached the right place, he realized that the door was blocked by a strange organic mass. The chief manager took a few steps towards this strange mass, mistaking it for a tree, and carefully touched it. Immediately after this, he saw the appearance of some kind of shadow which began to move quickly behind him. The whole point was that this shadow belonged to a giant elephant that came here and blocked the entrance. Thus, it was absolutely impossible to pass by him, And even if it had been possible, he would have been immediately devoured. The chief manager let out a loud scream, as this monster really looked very menacing and scary up close. Immediately after that, he turned around and started running, realizing that he needed to get to the entrance to wait for the helicopter. Maxine said he turned around, and Shrade said that was at least some positive outcome of these elephants' appearance. They also quickly discovered that the entrance was also blocked, so everyone in the labyrinth was trapped for a long time. Luckily, Kiara managed to hide behind a tree, and the elephants did not pay attention to her. But the reason for their appearance was clear. Maxine and Shrade watched the manager and wondered where he was rushing to, since all the exits were blocked. Maxine suddenly said that they had a very serious problem that needed to be solved. He reminded her about the central bridge, saying that if she went there, she could get out of the labyrinth territory. Shrade stated that they needed to find Kim Sun-hyun and Jerry immediately, and then tell them to go to the center. Shrade began to frantically switch cameras to find his allies. After several dozen attempts, he finally managed to catch Kim Sung-hoon and Jerry on camera. Using the speaker, he immediately addressed them and asked if they could hear him. Kim Sung-han and Jerry immediately turned around, and Shrade reported that the elephants had blocked both the entrance and exit of the labyrinth. He also said that now everyone is heading towards the central bridge, and this is the only way of salvation. Shrade added that he was about to reach the center and needed to be stopped before he could go any further. Jerry said that they don't even know where they are, so they won't be able to get to the center in a short time. Shrade told him not to worry, saying there were microphones there and they would guide them. Jerry and Kim Sun-hyun realized they had no other choice and immediately began to move through the maze. Shrade and Maxine periodically gave them directions so they wouldn't waste time. Shrade carefully studied the map of the labyrinth to identify all the landmarks and better guide the way. Kim Seung-hyun thought that there were so many forks in the road that without a map they would have been lost for a very long time. However, at a certain point they stopped, as another fork in the road arose. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly depressing. But if they got the right clue, everything would be easier. Kim Seung-hyun wondered where he should go. But another problem with this labyrinth immediately arose. The whole problem was that not all the cameras were in working order. Some of them were broken during the epidemic. Shrade reported in a frightened voice that they had disappeared from the camera zone, and the microphone there was also not working due to radio frequency interference. Maxine continued to look at the cameras and reported that she had found Kim Sung-hoon and Jerry. After that, she looked closely and said that these were completely different people. Maxine recognized Reggie and little Sammy and wondered what they were doing in this dangerous place. Reggie, meanwhile, continued to move quickly through the labyrinth in search of his father. Sammy continued to sit on his neck when she suddenly heard strange sounds that signaled that someone was nearby. Reggie acted as if he didn't pay any attention to it and didn't care that there might be monsters nearby. Sammy asked him if he heard something nearby, but he didn't react to her words. Sammy continued to shake him from side to side, but he continued to act as if nothing had happened. Sammy asked why he was acting so strange, since she definitely heard that there was someone nearby. Over time, the sounds became more and more distinct, and it became obvious that there was some kind of mutant nearby. Sammy realized that the sound felt like someone was running right next to them, and they were about to collide. Sammy knew that if things continued like this, they would face an unenviable fate and would not be able to help their parents. Sammy grabbed his face sharply to get his attention to the approaching monster. Reggie asked her what she was doing, and Sammy whispered to him to look ahead. Reggie tried to understand what the girl was saying and looked up in the direction she pointed. Looking closer, he saw the face of a beast, which clearly belonged to some kind of mutant. Jerry turned sharply and, with silent steps, tried to break away from the mutant. Reggie realized he had almost trapped himself and began slapping his hearing aid. He guessed that the battery had died at the most inopportune moment, and now he understood why he hadn't heard anything. However, he realized that now was not the time to think about it, and made several turns to throw the monster off the trail. However, the creature relied solely on its sense of smell, so it was not possible to escape from it in this way. Besides, it was only a matter of time before he would drive them into another dead end, and there would be nowhere else to run. The monster followed him, completely oblivious to his attempts to cover his tracks. Reggie turned the next corner and saw another dead end that was impossible to get through. Judging by the sounds, the monster was literally a few meters away from them, and was about to turn the corner very soon. Suddenly, the creature heard a loud voice coming from the speaker,
addressing Reggie and Sammy.
Maxine asked sternly what they were thinking when they came here, since it was too dangerous.
Reggie and Sammy peered out cautiously and realized that the monster, judging by the sounds, had run in the other direction after hearing the voice from the speaker. Maxine said that there was no way out now, either through the entrance or the exit, so they needed to get to the bridge above. Sammy looked at the camera in surprise and asked what bridge they were even talking about. After that, she noticed him on the screen and heard instructions on where they needed to go next. Sammy motioned to Reggie to go right, and he asked in surprise how she knew that. Sammy looked at him and asked if he couldn't hear the sounds coming from the speakers. Reggie said he heard some sounds, but they were too faint to make out. Reggie said she should listen carefully to what was being said on the cameras and immediately relay the information to him. Sammy agreed, and they continued to move forward quickly. Sammy listened carefully to every bit of information coming from the speakers and immediately passed it on to Reggie. They changed direction several times before they came to a more or less well-trodden path to the bridge. They also came across a small installation along the way, where two figures were painting roses using a ladder. After this, they continued to navigate the maze, using Maxine and Schrade's clues. Sammy remembered that the big character was in the center, so they were almost there. Reggie suddenly slowed down, noticing something very strange ahead. In front of them was an unknown substance, very elongated and strange. There was a strange aura emanating from her, so they decided not to step on her with their feet. Reggie looked around, trying to figure out what it was, but he didn't get any clear information. Sammy said that the substance was very long and its end and edge were not visible, despite the size of the labyrinth. After that, they froze cautiously, trying to understand how aggressive this creature could be and whether it sensed them. Reggie slowly lifted his leg and felt something begin to crawl across the surface and move under the shadows. Suddenly, he jumped over this strange creature and immediately sped up to move on. Sammy told him to turn left, and Reggie immediately did so. After some time, he came to a small crossroads, feeling that there was much more fog here than before. However, after the fog cleared due to gusts of wind, they realized that they had reached the very center. Sammy said happily that all they had to do was go upstairs to figure out how to get out of here. However, upon closer inspection, they saw that the bridge was creaking loudly and also noticed a small silhouette. This silhouette belonged to the caretaker, who had reached the bridge before the others and was now trying to escape using it. They tried to understand why the caretaker was there and why he was climbing the stairs so desperately. Reggie asked him what he was up to, and the CEO realized his plan had just been called into question. Reggie immediately began chasing him, quickly climbing the stairs, hoping to catch up with him. The chief manager climbs onto a bridge that is starting to crack and feels he needs to run faster to avoid being caught. However, on one side, Joel is already running up to him, who recommends that he surrender, since he won't escape from here anyway. The chief manager says that he has a knife and will kill them, adding that he will definitely live. The CEO is starting to get nervous, feeling like he's about to get caught because Reggie is almost there. He makes several leaps to the side, feeling that the bridge is starting to creak, meaning that part of the support is about to collapse. He begins to kick a small piece of the bridge to bring the stairs down. Reggie fails to climb up in time and ends up in the center of a falling metal structure. He miraculously escapes serious injury, but is badly bruised. Rosetta looks down in horror, and Sammy immediately asks Reggie if he's okay. The general manager asks them for forgiveness, saying that he wanted to survive and had no other choice. Joel asks him if he's really going to tell them these pathetic tales. Immediately after this, he accelerates and prepares to make a powerful jump of several meters. He manages to jump over the obstacle, but it will take him some time to climb higher. The bridge begins to shake, and this loss of stability prevents it from rising quickly as the structure begins to sink downwards. The general manager immediately turns around and starts to panic, realizing that no one will save him now. However, by a cruel twist of fate, Gia and JB appear right in front of him, blocking his path. The chief manager becomes even more aggressive and orders them to get out of his way immediately. He takes out a knife and says that he will kill everyone if they do not let him go further. Rosetta steps back in fear, realizing that now is the best time not to provoke the aggressive man with the knife. At that very second, a strange creature, similar to the snake that Kim Sung-han had already seen, began to flicker in the air. The general manager is too consumed by aggression and the desire to escape to think clearly, and continues to run towards Gia. A few seconds later, he receives a powerful blow from an unknown long object, which knocks him off the bridge. Gia looks at what is happening in horror, realizing that she did nothing, and the person in front of her simply flew down. There is a dull thud, and it becomes clear that the caretaker has landed awkwardly right on the stone floor. Gia continues to stand motionless, realizing that it is better not to provoke such a creature. Meanwhile, the strange, elongated structure returns again and gradually descends lower and lower. The chief executive did not survive the fall from such a great height and probably broke all his bones and his neck. His body lies mangled, but no one rushes to help him after all he has done. Right now, a much more serious priority is the very creature that threw him off the bridge, since it was definitely a mutant. Joel slowly climbs the bridge, wondering what the hell that was, trying to find some kind of landmark. Rosetta looks down cautiously and, trying to understand what kind of creature it is, immediately begins to scream. Shrade and Maxine also notice the creature on the cameras and say that it is the same animal they saw at the attraction. This time, we are talking about a baby elephant who was attacked by one of the infected mutants. But now, he too has undergone a mutation. His face took on a terrifying appearance, and his trunk stretched several hundred times. Shrade immediately guesses that this particular baby elephant is the reason why the entrance and exit were blocked. He explains to Maxine that these creatures came here to find their cub and ended up barricading the entrance. The nature of this trunk is still unknown, but it is absolutely not worth contacting this creature because it is dangerous. Joel is still trying to climb up, while the creature looks at him for a while but does not show aggression. It suddenly turns around and goes off somewhere, completely losing interest in all creatures in its line of sight. Maxine looks at the mutant's behavior in fascination and says that he has gone somewhere. Joel finally gathers his strength and uses his strong arms to climb up, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. Joel wonders what they should do now, since this was the only way out of the labyrinth, and now it is destroyed. Meanwhile, Rosetta turns to the children and asks them to stand still and not move, as walking through the labyrinth is dangerous. Rosetta promises that she will think of something to get them out, and they just need to stay here. Joel asks her how she is going to get them out, because if they go down, there is no way to save them. Sammy continues to worry about her father, realizing that she needs to get out of here as soon as possible. Reggie, meanwhile, is thinking about what he needs to do to get out of this terrible place. He looks around for clues, but all he finds are pink flowers. However, the image of a red rose makes him think, because somewhere he has already seen exactly the same flowers. These flowers were near a small installation that had a ladder on it that could be used to get out of here. This ladder seems like the perfect option for him to get out of here and save little Sam. Reggie turns around abruptly and runs into the maze, saying that he will be back soon and that they need to wait for him. Joel yells loudly at Sammy, telling her that she shouldn't run into the maze as she was told to stay put. Sammy calls out to Reggie, but he continues to run further, completely ignoring the possible danger. He reflects that the stairs must be nearby and he has seen them before. However, apparently he completely forgot that there was another mutant wandering in this labyrinth who is now taking a new trail. This mutant uses its sense of smell to find prey. But Reggie is completely deaf this time. Reggie, meanwhile, changes direction after direction in search of that very installation with the stairs. He finally gets to the two figures and realizes he needs to separate the ladder from the structure. He quickly approaches the very figure that is standing on the stairs and tries to understand how firmly it is fixed. He tried to shake the figure down and noted that this ladder could actually be useful to them. After several attempts, the ladder actually fell, and the figurine that was attached to it broke off. Reggie quickly analyzed the length of the stairs and realized that it wasn't that long, but it was still better than nothing. Meanwhile, Rosetta and Joel continued to wait for Reggie, hoping that he hadn't gotten into any trouble. Rosetta felt her nerves were on edge and wondered why the children were acting so crazy. Joel himself didn't understand why everyone who was there was so stubborn and didn't want to act according to instructions. However, he suddenly saw a running silhouette and realized that it belonged to an ordinary person and not some kind of mutant. A few seconds later, it became obvious that it was Reggie, who had managed to get hold of a ladder and return safely. Joel asked him irritably where he had been, adding that it was a very dangerous undertaking. He also stated that if he acted alone again, they would simply finish him off.
after which he fell silent. He found a ladder in Reggie's hands and asked where he managed to find such a thing in the labyrinth. Reggie quickly reached a huge pile of junk that he could climb to pass the ladder. Joel immediately understood his idea and asked her to wait a little while until he went down to intercept her. However, it quickly became clear that this would not be enough, because the height was too great. Reggie also felt that he didn't have the strength to hold the ladder any longer, and his hands began to shake. After that, he accidentally dropped the ladder, and Joel asked if he was okay, and someone said that he needed to rest. Then he quickly raised the ladder again and said that we should try again. However, after several attempts, he said that nothing would work, even if they tried 100 more times. After a short pause, he told him that he would throw the ladder up in the air, and he had to catch it in midair. Joel said it wasn't a ball game, so he should just wait for it to come down on its own. Reggie couldn't hear what was being said to him because his hearing aid was dead, and he prepared to throw the ladder forward. Before Joel could get down an inch, the ladder was thrown right into his hands. Joel stretched with all his might, but it became obvious that he wouldn't be able to catch the ladder in this position. He decided to jump down in order to catch her in the air and grab the edge of the post with his other hand. He pulled off this acrobatic maneuver with surgical precision, but it was a very risky decision. Sammy looked at the big man and thought about how he managed to catch the ladder and also showed off his style. Joel, meanwhile, said that he was going to slip, and JB came to his aid to help him up. First, he grabbed the ladder from him so that he could use both hands to climb up. Joel, catching his breath, said that the boy really was an idiot, and he shouldn't have taken such a risk and almost fell down. After that, he went even lower and said that JB had to hold him as tight as possible for it to work. Joel handed over the ladder, hoping that Sammy and Reggie would be able to jump to it and climb up. Reggie climbed to the highest part of the metal structure, but it was still not enough. Joel asked him if he could jump and grab it, and he said he needed a running start. Joel asked them to wait a little, saying that they would soon be able to go even lower. They just needed to gather their strength. However, they probably wouldn't have had that time, as the mutants from the labyrinth finally attacked. Sammy noticed the approaching sounds almost immediately, and turned her head in the direction of the unknown noise. Reggie told her to get in, while she warned him that it sounded like someone was coming. Fear began to permeate her body, and she constantly looked back to see the mutant if he appeared. Reggie, meanwhile, was preparing to take a good run and reach the saving ladder. Everything else mattered less to him now, as he needed to evacuate himself and Sammy. Suddenly, a mutant jumped out of the corner, preparing to pounce on its victim at full speed. Rosetta spotted him almost instantly, as the mutant silhouette was very different from that of a human when viewed from above. Rosetta immediately tried to warn them, shouting loudly that something terrible was running towards them. Joel said they wouldn't get a second try, adding that something was approaching from behind and ordered them to run now. Sammy immediately turned around and saw a rapidly running mutant, which was making roaring sounds. Sammy screamed at Reggie to take this into account, and the boy himself realized that he would only have one chance to save himself. After this, he picked up a good run and prepared to jump onto the metal structure. A few moments later, he jumped up and began to accelerate even more, giving himself maximum speed. Finally, he reached the last steps but did not have time to jump on them, and made the jump a little early. His hand reached forward, only a few centimeters away from grabbing the ladder. However, he still couldn't overcome these centimeters, so he fell down without having time to grab the saving crossbar. Joel and Rosetta watched him fall, hoping that they could still somehow escape. Joel said their only option now was to just run away from this thing until it ran out of steam. Maxine and Schrade said that at this rate they would be caught and captured pretty soon. But that couldn't be allowed to happen. Maxine told him to run to the left, but he ignored her because he didn't hear anything. Joel quickly raised the ladder and tried to figure out what he could do to save these children. JB, in turn, discovered a small trinket next to the owner's body that sparkled brightly. It soon became clear that this was the very key that was supposed to open the entrance gate. Reggie and Sammy continued to run from the mutant, hoping that he would get tired and stop chasing. Unfortunately, however, this mutant was far more resilient than any other human, and could continue to pursue them indefinitely. Sammy turned around in horror and looked at the mutant, who would soon catch up with them and knock them to the ground. After that, she clung tightly to Reggie, hoping that this mutant would not drag her away, since she was easier to get to. Reggie broke into a sprint and led the way for a while, when he suddenly discovered a small cage. He immediately headed towards this cage, realizing that perhaps this would be their temporary salvation. He immediately recommended that she climb inside,
since she was quite thin and could squeeze in there without any problems. He told her to stay away from the bars so that the monster couldn't get to her. Sammy asked him what he was going to do, but Reggie added that they had run out of time to come up with a plan. The creepy mutant continued to pursue his target, breaking into a small arena, and his attention was immediately drawn to the cage. He tried to squeeze his paws through, but they were too short and too thick to grab Sammy. However, this was no reason to relax, since this monster was only a few centimeters short. Reggie told her that they would hold out here until the thing retreated, adding that it would be quite a long time. In reality, this plan was almost certainly doomed to failure, but it was the best he could come up with. The monster, meanwhile, began to walk in circles in search of Reggie, since he seemed like easy prey to him. After a while, he stopped and started screaming loudly, showing how irritated he was. Sammy hid even further and asked him to be careful, as otherwise she would not be able to protect him. Reggie wondered if they could run in such a small circle forever. Joel was still trying to figure out what to do when JB suddenly turned to him and said he had a plan. He tried to stop him from whatever action he wanted to take and looked at him in surprise. JB started to descend quickly and Joel asked him what the hell he was doing. Joel called him an idiot, saying it was no time for games, and demanded that he come down. JB said that there were keys down there, and they needed to be found because that was their only chance to get out of here. Gia said that this was an adult matter and he shouldn't go there, adding that she would go down there herself. JB in turn turned to Joel, saying that he was the only one who could help him with this matter. Joel was a little surprised when he looked into the child's eyes, since he had never been so serious before. After a short pause, he told them that he agreed and should try to fix what he had done. After that, he handed him the ladder and slowly lowered himself down, periodically looking around. At first glance, there were no other mutants in this labyrinth, so it was possible to calmly try to do what needed to be done. JB felt the adrenaline rush through his body, because what he was planning was indeed very dangerous. Joel felt himself getting heavier and said that he couldn't lower it any further and would have to jump. JB didn't hear it right away and didn't have time to properly brace himself before his hands started to slip. After that, he went into free fall, and all that was left was to hope that he didn't fall on anything dangerous. Luckily for him, he only fell onto a metal beam and got off with a slight fright. Joel and Gia asked him if he was okay, to which he stated that he had not broken anything. Gia continued to wail, but Joel reassured her, saying that he had already told her that he was okay. Immediately after this, he made a dash towards the body of the chief manager, noting that the fat man was extremely clumsy. Looking around, he suddenly discovered the very key that he needed to take. Immediately after this, he shouted loudly that he had finally found this key and showed it to the others. Gia watched her son with horror, and suddenly an expression of genuine horror appeared on her face. The whole point was that JB was too carried away by the premature celebration of his victory and did not notice something important. The baby elephant, who had been somewhere in the depths of the labyrinth all this time, suddenly turned his attention to JB. Immediately after this, he grabbed him with his trunk and began to restrict his movements so that he could not escape. JB tried to pull away, but it was no use, and the trunk gradually wrapped around his neck. Gia immediately started climbing down because no one else was going to save her son. Joel tried to stop her, saying that it was very dangerous, but the girl said that she was ready for anything. Gia demanded that he put her down, and Joel decided not to argue with the woman, realizing that it was useless and even dangerous. At one point, he told her it was too high and asked her to climb up, but she let go of his hand. Immediately after this, she landed on a metal structure and very badly injured her arm. Gia, however, completely ignored these bruises and possible fractures, since now she needed to save her son. Joel asked her if she really decided to jump from such a great height, since it could have ended in her death. Gia quickly stood up and staggered towards her son, despite warnings not to do so. Joel added that it would be too dangerous to go alone, but Gia continued to go deeper into the labyrinth. She quickly walked into the corridor and saw the body of the chief manager lying there, but there was no trace of her son. Rosetta felt the arm she landed on start to hurt even more, but that didn't stop her. Meanwhile, her son's body suddenly began to increase in size, as if he had been bitten by a baby elephant. Gia took a few steps towards him,
but he crawled away, making strange sounds. She continued to run towards him, but he did not respond at all to her calls and voice. Gia quickly ran out of the maze into the room and discovered that there were 2 more people in it. Kim Seung-hyun and Jerry somehow managed to get here without running into any other mutants. Kim Seung-hyun was very surprised to see Ji-yu there and asked her how she got there. Meanwhile, Gia turned her full attention to the baby elephant, who was also in the room. The mutated animal closely watched everyone present and was preparing to attack them. Kim Seung-han and Jerry first noticed this elephant and realized that its most dangerous weapon was its trunk. The little elephant began to shake its head from side to side, and this became a signal that it was preparing to attack. Jerry immediately realized this and added that they would be much better off if they did not back down and provoke him. The very next second, the tip of this trunk flew into the air and began to swing from side to side. Jerry grabbed Kim Seung-hong's head and they both dove down to avoid it. Kim Seung-hyun was surprised at how strong this vile creature he would now have to deal with turned out to be. He also paid special attention to the trunk, which turned out to be pointed, and it seemed to have eyes on it. Jerry also noticed this and said that if this trunk were to stick into the body, it would be a 100% infection. He immediately turned to Gia and asked if she understood everything, or if she hadn't heard it because it was too loud here. Gia said that her son was somehow getting bigger and bigger, clearly not understanding what was happening to him. Meanwhile, the mutated baby elephant began to gradually run out of breath, feeling that such a blow had taken a lot of his strength. Kim Seung-hyun wondered why the creature was breathing like crazy and realized it was having a hard time swinging its trunk. Jerry said they needed to deal with it together, adding that he would take it on from the other side. From his point of view, with such a long trunk, it would be difficult for him to attack in 2 directions at once. Jerry abruptly stepped aside and said that they would have to split up and distract him so that he would become tired and weak. Jerry quickly found himself in the little elephant's blind spot, and the elephant immediately turned towards him. He began to shake his head to prepare for another powerful blow from his sharp trunk. Jerry jumped aside in time, and Kim Seung-hyun began to worry that his comrade might not cope at some point. Jerry began to mock the animal, asking if he really didn't like being walked around. He noted that animals will always act like animals and move too predictably. The baby elephant gradually began to stamp his feet due to growing aggression, and Jerry realized that this was not the end. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hyun turned around at the strange sounds and tried to understand what it all meant. Looking at JB's transformation, he realized that he had been bitten by an elephant and was now turning into the same creature as Peter. Kim Seung-hyun was too engrossed in watching the creature, which is why he almost missed a powerful blow from the baby elephant. Jerry advised him to keep an eye on the main threat if he didn't want to get seriously injured and turn into a monster. Kim Seung-hoon was shaking and said he twisted his ankle due to a very awkward landing. After that, he heard other sounds coming from the monster and realized that something was clearly wrong. The creature's head began to swell like a balloon, filling with more and more air. After that, he observed the trunk and realized that some strange substance was pumping through it. Jerry said that the monster was now out of breath and not thinking clearly, so they needed to move towards him slowly. Kim Seung-hyun realized that this was a mistake because something else was approaching, and it was better for him to step aside. His leg began to hurt badly, and Kim Seung-hyun realized that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to withstand the next blow. After this, he discovered that behind him was one of the corridors of the labyrinth, and decided to use it. This turned out to be the best decision, as the baby elephant tried to use the strange slime. This mucus was more reminiscent of gastric juice, but in any case, it was better not to allow it to come into contact with the skin. Kim Seung-hyun hid to the side while the baby elephant continued to look in his direction and snort. Kim Seung-han tried to get out of there, but the baby elephant immediately began to trample the ground under his feet. After that, he rushed forward, and Kim Seung-han again went deeper into the labyrinth to avoid being crushed. Jerry said that going into the maze was a bad idea because you could get lost, and it would be difficult to find him. However, he later realized that Kim Seung-hong simply had no other choice and tried to think of a way to help him. He noticed almost immediately that the trunk began to move as the baby elephant moved away from the place where it had originally been. Jerry looked around frantically to find at least some clue that could help, and quite quickly such an opportunity presented itself right before his eyes, and he turned his head. The thing is, there was a heavy bottle next to him, which was ideal for fixing the trunk. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-han continued to flee from the crazy baby elephant, who continued to pursue him. Now his legs were even more damaged,
so even a small elephant, not known for its speed, could catch up with him. Kim Seung-hyun realized that his best chance of survival was to try to wear the creature out before he got tired himself. However, he had to keep his eyes open to avoid running into the trunk structure that was stretched out everywhere. He quickly jumped over the substance, saying that he was tired of all sorts of creatures chasing him. The baby elephant, meanwhile, became truly furious, gradually accelerating and making more and more sounds. Jerry tightened his trunk and said that this would be enough, after which he was going to pursue the monster. Gia asked him what it all meant, and Jerry said that they needed to catch up and finish off this little elephant before it was too late. Meanwhile, Kim Sung-han had come across another dead end, and a fork in the road from which it was difficult to escape under the current circumstances. However, he immediately realized this and stopped only when he saw a spear near his face. This metal spear belonged to a small statue of a card soldier, which hinted that there was no further passage. Kim Sung-hyun began running in circles to tire the baby elephant out and make it confuse itself. They made several circles, and there was only a little time left before the baby elephant became completely tired. Kim Seung-hyun was about to run in the other direction, but he fell into a trap, stepping on the folds of the trunk. Because of this, he slipped and lost his balance, and with it, the speed that was critically important to him. However, fortunately for him, this length of the trunk was enough to stop the baby elephant. Kim Seung-hyun instinctively covered himself with his hand, but the monster stopped again a few centimeters away from him. After that, he tried to stretch his trunk to pull the fang towards himself and bite the main character. Kim Sung-hyun was still in shock as the baby elephant tried his best to pull up his trunk. Kim Sung-han didn't understand why everything was happening this way, assuming that the baby elephant must have gotten caught on something. At the other end of the trunk, a real battle was taking place between organic flesh and a stone structure. Gradually, the concrete structure began to give way before the incredible power of this young elephant. Gia watched in horror as it happened, realizing that there was nothing she could do to change the balance of power. The baby elephant continued to strain hard to pull his trunk towards himself and pulled the bottle along with him. Gradually, the metal supports that were attached to the ground began to tear out and collapse. Gia heard a terrible crunch, which signaled that the baby elephant had finally managed to pull the bottle out of the ground and began to pull it. The bottle almost instantly went into the corridor and got stuck in the walls because it was too wide. Immediately after this, it began to collapse under the incredible load and cracked quite quickly. Immediately after this, the trunk began to fly at incredible speed, threatening to hit anyone who got in its path. Of particular danger was the infected fang, which instantly turned anyone infected into a monster. Jerry didn't immediately realize that the fang was aimed specifically at him, and he continued to run, picking up speed. He managed to dodge only at the last second, when there was less than a meter left between the fang and his body. Meanwhile, the most terrible thing began to happen in that very cage. The monster managed to grab Sammy by her boot. Reggie heard the noise, looked at his allies, and asked what happened. Sammy turned away and, her voice shaking with fear, said that she had gotten caught and hurt herself. Unfortunately, this scratch only indicated that she had been bitten, and now it was only a matter of time before it became infected. To understand how it all came to this, you had to go back to when this monster first came here. Reggie walked in circles constantly, waiting for the monster to finally tire and move on in search of other prey. Reggie continued his desperate attempts to spin the monster from side to side, but this only irritated him. Finally, he managed to make a lunge to try and grab him by the clothes. Sammy rushed to help her comrade, and the monster was immediately distracted by her due to the sudden movements she made. He immediately tried to grab her leg, and, unfortunately, he succeeded perfectly. Sammy fell to the ground, unable to keep her balance, and immediately tried to pull at her grabbed leg. The monster grabbed her by the boot, so her little foot immediately slipped out and was exposed. Unfortunately, however, he failed to remove his foot carefully, and it got caught in one of his teeth. Reggie asked her why she had acted so recklessly when they were supposed to stick together. Sammy, in turn, immediately felt a strong pain and began to apologize to him for her mistake. Reggie looked at the scratch while Sammy said in a shaky voice that she had cut herself and was bleeding. Reggie immediately fell to his knees, realizing that it was because of him that this girl had become infected, and now only death awaited her. Sammy immediately tried to bring him to his senses, telling him that he needed to be careful because the monster was still here. Reggie looked up to find the mutant had turned on him and was about to attack. Reggie realized that he could no longer escape, and now there was a high probability that they would both die here. However, a second before the irreparable happened, a loud shot rang out, which blew off the mutant's head. Reggie fell to the ground in fear, while the mutant almost immediately collapsed next to him and did not move anymore. Sammy covered her ears from the loud ringing, and Reggie tried to figure out how it happened and who helped them. An unknown man cut off the head of the damned beast with one well-aimed shot, but he arrived too late. His gaze looked extremely tired, as if he had already seen too many victims over all this time. However, he continued to keep a close eye on Reggie and had no intention of lowering his weapon. He asked if they had tried to open the main gate with the key that the manager had. He reloaded his rifle to avoid making a mistake and asked where the key had gone. Jerry, meanwhile, managed to dodge the hook's blow at the last moment and avoid injury. Realizing where this was all heading, he simply cursed the monster for escaping the trap. Meanwhile, Gia continued to pursue the creature that, just a few minutes ago, was her son. JB had grown in size many times over and now looked very much like a mutated elephant, just like Peter had become. His face also began to change significantly, but there was no sign of a trunk yet. The hair also remained in place, while the same scar also did not disappear despite the mutations. Gia found herself in the path of this creature and tried to figure out what to do to get her son back. Deep down, she knew that he could never be brought back, as the mutation process was irreversible. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-kan ordered the baby elephant not to come any closer, but the animal was only waiting for the moment when his grip loosened. He snorted constantly and prepared to pounce on his victim to crush it with his weight. Kim Seung-hyun quickly tried to crawl back, but his head hit the tip of a metal spear. He quickly turned around and realized that this statue could be his key to salvation from the terrible monster. He immediately crawled under the fence to get behind the statue and try to take the weapon. However, the spear was firmly secured, and it was almost impossible to pull it out of the statue's hands. Kim Seung-hyun, however, did not give up trying to pull it out, even though it felt like it was stuck fast. Little by little, it began to give way, and this gave him hope that he would be able to get out of here. However, at that very second, the baby elephant began to move more and more actively, as his trunk became freer. Kim Seung-hyun knew it was time for the most extreme measures, and he leaned against the wall, preparing to kick. He kicked the spear with all his might to make it rush forward, and it gradually moved by inertia. The baby elephant suddenly stopped moving for a moment to sniff the air properly. Kim Seung-hyun decided to take advantage of this time to continue hitting the spear and try to knock it out of his opponent's hands. He had very little time left, as the elephant was already preparing to bite him with its giant teeth. However, at that very moment, he delivered the decisive blow to knock out the spear that was aimed straight at the elephant. The blow was incredibly powerful and accurate, causing it to be fatal almost immediately. Kim Seung-hyun stood frozen in horror, trying to catch his breath while still watching his opponent. The plaintive creaking of a small elephant, who had suffered very serious injuries, echoed throughout the labyrinth. The animal fell to the ground and began to snort as the life gradually left its eyes. Tears even appeared in his eyes. But due to the mutations, existence was still a torment for him. Kim Seung-hyun looked closely at his defeated opponent and could not believe that he had managed to win. Jerry, meanwhile, shouted loudly at him to be careful, as the trunk's inertia was still present. Kim Seung-hong immediately understood what was being said and asked to come closer, when suddenly a hook flew out from around the corner. This hook made a sharp movement and immediately knocked the main character off his feet, hitting him. Kim Seung-hyun could tell it was his second birthday because the hook was cut into his clothes above his head. Jerry immediately ran out from around the corner and looked closely at the lifeless baby elephant and Kim Seung-han lying next to him. Kim Seung-hyun also heard loud clattering sounds, indicating that the elephants were trying to break through to their target. They heard a pitiful cry and thought that something had happened to him, so they began to survive. Maxine and Schrade wondered why the two were acting like they were out of control. He tried to tell them how to get to the center, but due to the microphone being broken, it barely worked. Jerry picked up Kim Seung-hong and said that there was almost no time, so they needed to go to the center as quickly as possible. Kim Seung-hyun turned around to look at the fallen baby elephant one last time. The elephant continued to lie in place and did not move, and this was a clear sign that he was unlikely to return to life. Jerry continued running towards the central room and asked his comrade to follow him without getting distracted. After a while, they discovered that they were not alone there, as someone was constantly snorting. Jerry stopped abruptly because it was a strange substance. From the outside, it seemed as if another mutant had begun to spread across the surface, occupying a large area. Jerry jumped over the substance abruptly and recommended Kim Sung-hoon to follow his example. Kim Sung-hyun looked closely at the unknown slimy substance and realized that it was best not to step on it. After this, he made a quick jump, but due to a leg injury, he was unable to rise too high. That's why his heel accidentally stepped on the organic substance, causing vibrations throughout the entire surface. It turned out that these creatures could thus sense the approach of potential victims. Another mutant began to gradually materialize from this liquid, sensing that its prey had passed nearby. Immediately after that, he rushed towards the side where he had just felt the touch of someone else's foot. Kim Sung-han and Jerry continued to try to reach the central room without falling into the traps. Jerry admitted his mistake and said they should have gone the other way, and now they were at a dead end. Kim Seung-hyun turned around but stopped almost immediately, feeling that their way was blocked again. He told his comrade that a wall had appeared here that was not there before, and that could not be passed through. Jerry said that this was too pessimistic a view, and he was ready to break through even such creatures. After this, he took a small fragment, adding that it would be enough to cut away. Jerry also said that after breaking through the wall, it might explode, so it's better to move back. After that, he took a few steps towards the organic wall and prepared to strike. However, just before the impact, the wall turned around, and it turned out to be a mutated JB. Jerry didn't understand who was in front of him, and said that this damned creature would not be an obstacle. JB quickly reacted to the approaching shard and intercepted it with his giant teeth. Shrade decided not to hold on to the fragment to avoid further injury. Jerry said that if they get past this section, they will reach the central bridge, so they need to break through. JB looked at them with an irritated look, still holding the shard in his teeth. He gradually rose up on his mutated legs, preparing to attack new victims. Kim Seung-hyun said that the creature was approaching and was extremely aggressive. Kim Song-kan recommended abandoning the attempt to break through to the central exit and going around it. However, after taking a few steps back, he stepped on the substance and tried to understand what it was. Beneath his feet lay what might once have been called Peter, though it had not been there before. After a few more moments, the substance began to mutate, and a distorted face emerged from it. Apparently, mutants bitten by elephants acquired new powers. Unlike those bitten by dogs, these creatures could dissolve into liquid form and also materialize, setting up ambushes. Kim Seung-hyun looked at the mutated Peter with irritation and wondered if he was still alive. Jerry and Kim Sung-han pressed their backs against each other, realizing that they had nowhere to escape from this labyrinth and that they were surrounded. Even though Peter had not yet fully recovered from his injury, he posed a serious threat. Meanwhile, Gia finally reached the place where what was once her son was located. Now she saw only a pile of mutated meat, and only from above could she discern a piece of his red hair. JB, in turn, had almost lost his mind and didn't even understand who was in front of him. He took a few steps towards Kim Sung-hong and Jerry, hoping that he could easily deal with them. Peter did the same, as eliminating Kim Sung-hong was now his top priority. Kim Seung-hyun, in turn, said that it was all over, since they had nowhere else to run and nothing else to hope for. Suddenly, he heard Gia's loud voice calling out to her son, hoping he would pay attention to her. She repeated his name several times, then asked if he remembered her voice. JB began to turn around slowly, and Gia loudly expressed the hope that he had not forgotten who had raised him as a child. She reminded him that he had promised to take revenge when he grew up, and now he had a chance, because he had become much bigger. Smiling, she also said that even if he became such a monster, he could still be easily recognized by these scars. JB turned completely towards her and began to growl loudly and aggressively. Kim Seung-hyun, watching this monster, still couldn't believe that there were any signs of intelligence left in it. Gia said in a frantic voice that if he was really angry and wanted revenge, he should catch her. JB tried to deliver a powerful punch with his hands, but missed due to poor coordination. Gia immediately turned around and ran in the other direction, constantly luring him with her voice. Kim Sung-han and Jerry watched in horror as the giant pile of stinking meat gradually made way. Kim Sung-han said that there were no more obstacles to their escape, and Jerry added that they needed to hurry. Peter had not yet fully recovered, so he could not pursue them, and they ran away calmly. Along the way, they did not forget to look back,
fearing the appearance of other mutants. Kim Seung-hyun hoped that they would be able to escape the labyrinth through the central room. However, once they reached the central room, they discovered that the ladder had been overturned. Kim Seung-hyun asked what happened here and why the stairs suddenly broke. Joel immediately noticed them and told them to come here, adding that they could get in other ways. He showed them a ladder and said that it would come down and they would have to grab onto it. However, he warned that it would not be an easy task, as lifting the ladder with adults is difficult. He also advised them to hurry, as these creatures were breaking into the central room at full speed. Meanwhile, Gia continued to run away from her swollen son, hoping to find a way out of here. Her strength was gradually beginning to fail her as she had been running for several minutes. After that, she decided to quickly sit down to catch her breath, and then tried to escape again. However, she quickly realized that she had run into a dead end, and now she had nowhere to run, since she would not be able to get through her son. Gia couldn't believe it and still tried to push forward to prevent her son from crushing her. But it was pointless. Having reached a dead end, she began to grope around with her hands, realizing that this might be how her life would end. Meanwhile, JB continued to pursue her and covered with his giant body the corner through which she could escape. He slowly approached her, emitting a strange growl, and, finding himself a few meters away, froze. He also grinned irritably, and all this time continued to drill her with a strange, almost human gaze. Gia realized that this was definitely the end, and her psyche gradually began to fail. She looked at him and asked if he remembered why he got this scar. After a short pause, she chuckled and said that it was unlikely that anyone could forget something like that, while JB continued to listen to her. Gia also said that she once thought that if he got hurt badly, her father would pay attention to her again. All this time, she hoped that her ex-husband, JB's father, would love her again. But this did not happen. After that, she said that she had already found his problems unbearable, and JB only made her feel helpless. She then stated that she does not consider herself guilty even now, and does not understand what to do with all this now. JBB began to slowly approach her again, making strange sounds that began to resemble speech. A few moments later, he said the word "mom," and Gia was very surprised that mutants were capable of this. However, in this situation, this did not change anything for her, and only caused a new attack of crazy laughter. As JB's giant bulk approached her, she continued to laugh with her eyes closed. JB pushed her into the wall with all his might, thereby killing his mother and condemning himself to further existence among mutants. Joel, meanwhile, lowered the ladder as low as it could go and secured it with a tie. Even this caused him unbearable pain, but he tried to hold on, declaring that this was the maximum of his capabilities. Jerry asked him not to lower the ladder too quickly because if they fell together, they would be finished. Kim Seung-hyun looked closely at the ladder and realized that it was too high, and Jerry admitted that he was scared. After this, Kim Seung-hyun decided to back him up and become a human springboard to help Jerry climb up. Jerry tried to reach the ladder and asked Joel to hold it tighter as it swung violently. At a certain point, he managed to grab hold of her, but this was only the beginning of a difficult evacuation. Maxine watched the action on camera with glee and said they got it right the first time. Joel, meanwhile, realized that he would have to use all his strength to get them up. Besides everything else, an elephant had already started running towards them, sweeping away everything in its path. Jerry asked why he was raising the ladder so abruptly, because if he raised it now, Kim Seung-hyun wouldn't have time to grab it. Jerry immediately turned to Kim Seung-hyun and told him to jump up and grab his leg. Kim Seung-hyun made several short attempts but was unable to reach the target with his hands. For a moment, he began to feel real panic, realizing that he couldn't jump that high. Jerry ordered Joel to lower the ladder a little lower so that they would have a chance to rescue Kim Seung-hyun. Meanwhile, the angry elephant continued to run towards them, clearly sensing them and remembering the death of his baby. Kim Seung-hyun realized he only had one chance left to jump up and grab Jerry. This time, he gave it his all and managed to achieve his goal. But they still had to climb. Joel struggled to pull two adults up the stairs, hoping his ligaments wouldn't tear. Rosetta tried to support them, but Joel asked her to shut up because she was interfering with his concentration. Jerry, meanwhile, was trying to climb up to get to the bridge faster and make Joel's job easier. Joel was pushing so hard that his shirt was slowly starting to tear from the strain. However, in a state of adrenaline, he found the strength to continue lifting them higher and higher. Jerry quickly climbed up and realized that he would soon be able to cross over to the bridge. Joel quickly helped Kim Seung-hyun,
who weighed only about 60 kilograms, up. The next second, a giant flew past them, trying to break the bridge into pieces. The elephant began to destroy everything in its path in order to somehow vent its anger and the bitterness of loss. The bridge began to wobble, so staying on it any longer was dangerous and pointless. Joel said that we need to run from here at top speed and never look back. Kim Sung-hyun charged forward, while another elephant appeared from the other side, ready to destroy everything around him. Maxine and Shrade ran out of the command post and rushed forward to find Kim Sung-hyun and the others. A few moments later, they suddenly bumped into each other in the fog and miraculously did not collide. Shrade asked them if everyone was okay, and they quickly began checking on each other. Kim Sung-hyun immediately panicked and asked where his daughter had gone, and Jerry couldn't find Reggie. Maxine said they saw the children enter the maze on the cameras, but they didn't see them exit. Jerry asked irritably why the children hadn't left the maze yet, and how they had gotten there in the first place. Kim Seong-hyun, in desperation, rushed back into the labyrinth to find and save his daughter. The survivors tried to catch up with him and stop him, realizing that this would only increase the risks. Kim Sung-han said he couldn't abandon his daughter, but Shrade replied that it was too dangerous there now. Kiara said that she tried to stop everyone, but they didn't listen to her and they left. Maxine tried to calm him down sharply, saying that now was not the time to panic. She quickly led everyone away from the corridor, saying that she heard someone approaching. After a while, they saw a silhouette that looked suspicious, but they did not dare to attack right away. The silhouette belonged to Reggie, who was carrying Sammy on his shoulders, and Jerry immediately ran towards him. The survivors surrounded him and asked him why he had gone there, hoping that he was not wounded. Maxine moved closer and quickly noticed that Sammy's leg was dripping with blood. A nervous terror ran through her whole body, and she stopped the other survivors, saying that something had happened. She asked Reggie what had happened to the girl, hoping that she had not become infected from the scratch. Kim Sung-hyun immediately picked up Sammy, trying to calm her down and make sure she was okay. Sammy lowered her head, and Kim Sung-hyun tried to understand why she was acting so depressed. Reggie decided not to hide this information and reported that the girl was indeed infected. Some time ago, an unknown hunter asked them where the key that opened the gate was. Reggie claimed that he was mistaken, and that they did not have any key because the caretaker had tricked them and taken it for himself. The hunter asked him if they were trying to catch the caretaker, or if they wanted to take the key to open the gate. Sammy quickly left the cage, but Reggie advised her to go back in because the man was dangerous. He tried to talk to her, but she immediately covered her face with her hands, began shaking her head and crying. She said that even if her father hated her, she didn't know what she would do next. And after that, her voice began to break. Reggie asked her what it all meant, and Sammy begged him not to hate her, even if she changed. The hunter watched this very touching and tragic scene in amazement, after which he removed his finger from the trigger. He shook his head in irritation and said that there was no time to waste now, since action was needed in this situation. Reggie looked at the man with the gun with fear and asked what he was going to do with them. At first glance, it seemed to him that the choice was obvious. This man would probably just shoot them both. However, the hunter immediately turned his gaze to the little girl and took a few steps towards her. After this, he extended his hand to her, in which were several small objects. The man said they would start supplying more soon, but for now they had to make do with what they had been offered. Reggie said the man had told her it would make her feel better, at least temporarily, and asked Sammy to show him the item. Sammy held out a trembling hand and said that this was the very item the big man had given her. The remaining survivors looked at the object in her hand and realized that it was an ordinary pill. A few moments later, they began to hear the sounds of approaching helicopters hovering above them. Helicopters reported that the government has begun distributing a vaccine against the virus. They added that it was an unfinished vaccine in the form of a white tablet, the effect of which lasted about 20 hours. Kim Sun-hyun tried to understand what this meant, and the helicopter reported that, according to the government, a terrorist attack had occurred. They added that at the moment the criminal was also unable to leave the park and was inside. All the news showed a photo of this criminal, and it turned out to be the same hunter who gave them the drugs. Military helicopters said they would continue to drop pills until a full-fledged vaccine was developed. After this, the group of survivors moved to a building that was located near the destroyed labyrinth. They began to discuss what had happened and realized that Gia and JB had been unable to leave the labyrinth and had most likely died there. They also noted that the labyrinth was nearby,
so the place remained dangerous due to the mutated elephants.
They wondered what they should do now, since they had barely made it here and the plan to open the gate had failed.
Rosetta looked at Kim Sung-hoon and Sammy with irritation and said that they now had new infected. Jerry said that at least they could get a vaccine and thereby weaken the effects of the virus. Schrade said it was too early to celebrate, as others could have gotten it too, as there were a lot of tourists here. He also added that the vaccine had to be taken constantly. Otherwise, a real war could start because of it. A few moments later, Joel approached Kim Sung-hoon and stopped, waiting for the right moment to speak. He said that everyone kept quiet because they didn't want to look like bad people. So he decided to take this burden upon himself. After that, he spoke sharply and rudely to Kim Seung-hyun so that he would focus his full attention on him. He stated that he felt uncomfortable being in the same room with his daughter, and that this did not suit him at all. Kim Sung-hoon tried to say something, but deep down he knew that this moment had to come anyway. The only thing he regretted was that this moment came much earlier than he expected. Now he noticed the frightened and gloomy looks of the others, who saw them as a mortal threat. Sammy also realized that now absolutely every member of the group would stay away from her. Kim Sung-hyun and Sammy have now become the most obvious candidates for elimination from this group. Meanwhile, somewhere in another part of the theme park, a whole flock of mutants was running around. However, on the roof lay the same clown from the beginning of the story, calmly smoking a cigarette and not worrying about anything.